All right. Good morning, Illumineers. Good afternoon, depending on where you are. Today, we are hosting our set championships for Nerd Rage Gaming. My name is Ray Ray, and I am joined with Thomas GSD, Great Stone Dragon, top four finalist over at the Chicago DLC. How are you doing, Thomas?
I'm doing good, Ray. How are you doing today?
Doing swell. All right. So, we have an awesome match here. We'll have to fix the names. But we have Justin here on the left, and then we have Sean on the right. Um, Not sure quite what they're playing, but I know what they typically play, so we'll see if that matches what we have here. Justin here on the left normally plays Amber Steel, and then we have Sean on the right that plays Green Steel. Who do you think is favorable in this matchup?
Oh man, to be honest, it's hard to say. Both of these guys, they love to build their decks just a little bit differently. So I think we're gonna see some spicy one-offs, some tech cards. Normally, I would say, depending on the build of Amber Steel, might be a little bit favored, but with the way these guys build their decks, I don't know. We might have some haymakers off the top rope.
Yeah, that's very true. Sean has a reputation of being known as the Green Beast guy at the DLCs. I remember, some of his opponents came out like, "What? What does that card even do?" It was the legendary from set one, so that definitely took people by surprise. So we'll see if what we got going on here. They're just finishing up some shuffling, and then they'll resolve their mulligans. So I believe our tournament has 27 players today, so we have a relatively decent size in our tournament today, so we should have some pretty good matches to feature today. Super. Oh, I will try to fix that. Can you hear me a little bit better?
Oh, hopefully it's not me.
I don't know. We'll find out. I know we have a little delay, so let's see. Awesome. Thank you for that feedback.
Perfect.
All right, so
So
let's see. We got
we're
the
doing all this talking.
yeah.
And there's a pretty good chance we still just see a Daisy on one side and a Diablo on the other. Are you ready for that too?
Yeah, yeah, that's pretty much what it's going to come down to for sure. It's going to be one of the one drops that's probably going to determine the match. Usually is how that turns out sometimes. But if both are on steel, we're going to have some early removal potentially as well. So I think they're waiting for the go ahead here, and I think they just got it. So they're going to present their decks for cuts, and then I think we're going to be ready to rock and roll here. Didn't see a final list of what everybody's playing as far as like what our percentage of the meta is going to look like today.
That's a good start for
That's a
him.
good start for Justin for sure. And I think Sean's going to probably choose to be on the play here.
Yeah, we should mention this event is best of three, correct?
Correct. It is best of three. Yes. So we have definitely potentially up to three games that are going to be played. There's 5 rounds today, and then a cut to top eight, which all 8 players will receive that sweet new Scar promo. That's part of this set. And then the top 2 players will each receive a mat. Obviously, first place receiving the championship mat.
I want to be honest, those promos are really nice.
They are. They are. Absolutely.
It looks like Sean's already got some stuff that he wants to put back, but picking some final selections. Justin, just looking at his hand, he's like, these are all good.
Yep.
Oh, well, all right,
Maybe
except
not.
those five. But
I
hopefully we
definitely
should
see
have some.
Steel. And I think I saw more on Sean's side, so I think we predicted the matchup correctly here.
Yeah,
But we'll see.
definitely saw a hidden cove on Sean's side. Justin has a lot of steel in his hand, but I'm sure there's amber cards with it.
Mm-hmm. All right, shipping 4.
Yeah, so Justin putting plenty back. Sean looks like he's also mulliganing quite a few. Hopefully we have some good opening hands here.
I
Great
think
way
they
to
just
start the day.
realized they're on camera. Justin pointed at the. Oh, there's some
Oh.
shook.
Gotta fix your posture. Posture check for everybody in chat.
Yep. Oh, look at that. All right, I think we're finally ready to go here soon. Final cuts, and then we're off to the races. All right, let's see what Sean's first play is. This guy, I've played him so many times, guaranteed it's turn 1 Diablo.
Well, he's not slamming them down immediately.
Yeah, ooh, Merfolk.
Merfolk's also a really strong start. Hopefully, that's gonna quest for 4 to 6 before Justin can take it
Yep.
out.
Okay, inking Akira. Did you happen to see what Sean inked first turn?
He inked to hypnotize,
That's right.
so definitely got some discard going on.
Yep. So definitely green steel. Okay, Calhoun. questing for 2. Sean's at 2 now.
Ooh, and Justin, no turn 1 play.
Yeah, that's gonna be rough. I see. Is that a turn 1? One drop Simba on the far left.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Simba there, so if that's the direction he wants to go, at least something that could take out this Merfolk, but with a Calhoun in play, it's kind of an awkward trade.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like he's inking it, and then playing his own Calhoun. Okay.
All right, that battle's a little better. Probably still needs a piece of removal or something, or otherwise, I think Sean still gets the better end of that trade.
Absolutely. That's one of the benefits of being on the play in this matchup for sure, too.
Yeah.
Inking the Ursula to play a Prince John. Makes you wonder if he has a song to sing like Sudden Chill. Questing for 2, going to 4. So Sean's at 4, and he passes.
We'll see. And, I mean, at this point, even one piece of removal, probably not going to take out this Calhoun for another couple turns. So we might even see a strength or a storm pointed at this Merfolk if Justin can't get something going here.
Yeah, normally Storm would be good against a 3-2, but with Calhoun having that resist +1, that it's not as good of a removal. It actually doesn't even remove it. It'll at best draw him a card and put a damage on there, but I don't see value in that.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest. Calhoun is the card that taught me 1 is a pretty big number.
Yes.
That +1 is so much more than it feels like it should be.
It really is. And then we have an inking of a Lilo. Okay. I think he understands that he needs to be on the removal game here.
Oh, yeah.
Lawrence. That'll help kill or banish a Calhoun potentially later.
Oh, yeah. This would be a little dicey if Sean has a follow-up to put some damage on it, but if not, that 4/4 is going to rumble.
Yeah, even if Justin decides to banish the Merfolk with Calhoun, although he's going to gain 2 lore from that, Sean's going to draw a card because of Merfolk's effect.
Ooh, and I think I see a Dwarven Mine over there.
I do see that.
Justin might be on some diggy hole.
Mm-hmm. Very popular deck, especially at Continentals this previous weekend.
Oh, yeah.
Heavily represented.
Well, that's what the numbers say. I'm going to be honest. I didn't see any of it.
Yeah, that's right. You competed at Nationals. How'd you end up doing there?
We don't need to talk about that. It was a good time. We don't need to talk about
That's
the
fair.
tournament.
That's fair. But hey, you ended up making it, so that's above
yeah.
above most others. I can say for sure. I wasn't even able to make it, so
Let's see. So Justin took him a minute to decide if he was going to trade with that Merfolk, and Sean deciding he will take the trade on the Calhoun. So
gained the 2 lore.
Clearing up the board a little bit. If he has some discard to follow this up, this Prince John probably still looking good, but Lawrence looks like he might stick around as a full power 4/4 right there.
Yep. Amber Steel. So even if he was to put damage on it, I don't think Sean has the type of removal to take it outright. So that could be a setup for a Rapunzel for Justin if he does decide to just put damage on it, so that way it can't trade into something.
Yeah, and that's always a tough spot to be. I mean, if he's leaving it
Another
healthy, it'll battle. But yeah, if you put that damage and he does have the Rapunzel to follow up, that feels really bad.
Yeah.
Well,
how do you feel about inking the Pete here in this matchup?
Honestly, in a vacuum, Pete pretty good. You'd assume would have songs. I don't think Sean knows yet for sure that there's the Dwarven Mine, but that deck tends to play a little bit less songs. One thing I have noticed, though, basically everything he's played, if not everything he's played, has been uninkable so far. So he might just need the ink.
That's fair. That's fair.
But, I mean, Calhoun's in the steel matchup. Definitely not a shabby card.
So what turn 4 play do you think Justin can do here that's going to give him the most value?
I don't know. I mean, he's still holding on to that mine. Okay, Pete makes sense. He's kind of turning off any of that removal we were talking about or any more discard. We'll see if he has anything for 1 here. Otherwise, it might just be an ink and pass.
Yeah, Pete's one of those cards. I'm a red-blue player. I know you are as well. It's one of those I have to keep in the back of my mind, and I always say, no actions, because, it's just one of those things that you make so many actions in a turn or so many plays that sometimes you just forget. So it's always good to try to remind yourself that Pete was just recently played.
Oh, yeah. And especially when you have a lot of options, a lot of times you want to think everything through before you start doing it. If
Exactly.
you tank for a minute or two, it's real easy to forget about that Pete.
Ooh,
All right, so the Ursula does get a card, but at least he has the redundant copy.
correct.
Um,
Draws off of that.
this Pete, I mean, Pete's gonna be good for singing the strength the next turn, but without another character in play, it's not actually taking anything out.
Was it a dock that he had as well, I think, or was it a happy?
It looked
They
like a
all
dock
look the
from
same
what I
to
could
me.
from what I could see. I think it was a
Okay.
dock. So
So he won't be, unless he draws another character, he won't be really able to take out anything currently.
yeah, and that's an awkward spot to be. That's a little bit of tension there.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe Sean has more discard, and he'll make the decision easy for him.
exactly. Oh, that looks like him hypnotized. Oh man, another Prince John. He must have drawn that off of the discard.
Yeah,
But that makes that dock even better on Sean's side, because if he does end up playing it, depending on what Justin discards, Sean might be able to draw upwards of 2 to 4 cards off of this.
oh yeah, and I mean
Looks like he drew a Rapunzel.
that would be pretty big here, but nothing's turning sideways, so he can't get any value yet. And if he does hold on to this dock to try to avoid giving Sean extra cards, he might just draw more discard, and that dock might not be in his hand by the time it's back to his turn.
Yeah, I think Justin was about to sing the strength and then realized that maybe Calhoun with that +1 that doesn't do it. So he might be reconsidering
Yeah,
singing it right now. Would
yeah,
he play the Rapunzel and then deal with the Calhoun maybe?
that might be the spot he's in. I mean, he might be in a spot here where he's kind of just got to pray that the dock stays in his hand.
Oh, he's doing
All
the 2
right.
damage to the Pete to then draw the cards. See, this is why I don't play Ember Steel.
mean,
I
that
don't
makes
think
sense.
this way. I would never damage my own characters.
Yeah, and this Pete turning sideways lets this Calhoun get in, but it does trade back. So
Correct.
I mean, not an ideal situation. You do want that Calhoun to stick around, but I mean, Sean is still ahead on lore and has a wider board, at least for now. But hopefully he can keep enough cards in hand. Maybe that dock will still do something.
Yeah, Justin did, I believe, miss a turn on ink. I think his hand was full of uninkables, or rather, he just wanted to keep his hand because he had some removal for it.
All right, there's the Storm. Does he have another one to follow it up? Or it could just be cycling for the card. Let's see. Oh, Sean has his own dock. And an Ursula. This
Ooh, that
board is going
Kita.
wide.
So that Kita is going to be interesting because it's going to allow, if he chooses to play it, he can quest with everything and not worry about losing any of his characters.
But also talk like you're talking to him like in person. You can talk loud.
You got it.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, though, that Kita's only really buying him 4 lore. That might not be enough, and only putting one thing into play here, it might leave him too far behind on board. See, I think he drew a Daisy for turn. I don't know how much that's helping.
Yeah, and I see that Sean definitely quested with the Prince John Ursula and Prince John because he knew they weren't going to, based on the Diablo information, be able to come back and banish those characters. So he's just gaining as much lore and advantage as he can before. And I think he actually has lethal on board. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, he's 1 off.
Yeah, pretty close, though. Definitely a scary spot to be. I mean, Justin definitely looking for an opportunity to kind of grab back the tempo here. If he can stabilize this board, I mean, he's probably drawing better off the top considering he's got the Rapunzels and stuff. But I mean, if both decks have Doc, sometimes all it takes is one person drawing one of those, and then the wheels start turning.
Exactly. To answer the question, the 1-drop Diablo is a peak effect, so you just get to see their hand. Yeah, so it looks like Justin saw the writing on the wall, and he's scooping up and going to go to game 2 here.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, kind of writing on the wall from the beginning, missing a 1-drop, especially on the draw in a matchup like this, is never a good spot to be in. And, especially with Sean starting off with that Merfolk, let him really get going right away. But, I mean, Justin was still drawing live. He, had ways to buy back into that game, but Sean was able to kind of keep the gas going and didn't really give him a chance.
So I got a question for you, Tomas.
Yeah, what's up?
Which one of these two decks, both run steel,
Mm-hmm.
one has amber, one has emerald. Which one is more of like peanut butter and jelly?
Ooh, that's a good question. I mean, definitely we saw the 1-drop Diablo, so pretty safe assumption he has the shift line in there. I mean that along with the 3-cost Ursula, really good package with your songs. I think those synergize really well together. But I mean, Amber Steel, that's a classic going all the way back to set 1.
Absolutely.
Now we have the 1-drop Cinderella that's shown how good it is at singing, the Daisy to put on some pressure. Now the Dwarven Mines in the docks, like honestly, I think both of these decks are pretty peanut butter and jelly. They meld together pretty well.
I would agree. Now I do know the bread and butter of Sean's deck is being able to turn in 1 Diablo and then shift Diablo on turn 2. If able to have a Cove on the board, it's pretty rough in this matchup for sure.
Oh yeah, and I think this game, especially Justin being on the play, we're gonna be looking for probably either a Daisy off the start or even just a Cinderella with a song to take something out, kind of keep Sean from getting the ball rolling. Either start's probably gonna be good, but Justin's definitely gonna need to come out blazing a little bit harder than he did game 1.
Yes. I think if he's able to, put out a couple daisies, especially on turn 1 and 2, that might be what he needs in this matchup. Sean took game 1. We are about to go into game 2 here.
And I will say, quick math lesson for you. Merfolk and Calhoun together combined only challenge for 3. And that Daisy's got 4 willpower.
That is correct.
he might be able to get going with that.
That is true.
Let's see. See, at least a Rapunzel and a Dwarven Mine in Justin's hand. I mean, if he
See
gets
a 1-drop Cinderella. So do you play the 1-drop Cinderella here or the Daisy?
That's
if
a
you
good
have
question.
both.
I mean, it's probably going to depend on the rest of his hand. If he has the song, that's, I think, an easy answer. Does kind of put some pressure on Sean to just respect the fact that he could have the song. So maybe just playing it out as sort of a bluff works as well. But I'd imagine he has at least a Strength or a Storm to follow it up. It looks like we might be seeing a Smee here.
That's what I saw.
Pretty classic Amber Steel start.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm imagining we might see this mine inked eventually, but if the game's going to start like this and he can get that mine going, that's another good way to keep Sean from establishing a board.
Calhoun, that's a good card. Storm does not kill or banish Calhoun, being sung by Cinderella. But if he's able to play another character, Strength will be able to.
Looks like he is gearing up to probably play this Lawrence here. He's moved it to the
my.
front of his hand. Yeah, and the Smee quest seems honestly pretty free here. Trading off the Calhoun into it obviously isn't ideal to give Sean the lore there, but it's much better than the Calhoun taking out your Cinderella.
Yes.
And this is definitely the kind of start Justin wanted to see.
Absolutely. I think it would have been a different match or game 1 if he started this way.
Yeah. Let's see. Inking the Hypnotize here. It's definitely going to be too slow to do anything the current state.
Pete, no actions.
Well, the Pete's probably pretty good here, too. The Cinderella hasn't actually done anything yet, and just guaranteeing that it continues to not do anything. Yeah, we do have the trade there with the Calhoun.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Sean gains the 2 lore off that challenge because he was able to successfully banish the Smee. Looks like Justin has a few options here. Now, see me, again, don't play Amber Steel. I'm okay with questing with the Lawrence, or maybe I hold it back if he quests with the Pete, because then if it has 3 damage on there, that's 3 cards I'm drawing off of the Rapunzel. But I don't play the deck, so I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, that because I think that's a Rapunzel and a Dock in his hands
I
still.
believe so.
Which that's a pretty good fork right there. You know, like you said, if you do end up with damage on something, draw some cards off the Rapunzel. If Sean kind of just continues developing without turning anything sideways, that Doc can draw some cards. I really like him, you know, getting this mine into play here. It's kind of, in general, going to be hard for Sean to answer, and especially the way the board is here, kind of deciding if he has to commit the Pete to it, or if it's just going to start accruing value.
Yeah, because interesting enough, he could just ink the Rapunzel, play the Dock, and move the Dock to the... Oh, I see. Okay. Assign the damage and then did the Muse trigger to bounce it back to his hand.
Yeah, definitely a good way to clear up the board a little bit, but Lawrence is going to be coming back at some point. Let's see, we might just see, yeah, Cinderella moving to the mine, deal the damage and challenging, yeah. I guess this whole time hasn't really had any songs for it, so it found its value eventually. Oh.
Fun fact, a lot of us from the Chicagoland area have played many games together. I know these two have been playing way too many games, so we have some jokey, no takesy backsies on some of the ink selections.
I mean, I think we're playing with chess rules. His hand left the card, so the ink stays, right?
Exactly.
Let's see.
Oh, pass.
Ooh. Very interesting. I'm curious to see what the reasoning was, because he could have...
He has a Lawrence still.
Yeah, he could have just replayed the Lawrence, right?
Maybe he thinks it's just ultimately could have the same effect with Muse just singing and then bouncing it back.
Yeah. Or could also just be playing around discard here.
That is true as well. Yeah, because as we can see, he dropped the turn 3 Anna, which has a couple modals. Sean opted for the one that has the opponent discard, and now we have the Muse singing the sudden show, and Sean's bouncing the Anna back to his hand.
All right, and it looks like this Doc is going to get to draw some cards. Oh, it was not a Doc. It was a second Lawrence. I was mistaken.
Yeah. Yeah, I do believe Justin's been on point with his lore gains from his mine. Yeah, he's adding it right there.
So he could basically spend the whole turn here pinging down this Diablo with the mine. If he drew like one of his dwarves, might get some kind of free value here.
Yeah, so at worst, I guess... Yeah, so he's playing the Simba, no effect.
Yeah.
I think he's moving the Simba there. You target the Diablo and then move something else to banish the Diablo? I think that's the best line.
Yeah, I assume so. Putting 2 damage on the Smee is nice that it'll only get to quest once, but probably getting this Diablo out of the way, I think makes the most sense here. Probably just thinking through all his lines, just making sure that he's making the correct decision.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what Justin values the most is Sean drawing cards or the 2 lore gain.
Deciding not to move anything else over, I guess probably still wanting the option to take out this Diablo.
That makes sense, because, yeah, you can't just willy-nilly move a character off of a location, right? They have to hop between locations.
Right.
In order to do that, so he's leaving his options open. Justin's picking up the mine because he's under the assumption that Sean's going to deal with it.
Yeah, and I think that probably makes the most sense. The discard mode on this Anna. Probably not doing anything else for the rest of this game.
Does Anna's other moto that does the 1 damage, does that also target locations? It must have, because that has 6 toughness or willpower, right? And he only swung in with 5.
I'm going to be honest. I've probably only played that card maybe 3 times total.
Yeah, absolutely. Same here. So I would have to assume that is how it works.
I mean, I know both of these guys have played with that card a lot.
Correct.
So I'm sure they know what's up.
Exactly. All I do is play Big Sisu and banish that entire board. I'm never worried about it, personally.
Yeah, I mean, Justin just had, you know, what, 3 more ink, different color in his deck, and could
Then
play
he
a
would have
big
been
C2
fine.
here.
Yeah, absolutely. Sudden chill for the, just for the muse effect.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. We're bouncing the Anna back.
I think that makes sense. The
Mm-hmm.
putting the Cinderella back in his hand isn't really changing the board too much. This Anna, you know, still going to be relevant with its on-play effects.
So drew a Calhoun, played the Calhoun.
Oh, Anna can give a character strength, so it was
Oh.
sort of like a crab effect. I thought that was one of the modes, but that card has like 3 modes on it, and I always forget. So
That's right. I forgot about that portion.
I didn't want to be wrong.
Yeah. That's for chat to, correct us on that. I did forget about that mode, though. It's usually only the banish a damage character and the discard that usually is played.
Ooh, this Beast is a pretty big top deck.
Yeah.
Between Diablo and Beast, Sean's going to be drawing a lot of extra cards. And, I mean, a lot of Justin's good top decks here are probably also just going to draw cards into this Diablo.
Justin's just like, I'm off to the races. It's time to.
Ooh,
That's huge.
pretty good follow-up.
Yes.
We'll see. I mean, that might be enough to let him turn the corner. Even if it doesn't quite get to lethal, he's got...
He will be in a good spot. He gains 7 here.
Yeah, so he can go to 18. I mean, that's only, 1 Smee sticking around after.
Exactly.
Oh, man. We've got one of the backseat boys doing what we do best in backseating.
The backseat geniuses at their finest.
We'll see. I think Sean's probably just got to find a way to kind of slam the door here. If he can deal with some of this board or potentially set up, lethal of his
That's
own.
what I was worried about.
Ooh, that's a really big strength.
Take the Kita and the Lawrence out. Pretty powerful. Let's see. He chose the Kita. He's choosing the Cinderella. Oh, he's bouncing the Cinderella. Yep.
Yeah. That's unfortunate.
Bread and butter. Peanut butter and jelly. What can we say? That's Green Steel. That's the synergy that Green Steel provides. I mean, a lot of people weren't on that. I believe that's the card that gives +2 resist and draw, correct?
Yeah, I believe it's +2 resist for the turn and draw a card.
Yeah.
And then that one, because the Ursula had already sung, he chose the Ursula just to really rub it in. But man, that's a pretty big swing there. The cards that did that, so that was a combination of Ursula singing Strength twice, well, singing it and then it getting played twice from the effect, and then Muses getting to trigger twice. So 2 things getting banished off the Strength, and then 2 bounces off the Muses. And with Kita in play, you can hit anything with Muses. He didn't need to, but he could have.
Absolutely. Yeah, he could have opted for the Calhoun, so that way, Calhoun isn't able to gain 2 lore here. But, the Cinderella also poses a threat because Cinderella can sing, any song that's 3 or less. So it was not Under the Sea. It was a double sing by Ursula with the Muse having 2 triggers, which is pretty powerful.
Pretty much a build your own Under the Sea.
Yeah, actually.
I mean, Justin's still threatening pretty close to lethal, but I mean, Sean, he might be able to just start turning everything sideways without really much of a care.
Having a Beast out for that long and a Diablo unanswered, no damage on the Beast, that's a rough board to state to deal with.
Yeah. And that was really good timing on taking out that mine, because I think if we had seen that going for a couple more turns, not only would Justin have gained the couple extra lore he'd need, but he'd probably be able to start picking off some of this board over here too.
Is that a Benja?
That is a Benja.
I don't like Sean. He doesn't like us red-blue players. He doesn't like items.
He just wants us to remember that cards outside of set 6 exist.
That's true. That is a Sean special. As you can see, that's not your typical Green Steel stock list.
Oh, we'll see. I mean, Doc, kind of what he needed here. It does draw 2 cards into the Diablo, but not much you're going to be able to do at this point. So I think Justin going to
So
see
close.
where he can get to, but
I think he can only get to 18.
yeah, it looks like it. There we go.
Very solid match for Amber Steel versus Emerald Steel. Sean does take it into, so that's a 2-0 for Sean. Very close match, that game too.
Yeah, I mean, got to give credit to Sean. I feel like he likes to play these kinds of decks.
Yep.
When you can get the pieces to come together just right, that's what it looks like.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely. And then Sean's also a big, person of not wanting to play meta cards and likes to put his own things. All right, so now we have an interesting matchup here. It's the mirror match.
Yeah, Ruby Amethyst Mirror.
Yes. We're going to get a check-in to see how we're doing for game 1 and game 2 here. I think this is our backup match. So we'll see. I'm going to assume we're not on the first game. We're probably on game 2 or 3 here.
We'll see. I mean, Crab is surprisingly scary in play. The boards are small right now, but we might see a couple turns from now a Fox picking this Crab up and just totally swinging in combat. Oh yeah, and then the previous decks, I would say the color combos are definitely some meta stuff. The way those guys like to build their decks, Sean's I imagine would be a little bit different than what you're used to seeing. Justin, he can kind of play everything in those color combo, so
Yep.
who knows? We have Rabbit. Genie came out, but Rabbit's still a classic.
Absolutely. Yeah, when I saw Genie, I was like, this is a very good card. A Quest for 2 draws a card, but that bounce package with Rabbit, or even in a board wipe or removal spell, Rabbit, I think is just superior in that sense.
And we see Genie coming out from Ivan here. If there's not an answer to it right away, that could start swinging things back that way. And we did have the Sing on Friends, so both players plenty of cards.
Mm-hmm.
If someone does not run away with this game, it looks like everybody's deck is functioning. We'll probably have a bit of a slog here.
Yeah. There comes a Maui, one of the isn't he just a rare? He is.
Yeah.
He's one of the few rares from set 1 that still see play. Very powerful card.
Yeah, definitely one of the best cards from that set. Stood the test of time fairly well.
Yep. Looks like we have Ivan on the left with 1. And then on the right we are at 4 lore.
Yeah, that would be my guess.
Okay, Brawling the Rabbit.
So that's pretty good. Can stop him from drawing extra cards off the bounce. Luckily, he does have the Genie in play to keep up the pressure. In a matchup like this, sometimes you can kind of put yourself in an awkward spot by playing your answers, and then you look down at your board and you realize you don't have anything in play. But he's still keeping it going with the Genie. Got the Broom here to potentially draw another card.
Yep. I think Ivan should be at 3 lore because he just quested with the Genie. He hasn't updated his dice, but he should be at 3 lore here.
Yeah.
I do see that he has the notepad there, so
We'll see. Pickup. I think the draw for turn was a Crab on the other side. There's a chance we might just see. I'm pretty sure I saw an Elsa in hand. We might just see an Elsa come down, pick off this Broom, and then set up the ability to take out this Genie the following turn with a Crab.
yeah, that makes sense.
But, I mean, both players drawing a lot of cards, plenty of options.
Yep, Brawl will do just fine on removing that Genie as well.
Oh, yeah. So, almost definitely 3-cost follow-up. Sisu, another good option.
Yep. Are there a lot of songs in Ruby Amethyst that Maui can sing? Because I know as Red Blue, we like to have Maui. He's like our best singer.
Maui can sing Friends on the Other Side.
Okay. I've heard that's a good card.
Yeah,
Drawing
that's
cards
really
is pretty cool.
And then I think that's where the sentence ends.
Yeah.
I know in previous sets people were playing things like
King
King
Undisputed,
Undisputed.
yeah.
I think it's fallen a bit out of favor with Elsa sort of filling a similar role, but
Sure.
I mean, in a deck like this, Maui Singing is kind of just gravy.
Yeah.
It coming in and hitting two things. That's all you really need it to do.
Is that a Maui's fishhook in Ivan's hand?
It is.
Interesting tech. I think he's tired of losing the Maui shark.
That would
that
make
card's
sense.
pretty good.
Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I'm gonna be honest. I love Fishhook.
I do too.
I wish we could go back to a time where I could justify playing like two of them in my red blue deck, but now we just have to watch Ivan have all the fun.
Yep. Is that a Tremaine? Oh, Medusa.
Ooh, that's a pretty good follow up there. I mean, at this point, that Medusa hitting anything just to clear the board, I think even if it was just like a broom in play, he's probably fine with that there.
Mm-hmm.
The fishhook is pretty scary, but with nothing in play, it's probably going to be at least a turn before it can put something together.
Yep. Questing for 2, so now he's at 7. Playing a Merlin, drawing a card.
There's a very fast rabbit, so I think Ivan definitely has a plan for this turn.
Ivan is the guy that just loves drawing cards.
Oh yeah.
That's his favorite thing to do in the game.
Is he an artist?
What's that?
Is he an artist by any chance?
I
The way he
don't-
draws cards?
I don't know.
Sorry, you're only gonna get more of those.
Hey, that's what makes us peanut butter and jelly.
Oh yeah.
It is interesting seeing Medusa in Ruby Amethyst. I wonder if he's on we call them the ladies in the chair, Lady Tremaine, Madame Medusa. It's usually a split of those.
Yeah, I imagine this is probably close to what we'd consider a stock list, so pretty good chance we're looking at roughly 2 Medusas, roughly 2 Tremaines.
Yep.
I mean, Ed just took down Continentals this past weekend with a pretty spicy build of the deck,
Yep.
but to be completely honest, I think for something like Set Champs, just playing a kind of bread and butter build, probably just where you want to be. I would not, expect 50% of every Set Champs to be red-blue, so you probably
Right.
don't need to attack quite that hard.
Right.
This Maui, kind of sitting here, not really doing anything, but it's just being threatening.
Yeah.
And that's still kind of putting some pressure.
Well, Mount in the Mirror is also very good, support for the opposing Lady Tremaine, because
Yeah.
depending on, what their hand looks like, Maui sacrificing himself so you can gain that lore is probably just enough for what you need.
And it looks like Ivan, off one
Drawing
of those
cards.
rabbits, he did draw a library, so we know he at least has some locations in his deck. Some of these Ruby Amethyst decks are dropping the locations entirely. Some have moved to library. I think some are still playing a couple of Queen's Castle. That Maui kind of just making it so that he can't play that library.
Yep. Yeah,
Another
what I can-
Medusa.
Medusa the Rabbit, yep. I personally am not a big fan of Quinn's Castle. I think that card is busted, but that's just me.
They made a better Queen's Castle.
What was that?
McDuck Manor.
Ah, yes. It's got one more willpower.
It's got 2 more. It's so much.
Oh, that's right. It is 9 versus 7. That's right.
We'll see.
Nothing's better than dropping a B-Prep and a couple McDuck Manors, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, Ivan definitely trying to
Flexing
claw
on us.
back. Yeah, definitely flexing. Trying to claw back this board state a little bit. He has been consistently making ink drops though,
Mhm.
so this is going to give him some ability to hopefully convert these card draws into
Ooh.
some advantage here.
So he drops the library. The nice thing about Maui's Fishhook is if you have a Maui on board, you can activate its effect for free.
Yeah.
So I believe he pumped up the rabbit. Drawing 2 cards off that library trigger is huge.
And yes, that is the same Maui but bougie. Well, everyone knows if your cards are shiny, they quest for 1 more.
Exactly.
I subscribe to that school of thought.
Mm-hmm. I'm almost there. I need
And-
2 more Mals and my entire deck is foil.
So we've seen, I believe that's 2 rabbits that we've gone through on Ivan's side. And look at his hand. He's got 2
I
more
know.
and a friends. He's going to do his favorite thing. He's going to draw more cards.
If he could, he'd have 20 rabbits in his deck.
Oh, yeah.
Well, unfortunately, you can only have 4. So he just bounces it back from time to time.
And we'll see what the follow-up is. I can't get a good look at the hand on the other side. I see the corner of a genie, and I believe we had an Elsa from earlier. I don't think that got inked, but it looks like we're probably going to have to turn both characters sideways just to clear this library, because this is definitely a matchup. If that library sticks around, it is going to draw more cards.
Correct. Yeah, especially if he doesn't take care of it and, maybe just banish or trades the Mauis and puts the 4 damage. Lady Tremaine can keep that library alive for 1 turn too many.
Oh, yeah. And it's been a minute since I've played with or against locations. I don't actually remember how Reckless works. The Maui might have to attack this Maui here. I don't remember.
Yeah, so Reckless does say that it just has to challenge if able. So he can choose the library.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's just if he were to challenge a character, it would have to
correct
challenge.
So it looks like, he's banishing the library.
Yeah, okay. That's how I know I need my second coffee. I should know that one.
To be fair, a lot of red-blue players are trimming down on their Maui, so there's a new big Maui. I don't know if you've heard of him. He's kind of a half shark.
He's pretty good. I like that card a lot.
Okay, so we're playing a genie. He also likes to draw cards, just in a different way. He likes to be able to quest for 2 the following turn.
Unfortunately, that library didn't get more value out of it. We're gonna see Ivan drawing even more cards here, but 10 lore on the other side. Okay, be prepared.
Yep.
Be prepared's a pretty good find there. We're definitely getting to a spot where he was gonna have to answer this board. Otherwise, the lore advantage might be a little too much to come back from. Inking the Elsa here. He's got quite a bit of ink.
I played quite a few games against Metallic Flare, and he definitely loves to play B prep and then follow it up with 3 to 4 locations after. That's we call that the Metallic Flare special, which I think we saw this last week. Ooh,
this is very strong across the table, but the Sisu comes down.
That's rough.
That is definitely a good answer there. I'll be interested to see what he's planning to do with all this ink. Tremaine would be very, very strong as a follow-up. I think there's another Medusa in here.
I think it's Maui and Medusa.
Yeah, it looks like
And I think Ivan still has 2 rabbits in hand.
I believe so, yes.
Makes sense. Play the Maui.
Yeah, the top deck off the Genie needed to be probably just more card draw at this point.
Yep. So Ivan goes to 6. Instead of putting 1 dice to 6, he decides to 2-3. I like it. Easier math.
And the fishhook now put in some work, potentially give this Sisu evasive.
Which is huge.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's going to be very hard to answer.
Yes, it is.
Well, Sisu on the other side would be pretty nice.
It would be. It would allow Ivan to draw more cards.
He would draw more cards. I think he'd be very happy with it.
He would be very happy.
Let's see, rabbits on the other side. We got the Diablo full zoo going on right here.
It's a tough spot to be in.
Oh, yeah.
And I believe his only card is Medusa.
I feel like this is how these mirrors play out pretty often. As long as someone doesn't run away with the game.
Yep.
The dust settles and
Ivan's at 12 now.
This Sisu on its own is going to be a 3-turn clock.
Being able to give it evasive is so huge. Like, another one.
Another Sisu. Sometimes these lists don't play any.
Yeah.
And he's got at least 2.
Yeah.
This man is ready for the genies.
He's ready for the genies. He's ready for, the diggy hole list. He's ready for it all.
I was gonna say before this turn, if he had enough ink, he could double Elsa. It's a very bad trade, but at least it deals with the Sisu. But now he has another one on board.
We'll see. Back to several cards in hand.
Oh, that's a King Undisputed. Not so good when there's 5 characters on board.
Pretty much. I hate to say it, but Be Prepared might be the only thing that can really swing this back.
Yeah. And that's one of the powerful things about Amethyst is they get so much value off of a lot of their characters when you banish them or remove them from play. So, like, even if he was to play Be Prepared on either side, he's drawing 3 cards. 1 off of the Diablo and 2 off the Rabbits.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, this looks like exactly the board state that Ivan was playing towards. He's got an advantage with the ink. Obviously don't know exact counts, but I'd imagine he's drawn just a few more cards. Could have been in some trouble if he wasn't able to get to this point, but once we're here, definitely. All right, we see the Bee King.
Makes sense.
Gets rid of the Diablo. That makes sense there. Not a particularly hard choice, but he does have to choose.
Yep. All right.
Yeah. Overwhelming advantage on the last turn there.
Yep, absolutely. All right. So it looks like Ivan did win game 1, so that is the conclusion of game 2. Ivan will take it as well, going 2-0. What do you think about our first two matches for round 1?
Well, we saw a lot of cards drawn in this one. We saw a lot of cards discarded in the first one. I think that's a good balance.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think even though both were 2-0s, I think we saw some good games. Makes me excited for the rest of the day.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, so we'll see how we get to round 2 here. We're going to take a brief break as we finish the rest of the games, and we'll be back for round 2. players, welcome back. We are at round 2 of our set championships here at Nerd Rage Gaming. We have Nick here on the left, piloting green steel. Then we have Thane on the right. I think it was amethyst steel, right?
I believe so. I think I saw a blue fairy in there.
Oh,
So
I'm hoping
amethyst
for
steel,
Jafar.
Floodborn.
Bloodborne, let's go.
Yeah, there's an Aladdin there. Man, I have not seen that Aladdin since set 4. I'm gonna be honest, I don't miss him.
Wow. What card was it that made him see play a lot? I forget.
I think it was a squirrel.
I think it was a
It
squirrel.
might have been Bucky. the
Bucky.
Buckster.
Heard that card can't be played anymore.
Yeah, you know, they just had to change everything on the card.
It literally changed the entire text on it. Oh, there we go. We speak of the blue fairy. It shall arrive.
Yeah, Robin Hood on 1, Blue Fairy on 2. Very strong start. I'm sure we are gearing up for a Robin Hood shift, and if we aren't, it's definitely something that we're worried about on the other side of the table.
So I'm seeing on Amethyst Steel side, we have those Jim Hawkins. So I'm assuming if I know what he's playing, I believe it's Jafar Wheel. I've seen this deck get a little bit more popular lately, especially at locals. So I think he's bringing it to have that attempt to be successful here.
And there we go, the shift Robin Hood. It's been a minute since we've seen Robin Hood, but still a very solid card.
Yep.
It's to draw a card there. Quest for 3. We are off to a strong start.
Absolutely. Blue Fairy having evasive is pretty huge too. Can't really challenge into that with the Calhoun, and Calhoun's not big enough currently to deal with that Robin Hood.
Oh, yeah.
That's a little chilly.
Let's see, we do have the Diablo follow-up here. Might be one of the few times where we get to see Diablo battle and stick around to tell the tale.
Absolutely. Oh, I think he drew a whole new world.
Oh, boy. He did.
What location is that? It's gaining 1 lore, so it's definitely not Cove. Is that a bayou?
That is a bayou.
Oh, makes sense if you're on the Jafar package.
Yeah, definitely does. That one, for those that don't remember, any characters that are there when they quest, you get to loot. So you draw a card, discard a card.
Okay.
Storm Rage on.
Opting
Very
for
solid
that.
answer to
Yep.
that Diablo. So Robin Hood still beefiest thing in play.
Drew another Blue Fairy. If he's able to play that, and then has another shift, because I think Jim Hawkins is a 5-drop naturally.
It is Jim Hawkins.
Hawkins,
He's really
sorry.
cool.
He's
he
pretty-
dropped
pretty
the
cool
G
there.
in the ING. Yeah, we probably just gonna see Jim Hawkins and another Blue Fairy. Even, to be honest, even without any further plays, this is already a very threatening board.
Absolutely, and he has a whole new world in hand too, so he could potentially he could either shift that Jim Hawkins or ink and sing whole new world, and he's going to be in a really good spot because all those cards in Nick's hand are going to be gone.
Oh yeah, and this is almost, in a way, this reminds me of like our classic Steel Song decks where they're gonna threaten you with the wheel. You gotta, play around the fact that your hand might not stick around. And then if you make the wheel bad for them, there's blue fairies in play. They can draw cards. Not quite the same as Rapunzel, but it might draw even more.
There's a Hypnotize. Discards a card, draws. Oh, no.
Ooh, that would have been very strong follow-up.
Yep.
Honestly, either of those cards would have been devastating. So probably needed both of those discards to still have a handle on this game. But I'd imagine there's a lot of live top decks. Honestly, we're in a spot here where another Robin Hood might just
did
get
he just
shifted.
top deck a
He
whole new?
Did just top deck a whole new world.
No.
Well, that's a pretty good one. And that feels even better when you don't have a hand left.
Oh, man. And then, correct me, and I've only played against the one, and if you can recall, the 2-drop Jim Hawkins, it's whenever you ink it gets Challenger +2, correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
And on a board like this, it's not going to matter, but that does carry over if it's shifted.
To the shifted, right? So
Yeah.
if he has the shift line, he's able to shift and take care of that Calhoun, and also draw 2 cards because he has 2 blue fairies.
Oh, yeah. And I think any shift we could see here is going to be very strong. Library, also very strong here.
Oh, man. Thane's showing the power of Jafar right now against your typical green steel list. He's already at 8 lore.
Oh yeah. And I mean, I gotta say, these first 2 rounds today, they've shown us one thing, meta this, meta that. Have you ever met a board that's turned sideways? It still gets the job done. Doesn't matter what the cards are.
Correct, yeah. It doesn't matter what it says, as long as it turns sideways, gains lore, we call that a victory. Yeah, I think Nick realized that the moment he dropped the Jafar and he saw the whole new world, this is indeed a Jafar deck. So for those that don't know, Jafar, the legendary, I believe from set 2, was it Floodborn?
I'm
Or was
gonna
it
be
set 3?
honest,
I don't remember.
In my bones, I feel like set 3,
Sure.
but maybe set 2.
But I know, like, once it's exerted, you gain 1 lore for any card that you draw. So being able to shift the Jafar and drawing 7 cards from a whole new world, that's 7 lore from 1 card.
Yeah, assuming you have nothing in play, just shifting the Jafar and singing Whole New World, that's already 7 cards right there. If you have the blue fairies to get some extra draw triggers or just anything in play to quest, that is a very threatening. It's kind of like your opponent stapled a bunch of goats together and threw them all into play at once.
Actually.
So
I see Thane went up to 9 there from the library lore gain trigger.
Oh yeah. And I mean, I don't like to call games early, but in a board state like this, it's kind of not even a game to win anymore. It's a game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, Nick is in a very tough spot right now because there's not many cards in his color combination that can deal with a board this wide.
Yeah.
Most steel decks aren't on grab your swords anymore. And if they are, they're only on a 1 or 2. And even then, at best it deals with 1 Jafar and 2 blue fairies. The board is still very strong on Thane's side. He just went up to 14 lore that turn.
Yeah, this is, I mean, once again, a game showing these lower to the ground steel decks, how just absolutely important it is for them to have a 1-drop and get started right off the bat.
Yep.
We do have a storm that the first storm drew into, so it can take out one of those blue fairies, but staring down 14 lore, I think it's going to be a little too late. Yeah, and
I think at best
see it
Nick
packed in there.
Yeah, best Nick could do there was probably Smee and Calhoun going to the Robin Hood, but even then that's still not enough. So we're definitely going to go to a game 2 there. I think it was that whole new world. Top decking that.
That was really good.
Definitely spiraled that game into a completely different match.
There were definitely a lot of live draws at that position. Like I said, even just finding another Robin Hood and feels awkward, but just shifting it on top of the one you already have, that still would have drawn 2 cards.
Yeah.
So a lot of draws that break the game wide open, and then that whole new world just ended it fast.
Yep.
I mean, that game, kind of a slaughter, but I don't think it tells a picture of the whole matchup.
Oh, absolutely not.
It's not unwinnable or anything like that. We can definitely see a blazing fast start.
Yeah.
I mean, just as there weren't any grab your swords on the one side, we don't know for sure if there's any on the other side. So a fast Merfolk start, or I'm sure there's Shift Diablos, that could put in a lot of work. I mean, a Diablo turned sideways pretty good into some blue fairy triggers.
That's very true. And as we saw in round 1, especially with Sean piloting the deck, if Nick is able to get the discard engine going, we're gonna see kind of just what happened in this first game, where Nick just shows that dominance in the match or in the game, and then Thane's just trying to solve every issue that Nick presents.
Oh yeah, 1 less blue fairy, or 1 less whole new world, and that would have been an entirely different game.
Yep. So it makes you wonder if obviously Thane top decked that whole new world. Do you think it was knowing he's playing against discard, should he have had the Robin Hood sing the whole new world, knowing that it's a possibility he could have lost both those cards?
You're saying the turn previous?
Yeah, in the first game where he had the blue fairy and the Robin Hood out, he had 2 cards left in hand. One was a whole new world, and one I forget what it was, but he had the ability to sing a whole new world, opted out, and then that's when Nick played Hypnotize and sang Sudden Chill.
I mean, it's tough to say. I mean, it's one of those things where it'll come down to what his game plan is in the matchup and also, what cards he's expecting to see. I think it's probably a pretty safe spot to hold it. It
Sure.
did require both discard effects to get rid of it. And at that point, like you're going into your opponent's third turn. If they play a 2-drop Ursula, take the song out of your hand, there's only an Ursula and a Calhoun in play. Like you're probably still doing fine.
That's fair.
So I think it makes sense there to try to get maximum value out of it. I think there's arguments on both sides, but
That's fair.
obviously it worked out pretty well.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so we have Nick starting off with the. All right, I guess it's time for me to win fast.
Oh, yeah.
Game plan. So he's playing a turn 1 Merfolk. I do see the 3-drop shift Diablo in his hand, so he didn't unfortunately have the 1-drop Diablo. Robin Hood, I believe, is able to deal with Merfolk, so he's going to play that on turn 1.
Yeah, and we'll see. This is, usually the Robin Hood, you're safe for a turn because it's not going to shift till turn 3, but
Yep.
it does battle here. Calhoun getting back in and taking it out, that doesn't make this a free challenge anymore.
Yeah, absolutely, because now if Robin Hood does take out the Merfolk, he's just going to take it out with Calhoun and gain 2 lore. Calhoun does not get banished because of the resist +1. And it really just depends on, what he has here.
Yeah, and from the Merfolk trigger, we'll have a card discarded in the process. Overall, probably a pretty favorable trade for Nick, especially if we are following up with just a hard cast Diablo.
So I see Thane does see that as probably not ideal for him, so he opts out of challenging. I think I see a Robin Hood shift. Yeah.
Definitely is. I don't know how much this actually changes what Nick was planning to do this turn, but that should be pretty strong signals that there is either a shift Robin Hood coming or that he values this Robin Hood pretty highly.
There you go.
So, yes, hitting it with Storm I think makes a lot of sense there.
Yep.
Now this Merfolk and Calhoun get to battle in.
Yep.
We might even see a Blue Fairy starting to rumble.
All right. Yeah, Blue Fairy coming into Merfolk. Can't get challenged by Calhoun because of that evasive, so not so bad. And if Thane has the Aladdin here, he's able to draw a card off the Blue Fairy. So he's might be discarding a card from the challenge, but he's also gaining the value there.
Oh yeah, we'll see. It looks like at least a Storm and a Pete. The Pete might be pretty good coming up here soon, but it's always kind of a weird card to time in these sorts of matchups, because going into next turn, there's not actually that many songs that are realistically coming down.
True. He also has, it looks like he's deciding between the Storm or the Pete. It looks like he's opting for the Pete.
And it looks like we have at least a Storm.
Okay.
Looks like that big Jafar you were talking about in hand,
Yep.
and I think a Shift Jim Hawkins. So,
Thane opting to quest here. I think he wants to put himself on the board.
yeah.
With that Storm, I think his game plan is to have Pete sing it next turn.
Oh, yeah. Which that's definitely good reason to have this Pete in play. I mean, Pete's really good against actions just because of the printed card on the text, but
Yeah.
I think one thing people don't give enough credit to is it sings really well.
Yes. He's one of the better 3-drop singers for sure.
We'll see what the follow-up is here. The Diablo coming into play, so we have a pretty good lineup for this Storm Rage on.
Nick opting not to ink that turn. He had 4 cards in hand, only 1 inkable, and that inkable was a removal spell.
I'm probably looking to sing that the next turn with Diablo. Diablo probably not going to stick around to do it.
Yeah.
We'll see what the follow-up is here. I'll be interested to see if this Blue Fairy is going to continue to quest or if it is going to battle. Might feel like he has some extra cards to work with, but I can see why we didn't want to discard the previous turn.
Yeah.
We're only 1 ink away from things coming down and just drawing cards. If Thane can get to this Jim Hawkins, I mean, even without the shift, it comes down, it'll hit something for 1. That'll clean up the Merfolk on its own.
And
That
it's
might be
going to
the
draw
plan
him
here.
2 cards now with 2 Blue Fairies out.
Oh, yeah.
So he's just going to be able to, discarding here, with not knowing what Nick has in hand, it's a tough choice because it's like he's going to gain 2 lore, put him closer to victory, but at the same time, if you have to discard a card, he's at that spot he was in game 1. If he has the 2 discard cards, he's going to lose his entire hand.
Even still, he might be okay. He's got 3 in hand. It would require quite a bit of discard, and then depending on what he decides to keep, he's only an inkable away from being able to play some cards.
But I think that's why he also opted not to challenge the Merfolk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
But Nick is at 11, so that is a dangerous number to be at.
Yeah, we'll see. I would imagine that this is the last turn the Merfolk gets to quest, but this is going to be a turn for Nick to develop his board further. Looks like we do have a lot of actions in hand. This strength might just be taken out of Blue Fairy. All right, he at least has the Storm to get a card back out of it.
Yeah, so now any of the Floodborn characters he can play on curve for 5 will be only drawing him 1 as opposed to 2 cards, which is pretty huge.
I would imagine we see Jim Hawkins just come down here and kind of put a cap on this board.
Because is it requiring shift or is it just when you play it? Looks like it's just when you play it.
Yeah. So this came down, took out a Merfolk without discarding a card, and then also drew a card off the Blue Fairy. So letting Nick quest that many times with Merfolk might have been a little bit scary, but now that the board's stable, this 11 lore is not looking like very much.
Yeah.
The only thing is, like, maybe he gets a couple Prince Johns in play and then can't really hit those, but that's a lot scarier when you're at 16, 17, not when you're at 11.
Right. Yeah, Thane seems to know the matchup pretty well because he's making some pretty decisive, decisions that, me probably wouldn't make just because, that 2 lore could be huge. But he knows what his deck can do as far as, what's the danger zone, I guess you can say, for your opponent being at a lore.
Yeah, definitely. It definitely looks like he's got a plan and he's sticking to it. So far, looks like it's paying off. See, and now we have, looks like a couple different Jafars in hand. So we could be setting up for a shift coming up. Could just be throwing a Robin Hood into play. Just drawing a card, developing the board.
Yep.
See the Jafar there, drawing another card.
Did he draw a whole new world? He did. Oh my gosh. And he has the Jafar shift. So if Nick cannot solve this Jafar, next turn can be very spicy.
Oh, yeah. And I think this is really cool because it's almost in a way like Sean's deck that we saw previously. It's not, the exact same cards and exact same synergies, but it's creating these board states where you're putting, 2 to 3 different things in play that are all threatening different responses. And if you pick the wrong one or guess wrong and they have the punish out of their hand, it could end the game.
Yep. So let's see if Nick's got to know he's on Shift Jafar, right? After seeing Whole New World?
Oh, yeah. He should definitely be smelling it. At the very least, he knows there's some spice, but if it's not on the top of his mind, I feel like after this next turn, it definitely will be.
Yep. Now, this is, if that Diablo was exerted, he'd be able to draw a lot of cards. All right, we're going to see some, could this be potentially game if he gets enough cards that allow him to draw here? Because he's gaining 7 from a Whole New World, assuming that he's doing all of these, right? So he shifts the Jafar, gains 7, that puts to 13. Those 2 will quest for 3.
Just shy of straight up winning the game here, but I would imagine it's
because I think the shift is 5, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he wouldn't be able to play like a Friends or something. Come on, Thane, do it. We want to see it.
Yeah, I think he's just triple checking everything before he does it.
There it is. Boom. Do it. Do it. Yep. Get the draw. Yep. And that right there, 7 lore. With 2 cards.
Yeah, so Nick does get to draw an extra 2 off the wheel.
Yep. Oh, because he discarded. That's
Yeah.
right.
But I have to imagine there's a lot of heat coming off the top of this deck. Even something just like another strength or a storm.
I do see Nick drew the strength, so if he's able to get enough bodies, assuming Thane
Oh
can't
my
deal with
god,
it.
he's got it.
Wow.
Another wheel and another Sing.
That's crazy.
That's how he gets to 20.
That is how he gets to 20. He goes from 6 to math is hard. Hold on. That's 6. I don't even know. Like 22? No,
Something.
exactly 20.
Yeah.
Exactly 20. And technically 21 if you wanted to quest with Blue Fairy first with Spice. But wow. Just kind of steals that game off the whole new world back to back. I mean, I tried building this deck when Jafar first came out. It wasn't that consistent, but I'm seeing it come back, especially with the Jim Hawkins and some other shift Floodborne characters. So, yeah, Thane got it. 2-0.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like a fun deck to play.
Absolutely.
I'm going to be honest. Any deck that beats up on green steel.
Yeah, that is true. That is true.
Alright, we're popping in here. We see some Sapphire Steel across from some more Emerald Steel.
Yeah. Emerald Steel versus Sapphire Steel. When was the last time you saw Sapphire Steel?
Last weekend.
Fair point. But definitely
round
not.
one of the Continental.
Yeah.
But other than that, I haven't seen it very much.
Yeah, not one of those decks you see anymore very often. And it looks like Joe Dub has Whole New World in his hand, which is not typically what you see in a green steel list. At least your most common ones.
We've seen like 3 different builds of green steel so far. I gotta say, it's definitely a nice change of pace as to like 2 sets ago when all the Bucky decks were 58 of the same cards.
Yeah, literally. And it looks like I think we're on game 2. We'll correct ourselves if I am mistaken, but I think we're on game 2 and Joey on the left won game 1.
Now, question: this card that's on the table,
Yes.
Ray, do you know what it does? Because I only know it as the Hercules song,
Yeah.
and that's all I know about this.
So
card.
sadly, I do know the card because it is a Sean special.
Oh.
I believe it gives +2 to resist and challenger +2 or 3. But if it's a hero that's targeted, it allows it to challenge readied characters, which is pretty huge, especially on a Tinkerbell. Unfortunately, I don't think Tinkerbell is a hero. I think she's an ally.
I think so.
But I think he's doing it for the resist factor, trying to keep her alive.
Yeah. We'll see if it ends up coming up, but I know Robin Hood is a hero.
Yes, he is.
Yeah, it looks like there's a Fire the Cannons in the hand, foiled by the resist. So that was a very heads-up play.
Yep. I thought he was trying to fire the cannon to Popsicle for a sec. I was like, that's not how that works.
And I wish I could. Yeah, that's gotta feel pretty bad. Fire the Cannons, having to go on this Robin Hood. Not doing anything against Tinkerbell.
So I played Joey a couple weeks ago. He's on some interesting green steel spice. So assuming it's what I saw a couple weeks ago, he is playing what was originally trying to brew back when the green beast that rightied whenever a character was damaged.
Oh, I remember that one.
Yeah, so he's trying. He has a lot of OTK effects with this green beast.
Sheriff of Nottingham and
he does not. No, he does have the Bayou.
Okay.
But not the sheriff, and I think the Bayou is just in there for
some filtering.
Some filtering. Yep.
Because it looks like he has 2 Whole New Worlds in his hand.
Yeah, it does. So I'm
I
wondering.
imagine Bayou would be pretty nice here.
Yeah, so it looks like he's opting not to play it right now for the simple fact that
he doesn't need to.
He doesn't need to. Yeah, he's got the board presence. His opponent only has like 2 or 3 cards, so it's like, why play it? There's no need.
The signals he was sending with the dice, I believe he's at 13 lore already.
Yeah.
Very solid. 4 in play.
So we have a Hiram, an Ariel, and an Unknown. And a Grab Your Swords. That's huge.
That's a very timely Grab Your Swords.
Now those Whole New Worlds do not feel so good.
Yeah. Trying to get maximum value, and unfortunately, I had the exact punish for it. Ooh, and an Imperial Bow?
Yeah.
That's a fun one, too.
That is. Yeah, so this is why, Whole New World decks are interesting to pilot because it's always a tough decision on whether you should do it or not.
Yeah.
Like, is it worth giving your opponent 7 new cards because you're able to sing it and then you can just flood the board? Or do you just hold back because you know your opponent only has 2 or 3 cards and it's like they need to have the answer, and if they don't, I'm probably good.
Yeah, and especially against a deck like Sapphire Steel. I mean, in this specific case, we don't have a ton of ink in play, but generally speaking, if your opponent's playing a Sapphire deck, they're going to be fairly ahead on ink, and giving them some fresh cards there, usually not ideal.
Yeah.
Let
So
me
that's a
see.
Gazelle. I think that one is the one that gives a character evasive until the start of their next turn, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, typically we'll see that out of the Emerald Amethyst decks to potentially, protect their Cursed Merfolk or let things battle into genies. But here, that's pretty good on a Robin Hood or a Tinkerbell.
Yeah. So I think they're actually on game 3. I think they both won a match. They're on game 2? Okay. And then Joey won the first one. Okay, yeah, just got confirmation on that.
Let's see. All right, Tinkerbell's on both sides.
Yeah, Tinkerbell's a very powerful card when things are exerted.
Now,
He has a couple answers for it.
yeah,
But
plenty of options in his hand. Ooh, I see is that an Arthur there?
yes. It's a
Love
7
that
drop
card.
out there.
I love that card. Last time I saw that card, it was in blue steel.
That's true. Yeah, when people were trying to brew blue steel with this set, Arthur made a showing. It has a very powerful effect on it.
Plenty of options in his hand. I think the question here is going to be how much does he want to develop his own board versus answering this Tinkerbell right away? Does have the option of playing this Arthur just to try to set up for this next whole new world.
Yeah, I think Joey was just making sure he didn't ink for turn there. That's why that ink got flipped over.
Yeah.
So now he's inking the smash. So yeah, he has the option of either flooding the board, setting up for a whole new world next turn, or he can Zeus to Tinkerbell, establish some characters, and then just kind of go there.
Alright, yeah, opts to just take out this Tinkerbell now. Depending on the build of Sapphire Steel, potentially whole new worlds on the other side to worry about. So
That is true.
makes sense to get that card out of here now.
Gonna play the Smee, and then he's gonna play Doc. No effect. That is a May ability.
Yes. You don't have to. Let's see, and then the Gazelle questing here pretty freely. I mean, this is already threatening to go up to 18 lore next turn. Let's see. I mean, plenty of cards on the other side.
And I forget the Arthur. I know it gives resist, I believe, or is it Challenger and they can ready challenge ready characters?
I don't remember the exact text. I believe it's a combination of Challenger and Resist.
Okay.
Ooh, a Bell. That's a fun one.
Yeah. Haven't seen that in a while. Very powerful card though once you get to 10 ink. And if you have Lucky Dime, which I'm gonna assume he's on if he's running Bells, and potentially Tamatoas, that's an Alice, very powerful card as well.
It looks like there's a Baymax too. So lots of ways to gain some extra lore here. But right now, that lore is not going to do anything. We just need to stabilize the board.
Yep. Yeah, we need damage dealers right now. Calhoun is a good start. Does both. Deals damage and also gains lore.
Yeah. And when you see cycle here for a fresh card off the Fortisphere.
I think that was a Pluto? Nope. It was a Ling. I believe Ling gives other heroes +1 strength. So now that Calhoun is a 4/2.
Interesting.
I heard that banishes daisies.
I think it does.
Yeah.
I'm going to be honest. I've been hearing people talk about Ling, and for the life of me, I could not think of what card they were talking about.
Yep.
This makes a lot more sense.
Yep.
But even with the Calhoun threatening, there's a chance he can just turn cards sideways and make it his opponent's problem.
There's that Arthur. That Arthur quest for 3 as well. So
yeah, quests for 3, 6 willpower out of a steel deck. That's going to be very hard to answer. And now he's
Yeah.
explaining the paragraphs of text on the
The
card.
paragraph of text, yeah. Yeah, we're starting to see some of these Lorcana cards have a little bit more text on them than they did in Chapter 1. So, I mean, we both come from Magic, and we know of a card called Questing Beast, which a lot
Yeah,
of text on it.
which luckily I think we're still a ways away from our cards needing scroll bars. But
That's
we'll
true.
see what happens.
So now he has a decision to make. Does he just quest out and present lethal for next turn and say, all right, you need to deal with my board?
Yeah, I think what Joe's probably working through right now is sort of just deciding. Oh, okay. Using the Arthur ability
Yep.
to just get that Calhoun out of the way.
Yep.
So I was going to say there's some sort of mental math to do here and figure out if he does just start questing, what's the worst that can happen? What's the punish?
I think that was very smart of Joey because he's getting rid of the best removal that he has on the opponent has on his side, and then now he's like, all right, now you have to deal with my board, and Ling can only currently deal with one of those characters. It'll probably be Smee, and he's at 17 lore, so Arthur
Yeah.
alone wins him the game.
Yeah, definitely a really heads up play there. With the Arthur in play, it's going to take some very specific answers, so that one extra lore off the dock probably not making a difference, and just getting the Calhoun out of the way is pretty big. I'm scratching my head trying to figure out what cards even dig us out of this hole here. I mean, another Grab Your Sword would obviously be very strong, but then the
Oh,
Arthur's
absolutely.
still a problem.
Yeah.
I think it might just be a combination of cards that we currently don't have in hand, but still a lot of options. There's some Hirams to draw some more cards. We'll see if he can find the line here.
Yeah, because I'm seeing Hiram. Is that 2 Hirams?
Yeah, I see 2
And a Alice?
Hirams, a Baymax, an Alice, maybe one other card. Yeah, inking the Hiram here. Pretty safe to do that. We'll see.
Yeah, the only real answers. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
I think that's it.
That was a Wreck-It Ralph,
Record Ralph, sure.
which unfortunately another one that does not come down and get rid of this Arthur.
Yeah, I think the best answers that Blue Steel has against the Arthur is going to be either like a Hades or a Let It Go effect
Yeah.
for sure. Because even Zeus is not powerful enough to banish that Arthur. And he unfortunately didn't have enough singers out there either to be able to do multiple effects, even if he had the song. So that was that's going to be again 2-0 to Joe. So it looks like our feature matches they're all winning in 2 games. What's going on here?
That gives me more time to go to the bathroom, grab a sip of water.
That's
so
right.
I'm not complaining.
That's
but
fair.
I would like to see some more Lorcana, but the Lorcana we're seeing is pretty great still.
I agree. Absolutely. Yeah, and I mean, it's nice to be able to see some of these decks be able to 2-0 some matchups, and then we'll see how next round goes of our set champs here at Nerd Rage Gaming. Round 3 we have. Just for those tuning in, I do want to say that we are trying to build our community here at Nerd Rage Gaming. We have our locals every Tuesday at 6:30 p.m. We do a best of 3 format. Usually it's about 3 to 4 rounds. So if you are able to make it out, come join us. Some of the players you're seeing on stream as well as myself, we're constant, locals that show up. We like to play test. We like to play new decks. But yeah, we're going to take a quick break until round 3 starts. We'll see you when that happens. All right, Illumineers, welcome back. We are in round 3 of our set champs here at Nerd Rage Gaming. On our left, we're going to have Tim, who is Tim S71. Names are swappy swappy. But we have Tim on Blurple, so that's going to be purple and blue, versus Santiago on the right, Amp, who is going to be piloting red blue, I believe.
I'd bet money that he's on red blue. Ray, you want to know a fun fact about Santiago?
Lay it on me.
He's one of my teammates.
He's one of your teammates.
He's pretty cool.
He's pretty cool.
Yeah, I can't wait to trash talk
I heard
him.
he's a pretty good player. So funny enough, Tim is one of my teammates. So we have Lords of the Lore versus Backseat Geniuses.
Ooh,
This is going to be interesting.
Exhibition match. Maybe?
Exhibition match, yeah. Maybe we should set that up later down the road for sure. But yeah, it's going to be definitely an interesting match. I believe Santiago also, was it Seattle that he got his invite?
He got top 16 in DLC Vegas, I believe, and then actually finished in top 32 at Continentals this past weekend.
Pretty good, yeah.
So, a little bit of change of pace, but
red blue. Yeah. Yeah, so Santiago's on red blue, Tim's on purple blue, Amethyst, typically known as Blurple. So this is going to be also a deck that's kind of came out of the woodworks. It's always been one of those like funsy deck, but I think it presented pretty well at Nats.
Yeah, it's always been a color combination that's like close to getting there, but now with the addition of, say, the Azurite Sea and the Genie, definitely got a lot of glue to help hold it together. This will be a really interesting matchup to see because I feel like just kind of over the last couple weeks, Blurple's definitely been a known quantity, but I feel like it's been popping up a lot more over the last few weeks. And it feels like a matchup that if you ask either player, both of them will probably say they're favored.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, going into this round 3 is going to be interesting. Yeah, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I've played Red Blue for quite a bit since pretty much set 2. And when it's come to Blurple, I think the only times I've ever lost usually is when they're on the more aggro package, right? Like playing their Chernobog followers, the Diablos now, the Magic Brooms, and just kind of going wide early and getting that early lore gain and then closing out the game with their, their Elsas, their Hades, or, their evasive characters. Because having that early pressure is huge.
Yeah, and especially when they're on the play, if you have a start, for example, where you have basically any of your 1-drops, turn 2, use Sail, use the extra ink to play another 1-drop, and then turn 3, follow it up with a Genie. There are going to be answers out of the red-blue deck for that, but it's hard to answer.
Right.
And even if you do, have the Brawl or the Ice Block and Sisu to take out that Genie, that's still at least 2 1-drops that are in play, turning sideways, gaining lore. And then from there, they follow up with a Rabbit or one of their locations, or like you were saying, the Elsas and the Hades on the top end. It's definitely ways for them to kind of start off on a strong foot. But, I mean, Red-Blue always kind of does what it does. So it's still going to beeper up you some amount of the time. Going to play those high roams. That is one of the things where if the Blurple deck doesn't have a blazing start, they kind of have trouble pressuring the high roam. So Santi might be able to draw quite a few cards here.
That is an interesting turn 1 coming from a red-blue side, inking a Popsicle to an Ice Block. So that tells me one of 2 things. Either he has another Popsicle in hand, or he is low on inkables.
Yeah. It's also, possible the way his hand has panned out. Maybe he doesn't have the high roam, isn't expecting to get to it.
Yeah.
But this is, like we were talking about, kind of the scariest start. Playing a bunch of 1-drops, getting that lore early. We'll see. Maybe he has a Queen of Hearts, which he does.
Yes.
That would be the other reason to keep that
makes
Ice Block.
sense, yeah. Now he's getting infinite value from that Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, and this is one of those matchups where the Queen of Hearts has things to challenge early, but having that Ice Block to back it up and let it trade into at least one extra character, it makes such a big difference.
Yeah. So now if you're Tim, do you try to get that Queen of Hearts off the board, or do you just keep applying pressure and tell him, hey, you have to deal with my board?
That's a good question. That's really going to depend on the rest of his hand. If he wants to just kind of keep up the pressure, we could see like a trade with the Broom or something like that to just continue playing cards out. If there's a Fox, it's possible we see, something Quest get picked up by the Fox, have the Fox take the Queen out. It's really just going to depend on what he has in hand, because not only this turn, but the next couple turns, how he wants to sequence. There's a chance that he's just going to be playing up the curve.
Oh.
And that might influence what he wants to do.
Yep.
Yeah, there we go. We see the Broom cleaning house, as it were.
Ha! Like a broom would.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah. Ha. Ha. Wood. Broom.
That was a
Magical.
very quick ink on the Hiram from Santiago. I think you might be right about him being low on ink. I see at least a be prepared and how far I'll go. Definitely still possible that there's an extra Hiram.
Yeah.
And we do have the Rabbit follow-up. Very strong turn 4 play on Santiago's side, at the very least.
Oh, he's got a full hand of
Oh,
uninkables. No. But he still has a chance. If he's able to draw an inkable and how far I'll go, he might be okay still,
Yeah.
but it's still tough right now.
That can definitely buy him back in. I don't remember what I was saying, but I think the point I was going to get to is at least this is a Rabbit and not a Genie.
Correct.
So Tim is going to be drawing a lot of cards off of this, but it's at least a little bit less pressure.
Yeah.
So
Does he draw an
really
inkable?
need ink.
Oh, not
It's
the
a-
inkable you
It's
want
a
to see.
second Hiram, too. Not a lot of
Yeah.
those left in the deck. He's probably just taking anything he can ink.
Yeah.
You're going to see another Popsicle get inked next turn unless we have
Yeah.
a solid follow-up here. Draws off the top. Santiago's definitely going to be looking for
Oh, that's a
like
McDuck
Maui.
manner. Does he? If he plays it this turn, he
Oh,
might be
man.
in a rough spot. But he's opting to draw a card, which is still not a bad decision to make.
Yeah. I think
He also has a
are.
Tipo. Okay.
I think there are several cards in Tim's hand that Santiago is going to have a lot of trouble dealing with.
Yeah.
And he can kind of just pick his favorites. Already going up to 8 here. A Maui off the top would be very helpful.
He got a Medusa, so he can ink that Popsicle and Medusa here, or he can opt for the ramp with the how far I'll go to be prep the following turn.
Yeah, we'll see. He might feel that he needs to stem the bleeding. At the very least, if he does Medusa, that gets to sing the next turn, but then
Yeah.
you're a turn behind on that ramp, so still going to be looking for more ink. We'll see what he decides to do. This is definitely a tough spot here. Not where you want to be.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, it makes the first couple turns of ink make a lot of sense.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, he is opting to how far I'll go, ramp a little bit, maybe draw something. Is that another higher?
That is another Hiram going to the ink.
Wow.
Feeling like he needs to keep this Maui. I mean, he is gearing up to be prepared on the next turn and then follow that up with either the Medusa or a Tamatoa.
Yeah.
But there's a chance it's going to be too little too late.
Yep.
All right, we see Tamatoa going to ink because he still had to ink for turn, so the mana this turn could still be very devastating.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's questing for 4 at least this turn, unless he's having one of them sing like Friends or something. And then dropping a McDuck Manor is going to be a problem for sure. Because there's currently not anything that I'm aware of, unless you have like Vitalisphere and Maui Shark, that's going to be able to take out Manor in one turn.
We could have Hideaway.
He could have Hideaway, that is true.
I don't think that's going to be enough.
That is fair. But if he does have Hideaway, he is able to play B Prep and Hideaway in the same turn, which again would be pretty powerful.
Actually, I think he's going to be 1 ink short of being able to do that.
Oh yeah, he's only at 7.
So
Yeah,
we'll see what the play is here. Again, multiple cards to play from Tim's hand. All of them probably pretty good in this spot. We could see the Bell come down just as another 2-quester that's going to dodge the Medusa. If you're in Tim's seat, I imagine you make note of the fact that he missed an ink on a turn and assume there's a lot of those
right.
uninkable answers in Santiago's hand.
Absolutely. Once you see not an ink, you ask how many cards in hand. They say 6. 6 of those are uninkables. How many of those are B Preps? How many of those are big Sisus? You definitely ask yourself those questions. That's a goat. He's preparing for that B Prepped.
We'll see what Santiago has here. All right, Tipo off the top. At least that's a very easy card to ink.
Very easy card. Yeah. So he's gaining 1 lore off that goat trigger. And this is where, at least for me as a red-blue player, there's a danger zone against purple, and it's usually at around 15.
Yeah.
Where, goats can be very, very powerful.
Now,
and he has another one in hand, I believe.
Tim going to, I believe, 7 ink himself.
Yep.
8 ink.
8 ink. Goat and McDuck. That is scary.
Oh, yeah.
With Tim at 14 now, McDuck puts him at 16. If Goat, so it's Ice Block, so it's going to be Medusa.
Mm-hmm.
Goes to 15.
Yeah, this McDuck is going to put him to 17 unless he has the Hideaway here. He at least has been holding the Maui in his hand.
Yep.
So that can answer it the next turn, but that's
a Hades off the top. So he could Hades that Medusa because even the Maui is not big enough to take care of that McDuck Manor.
Yeah, not on its own. Basically needs to hope that somehow Tim can't put anything into play and also can't answer any of his own cards.
Doesn't Santi know that ink goes exerted?
I'm going to be honest, Ray, I don't think he cares.
I don't think it really matters. There hasn't really been too many points where, we're able to interact with our ink on our opponent's turn, so it doesn't really... I think there's only maybe a green card flipped off of a Mufasa or something.
Something like that.
Yeah, he's in a dangerous spot because he has to deal with both to not lose this game.
Yeah.
So it does look like he has an answer for the Hades. It's probably a brawl. Oh, a big Sisu, sure.
Playing a Sisu, all right. And then at this point...
You're in goat range.
Yeah. He's in goat range. He's in manor range.
He's in everything. Oh, he still has the Maui, so he's able to take care of the manor next turn. Oh, well, I think that might be it.
Ooh, and bouncing the Hades back to his hand.
That's huge.
We'll see. There's still combinations of cards here that could do it.
Yeah,
but...
I think he needs a Maui Shark and a Vitalisphere. Yeah, unfortunately, he did not have it. So game 1 goes to Tim. Yep. Tim took it with Blurple. Again, made a pretty powerful presence over at the Nationals this past weekend. I believe it was it 2 decks or just 1 that made top 16?
I'm going to be honest. I didn't look.
Fair enough.
I know we at least had RMB sneak into top
Right.
16 with Blurple. There might have been one more. But yeah, that's going to be a strong start out of Tim regardless with the triple 1-drops, and then Santiago unfortunately having the stumble on his ink.
And he inked 3 Hirams, which
Yeah.
as a red-blue player, you never want to do.
No, it's rough, especially a matchup like this. There's no brawls or Sisus on the other side.
Yep.
But that Hiram isn't necessarily safe. Elsa turning him sideways or Hades coming down. Like, there's no guarantee that the one Hiram you do find is going to quest, so each one still matters.
Right.
But we'll see. Santiago is going to be on the play for this one. Being a blue pseudo mirror, we can call it. Having a one-drop item into turn 2 ramp is still going to be a very strong start.
Absolutely.
We'll see what kind of aggression Tim can put out here.
So he found that Queen of Hearts. He's shipping it all back.
I'm going to assume that means he probably missed ramp and probably missed an item.
Yep.
Maybe he just saw an uninkable card in his hand and he was like, get it out of here.
Get it out. I'm always afraid and it depends on the deck you're on, right? The list you're on. But, like, sometimes red-blue is notorious for always playing a little bit more high on inkable count. So, always keeping at least, like, hey, this could be a potential answer for something, and at least it's inkable. It's always one of those. I think the mulligan is honestly the toughest part of this game. One of the toughest parts, at least.
Yeah, it's definitely, it's in some ways subtle, but the mulligan in the game definitely lets you leverage deck knowledge and player skill pretty heavily.
Yeah.
Looks like Santiago finding plenty of ink this time.
Yeah, his whole hand is full of ink, so I think we're in a little bit better of a spot. At least we can ink each turn.
No turn 1 item. Hopefully he's got some ramp, but I think being on the play already helps him out quite a bit.
Absolutely. So, question for you as a red-blue player: What do you prefer, turn 1, ice block or popsicle?
Oh man,
Going in blind.
That's asking me if I prefer the peanut butter or the jelly on top.
Exactly.
Yeah, it really depends on the rest of your hand. Obviously, playing the popsicle turn 1 feels really nice because it draws another card and replaces itself. Getting the ice block out of your hand also just feels really nice because it's uninkable.
Yeah.
That's the only way it's getting out of your hand unless a Tipo comes along. But it really depends. In a matchup like this, especially since we know Santiago is on those Queen of Hearts, the ice block gets a lot of value. Here, Tim being the one to have turn 2 ramp, Santiago missing it once again.
Yep.
We'll see.
I think Sail is one of the best cards that helped Blurple get to where it's at now because of the simple fact you're ramping and able to play that one drop to follow it up, which is huge.
Yeah, being inkable turn 2 ramp already makes it a really strong contender. And then the fact that that ink comes in unexerted, purple is one of the best colors to pair with that, with how many good one drops they have. We'll see what Santiago's follow-up is here.
Santiago just inked another
There we go, a great stone dragon.
Here we go. I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I think your nickname is based off of this card, right? Why is that?
Oh, that's the best card in the game. That's the card that took me to a top 4 finish in Chicago, and I, owe it a debt to this day.
Yeah.
But we'll see. The thing with Stone Dragon, though, does not affect the board. So if this game goes long, especially in this type of matchup, it's more or less going to act like drawing extra cards, with Santiago being able to keep more in his hand.
Yeah.
So if he can stabilize the board from here, it's going to be a very, strong engine. But he does have to stabilize from here.
Yeah. Do you think he played Great Stone Dragon just to be able to draw 2 off a Hiram here? Because I think he had a second Hiram. I know he inked the 1.
I mean, missing on other items, that's definitely possible. We'll see kind of where it pans out from here.
Tala, yep, that makes sense.
Yeah, Tala's pretty solid here. I did see
quick pick.
it might have been 2 of the same.
I think it was Popsicle and Lucky Dime, to be honest.
It was either that or like Popsicle Hiram, something like that. And with the Hiram in hand, Popsicle's the easy take. We'll see what Tim does here. I mean,
looks like he has to bounce.
options.
Yeah, I think he's saying the friends. He has intentions of maybe bouncing the goat back.
Yeah, I mean, bouncing the goat back here is kind of a twofold thing. Not only do you, get the effect of it leaving, but it makes it so this grandma isn't trading in.
This man's ready to quest to victory.
Yeah. And I mean, especially with a start like this out of the red-blue deck, this is how you do it.
Yep. opting to banish to draw. Puts Tim at 6 lore.
So we'll
Santi's
see.
still at 0, but Santi,
Santiago has Maui's in his hand that I've
Yeah.
seen, so we could see some battling starting. I mean, you
and
know,
now we see the Great Stone Dragon in
Yeah.
action.
that's the question. If he does play a Maui here, if he wants to trade off the Tala to get the value out of Stone Dragon, um,
Okay.
opting to hit the Diablo to keep it around. If he's just going for max value on the board right now, I think this makes a lot of sense.
Yep.
So now this keeps both cards around.
Yep.
We'll see what Tim's follow-up is here.
I don't. Oh, he did ink for turn, yeah, because he had to play the Maui. Yep.
Yeah. Santiago, you know, big fan of decks like this, used to having a lot of ink in play, so
Yep.
sometimes we'll see him shuffle his cards around.
Yeah, Great Stone Dragon's very good in mirror matches and like mid-range late game matches because you don't have to ink for the turn. You can be a little delayed by utilizing that item, still progressing your ink well, and just keeping everything you draw if needed in your hand. So it's very powerful and it's probably good in this matchup as well.
Yeah, I would imagine as long as Santiago can get this to a bit of stability, hopefully the Stone Dragon will do its thing. And especially boards like this where you have a Maui in play, it's going to trade off with a couple characters, and then kind of the one downside to your reckless characters is once there's nothing to challenge, they just sit there, they don't quest, but if you can trade it off and then turn it into some ink down the road, that's going to feel really good. This Maui is shaping up to potentially be 3 cards worth of cardboard.
Oh, okay. So we take out the Tala because although the Tala is a good singer, right?
Mm-hmm.
So Maui is able to still sing if needed, but it also doesn't allow him to sing twice potentially.
Yeah, and this also just kind of gives Santiago the least ability to, gain his own lore and try to take that tempo back.
Right.
I mean, the way this game is shaping up, Tim is looking to put himself in a spot where he can quest as much as he's able to, and it looks like he's already lining up another McDuck Manor, so that might end up having to be ink for turn, but if not, we could see him battle over the board and then just slam another mana down. And then Santiago here opting to kind of develop his own engines, get this Hiram going instead of playing the Brawl out of his hand.
Yep.
Sort of just putting the ball back in Tim's court.
Well, now that he has Ice Block out, and I think I saw a big Sisu in hand.
Pretty sure.
Yeah, I think he's just prepping. He's like, yeah, gain your 3 lore, that's fine. But let me get this big Sisu out so I can start gaining some lore, and pretty much a one-sided board wipe, especially with that Ice Block out. Like, it's able to take out most stuff. And I think he's at 7 ink. Yeah.
Yeah, it should be. But, this whole time, Tim has continued to draw cards. He's going to have a lot of options. We'll see. Basically, this turn is mostly going to be Tim deciding what he wants to play around.
Mm-hmm.
We might end up seeing the Bell come back down just because it does dodge a lot of that removal.
Yep.
The Tala going away means there's not an easy target for that damage to move, but even if you're not using Bell's effect, it's still a 4/4 that quest for 2. It's pretty
Yep.
big.
Absolutely.
And I mean, there's enough items in play. If Tim has a way to deal with this Hiram, that's at least going to be something he's considering as well.
I think he's got 6 cards, so he's figuring out what he wants to ink here.
Yeah, potentially going to 7 ink, so we might even have something like a Hades or just a couple combination of cards.
Yep.
Thinking through all his options, we'll see what line he decides to take. So Ray, the Stone Dragon.
Mm-hmm. You signed to mine.
I did.
It's foil.
It's starting to do its thing.
It's starting to do its thing. So he's moving 3 damage over to the Hiram. Sure, makes sense. That way, if he does decide to turn the Hiram, there's no popsicle. That means the Madam Mim is able to take it out.
Yeah.
And like you said, to your point, the Bell is safe from Sisu range because he can't Ice Block, play another Ice Block and Big Sisu.
Yeah, this does also put the Hiram in a spot where having that damage on it, if he has an Elsa to follow up,
Right.
it's going to require less cards to come together to actually take out that Hiram.
Yep.
I would imagine we just see the Sisu here.
Yep. Yep.
Gets 2 cards for its trouble.
I think there was a Tamatoa in his hand. So he might opt not to quest with Hiram there, so then he could just bring back Popsicle next turn, play it. Looks like he is questing, banishing, the namesake
Oh,
card.
no. That's right. It drew 2 cards, gave him a free ink.
Infinite value.
Yeah, replaced
Gave you
itself.
ink, yeah.
It did what it needs to do. But yeah, I think keeping the ice block around makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
And we'll see. I think kind of just accepting that he's probably cashing in the Hiram there.
Yep.
There's enough stuff to answer it on the other side that I think it does make sense to get the value out of it
Yeah.
now.
Well, even with Tim at 9 and Santi's still at 1, so Bell might just be questing here as well. And then maybe a bounce and playing, a Fox, assuming he has a Fox. We're going to draw a card.
And I don't believe I saw Santiago ink it, so I think there is still a Brawl at least hanging out in his hand.
I believe so, yeah.
Has at least one answer to this Genie. Looks like he probably has a Medusa at this point too, so this ice block going to continue to gain value. I think this does, put Tim in a really interesting spot. On the surface, the challenge into the Hiram looks pretty free, but that 2 lore might matter quite a bit.
Yep. He's opting to draw some cards, not singing it.
Ice block still in play also means that if the Bell does battle into this Hiram, the Maui gets to crash back in and only go to 4 damage.
Yep. Yeah, Ice Block, very powerful card. It activates half of the, or pretty much majority of your removal in red, which is why this color combination is very dominant in one of the top decks. Is Ice Block is just so powerful, especially when you have 2 and 3 out on board.
Yeah, it combines with itself very well. Your removal's already pretty decent, and then Ice Block turns it into really good.
Yep.
We'll see what Santiago decides to do here. The board is still small enough, depending on how the players want to play this. This McDuck Manor could still come into play.
Yeah. So Santi started off his turn by questing for 3, going to 4. Ice blocked the Bell to keep the Maui alive, challenged it to banish it. Now it makes you wonder what are his other options here. I know we talked about the Brawl.
Yeah, I think there is a Medusa in his hand as well.
There was definitely a Tamatoa as well. So it's, do you want to walk that into a potential Hades? Okay, we're going to Medusa, establish some more characters, lore gainers. Makes sense. Inca Sail.
And he's still got 3 to 4 cards left in hand. This Maui has earned a lot of value this game.
Oh, yeah. Again, from set 1, there's only a few cards that see play. Like Maui's one of them. We have Rapunzel. Ariel you'll see from time to time. Maleficent Dragon in the red matchups.
We do see that manner finally.
And apparently Big Elsa.
Yeah. I do have to say that's one of my favorite things about this this Blurple deck. Big Elsa fell off for a bit the last couple sets, and I love that it has a home again.
Oh, he drew a dragon, though.
Ooh, that is a really big follow-up.
Got set on set 1 against set 1 violence.
Oh, yeah. Now, this is more or less exactly how Red-Blue wants to play this matchup.
Yep.
Kind of trade blow for blow, and then when the dust settles, he has 6 lore in play.
Yep.
And that one that he was on last turn is going to quickly rack up.
Yep. Yeah, so both players on blue, one side purple, one side red. Red will dominate later game because of their better removal cards. Purple does not have, those spot removal cards, and the ones that are in blue are some might say not as good for the simple fact they typically will put it into your inkwell, so you are still helping your opponent, but still powerful because it's still, spot removal on the board.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, Tim still has a pretty full grip. if he wants to ink this turn, we could be lining up a Hades with a Snake next to it to bounce it back to
Mhm.
hand. I think that was probably the plan this coming turn if the Elsa didn't get answered, because bouncing that card back to your hand is pretty nuts.
Absolutely.
We do see the Hades come down.
Yep. Looks like we're targeting the Sisu.
Yeah, just taking out the thing that quests
Gains
for
the
the
most lore.
most.
Yep.
And I think we have another manner in hand, so that angle still on the table.
Questing for
But-
3, going to 7.
Yeah, Santiago more than happy to just turn his character sideways at this point.
Santiago knows he has the Hades, so anything he plays that's a big threat, he knows it's going to get answered.
Yeah,
So I think, and one of the ways to beat Blurple is honestly just going wide. Play all your lower drop characters like Gramatalas, Hirams, even Shark Maui. That'll get solved, but
yeah. Especially in a matchup like this, the Blurple deck is very good at playing its own threats, but once we've reached a board like this, it has trouble, clawing it back. Doesn't have those B preps.
yeah.
Doesn't
Is
have
that
the
3 how
dragons.
far out goes in that vision?
It's at least 2.
Yeah.
Probably, yeah, I think 3. I mean, that's a really good card right here. Give this Maui some purchase.
Yep.
Cont-
Maui's the best singer.
continues to gain value in this game.
That was another vision, an unknown.
So in
he's-
Hiram,
Yep.
that's really good here.
Yep.
Obviously, Hiram is pretty much always good, but just anything he can play to help make his board wide.
Yeah, absolutely.
I assume,
Anatala. Yeah,
This
that's
is,
a pretty big turn.
yeah,
for
this Tala is
Santiago.
really good too. I'm going to assume this Tamatoa is just glued to
Yeah.
Santi's hands until this Hades is
Not in
firmly
it.
in play.
Yeah.
But he might not even need it to close this game out.
Yeah, no, I mean, and this is where Tim is like, okay, so I have Hades. What's the best solution here? I mean, I can get rid of the Hiram, which is drawing cards, but then, we still have a 7/5 dragon out there. I mean, it's probably Hiram because, card advantage is apparently a thing in card games.
Yeah, it tends to be. But
Let's talk
we'll
about
see.
Hiram and Popsicle. Talk about bread and butter, peanut butter and jelly.
Oh, yeah,
That's a thing.
that's a good one. Speaking of card advantage, Finder's
Finder
Keepers.
Keepers.
Just draw 3 cards, see if we can find a better answer than what we already have. Just play out the manner, kind of basically just giving Santiago another thing he has to decide
Yeah.
if he's dealing with, but is Maui still in play? That's a
Yeah.
really easy way to answer this manner.
Yeah. I mean, Maui with Grammatala or Medusa can take care of it. Looks like he's questing for 3 going to 10. Yeah, it looks like he's having the Medusa and Maui probably take out the manor.
Yeah. I mean, I do have to say, though, credit to Tim. I think replaying the Hades that last turn would have just, it would have backfired.
Yeah.
Santiago, especially with the ice block still in play, any Medusas, any brawls,
Yeah.
that Hades is going to be gone, and this board's going to look even worse.
Yeah, I mean, Santiago was definitely up in this game, and now even with the Tamatoa, we're so far in that I don't think it's ultimately going to matter. The Hades will probably solve the Tamatoa, but he's still coming in for 5 lore next turn. Playing a naked Sisu
Ooh.
without any target is still solid because you can shift on it.
Yeah, just playing it
And
as
quest.
a threat on the board.
Yep.
We'll see Hiram getting in there for one himself. Choosing to not banish anything just to make this Tamatoa even more threatening.
Yeah.
We'll see
I
what...
think that's 12 ink he just counted out. Yep.
Almost definitely.
A lot of ink. So if he's at 12, dime costs 7, shift is 6, so that's 13. So you can't.
Yeah, it'd be 15
Shift.
total.
Yeah.
I mean, if he does have a dime, even just dime on the Maleficent is still
Yeah.
2 extra lore.
Yeah, we missed the Hiram quest, so he's at 11 now. So it's Tim at 10, Santi at 11. So that's going to be, inching him closer. I mean, Santiago definitely has lethal on board. So Tim just has to figure out how to solve it.
Yeah.
And it's hard to deal with an entire board with Blurple.
Yeah, still so many cards in hand, probably has an answer for everything that's in play. The problem is the ink required is going to take maybe 3-4 turns to
Yeah.
actually clear everything.
I mean, the Elsa's a good start. It gets the lockdown, probably the Tamatoa and the Maleficent.
Yeah, that would be my guess, unless...
You can also offer the Sisu in Tamatoa, because the Sisu could quest for 3 if it's shifted on.
Yeah. If he has something like a Let It Go, like a clean answer to this Tamatoa, we'd probably see something else tap down. The fact that it was hit by the Elsa means he's probably not dealing with it right this turn.
You know,
See what the follow-up on top of this is. Might be in a spot where this this Madam Mim is just trading with the Tala, trying to clear what it can.
a very tough spot. Tim hasn't inked for a turn either, so we don't know if this Elsa could be potentially snaked back to hand to keep that Tamatoa and Maleficent locked down for hopefully the rest of the game, but
All
it looks like he did not.
Besides that the trade is not worth the value, just wants to get his lore out of that. This does force the Maui to swing in if Santiago doesn't take it out with something else. But we'll see. He probably has
So he draws another Popsicle, so he could potentially heal the Maui, but he's drew another How Far I'll Go, so he'll just sing
another
there.
How Far I'll Go.
Absolutely. What? Is that another
Ooh,
Great Stone?
That is another Great Stone
Put
Dragon.
in the Inkwell, Santi. Thank you.
The other card is a Tipo. Neither doing much. Both
Not
are
much
probably
doing
ink.
anything, yeah. The only thing Great Stone would have been effective there is adding to the Tamatoa lore count, right?
Yeah. We'll see. Ice block on the Madam Mim
Yep.
with the Sisu shift.
Yeah, Tim
That's-
saw it.
Yeah.
At that point, I mean, it was already a tough spot for Tim, but my guess is he was probably planning on doing a lot of challenging next turn to try to wipe out what he could, but now that's one less character to do it. So Santiago just kind of took the lead on that game for sure.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this from the red-blue side, once you take the lead, as long as you can keep the cards churning, you can probably keep the lead. But we'll see. Going into this one, Tim's going to be on the play. We'll see how many one-drops he has. Might be able to just aggro him out.
Yep. So yeah, Tim will be on the play again, to your point.
Santiago just making sure he's still got all his cards.
We call it the Santi Shuffle. He does it every single time. I love it.
Does he?
All the
Oh,
time.
man, I need to yell at him.
Wait to see how he shuffles after the fact. We definitely call it the Santi Shuffle. Especially when his opponents hand him the deck. This right here, the Santi Shuffle. He usually does it like 3 to 4 times.
Man.
I would love to see this be a very close game where they're all, it comes down to, the wire of, let's keep it real. Tim is probably going to be the one that's gaining lore first because that's just how Red-Blue is. Red-Blue doesn't typically gain lore, at least a lot of lore, until like turn 6 or 7.
Yeah. Yeah, you might get like 1 or 2
Yeah,
here or
here
there
and
out
there.
of like a Tipo. But in a matchup like this, Tipo is probably getting banished if it turns sideways.
Yeah.
We'll see. Santiago, I do see a Sail, and I see a Queen of Hearts, and I see a Tipo. So,
Got some ramp options.
yeah, definitely more of the cards he wants to see than game
Yeah.
1.
I think Tim had 2 sales and opting to keep those.
Tim putting back 5, yeah. If I had to guess, probably just fishing for 1-drops.
Yeah.
In a matchup like this, not having the 1-drop from the purple deck is going to be devastating, especially if his follow-up is just the snake. So we'll see how this goes. If both players have turn 2 ramp, this is going to be the first game we're seeing it.
Yeah. And I think, I think that's, if they both do have the turn 2 ramp, I think, and I don't want to be speaking of the fact, Santi Shuffle, of the fact of, us both being red-blue players ourselves, but I feel like red-blue is favorable if we're matching, ink.
I think it's going to depend a lot on what Tim's start is.
Yeah.
Because if we see a turn 1 play into a Sail plus another play,
No,
that's going to be
turn
pretty big.
1.
Ooh, no turn one.
He's
That's
got all the
rough.
ramp though.
Does have the sail.
He's got a Tipo. Yeah, he's got 2 Madam Mims and an Elsa, and the rest is ramp. So Tim's hand is not necessarily ideal.
Yeah, and Santiago, very heads up ink here.
Yep.
Didn't see a 1-drop, so this Queen of Hearts, especially since he's probably not playing it the next turn, is a pretty safe ink for him here. Looks like Tim,
Did draw Chernobyls.
yeah, just picked up a Chernobogs, so he's at least going to have a good follow-up for this sale. There's a chance he might decide to keep this Tipo. Yeah, just have something to turn sideways. And we'll see. Decides to ink there. Couldn't get a good look at it, but
It
looked like it
was,
might be an Elsa or
It
something.
was a Fox, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay.
Which Fox is interesting in this matchup because it's not necessarily best because they're not questing very early in the game. It is a bounce package, but the Madam Mim in the hand, he has options. He could ink a card, Tipo Madam Mim if he wants to ink very aggressively, but then he'll have no cards in hand.
Yeah, and we'll see. So, playing the Tipo over the sail, deciding that the body on this Tipo is going to be worth more than just having it as ink.
Yeah.
So I imagine we see this turn. I don't believe he's drawn a rabbit or a genie, so we're probably going to see either like a snake or a crab, and then one of these 1-drops.
I think I see a Magic Broom and a Chernobogs.
Yeah, I think those were his 2 draws.
Yep.
Yeah, so still getting stuff into play. It's a little bit slower than he was probably hoping, but still got 3 characters to Santi's 0. The Queen of Hearts having been inked means, unless Santiago's got some spice with the Super Goof, these are probably good for one more turn. But next turn, he might be gearing up to already get a Maui into play. And Sail here, inking the Brawl is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because this Sail does put him at 3 ink. This makes me think he probably has like a Sisu or another
Yep.
Brawl. Makes a
Now
lot of sense.
this is huge. If he has the shift Sisu,
The
that
shift
might be
Sisu
game.
would be big here.
yeah.
Tim's also going to 5, though. He could decide that he doesn't want to take this risk. I think he still has
the
an
big
Elsa in
He
hand.
does,
Yeah.
or the 5-drop Elsa. Yes, definitely the play for Tim if he decides, he's afraid of that, which I'm going to assume he is. Now, do you draw off the Magic Broom is the other question.
Probably deciding if he wants the lore. Looks like he wants the card more.
I think that's a McDuck as well.
So, yeah, I mean, depending what Santi does here, a McDuck is very solid. I think Santiago does have, I believe I saw a Medusa in his hand, so still
Okay.
more answers to come. But it's not super likely, but a shift Elsa is pretty threatening here as well.
That is true. Here's a Hiram, so we're able to draw some answers.
Yeah, and Tim sitting at 3 lore. Santiago not feeling too pressured to start reacting right away. Wants to keep developing his engines, keep the game going. Forced him to respect his own board.
Yeah, I think as a red-blue player, as we know in other TCGs as well as Lorcana, like everything is a resource, right? Everything is
Oh, yeah.
important to know. So knowing what lore your opponent is at is pretty huge on your decision making. So he sees Tim's only at 3. It's not a very scary number when you're at 7 ink or 6 ink. So it's like I can just establish my board a little bit before I, start dealing with yours per se.
Oh, yeah. And this is definitely still enough of a game where Tim can decide what threats he wants to deploy. But with the Hiram in play, he is going to want to make Santiago respect what he has.
Yep. With that manner, he's telling him, I hope you have Maui.
Yeah, the manor here almost definitely gaining 2 lore.
Unless he has a hideaway.
Yeah, unless Santiago finds his hideaway. Just deciding to draw some cards before, making any further plays, which always a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
And we see he did have the Sisu in his hand, so the shift, cutting off that shift was very
Definitely
good from
the
Tim's
play,
side.
yep.
And it looks like he picked up another Sisu and a Be Prepared, so assuming he can get this McDuck Manor off the board, Santiago's got board wipes lined up for at least several turns in a row.
Yep. Reducing the Elsa is huge.
Yeah, getting that out of here, very helpful. We'll see what Tim has to fire back, if we have removal for this Medusa, we might have seen it here just to, force this manner through even longer. But I mean, Santiago's probably still looking pretty heavily for a Maui just to get this thing off the table. But we'll see. I mean, he's going to 8 ink. He has the extra Sisu, so
Yeah, big Sisu is it's gonna change this entire game. We gotta see what Tim's gonna do here. He's gonna ink an Elsa, quest for 1, go to 8, pass. Yeah, this big Sisu is about to.
and I
It's
think
gonna feast like a dragon.
yeah, it's definitely going to get a lot of value here. I'm sure Santiago probably picking up something from the fact that Tim inks to 7, but then doesn't play something for 3.
Yep.
The depends how the board develops, but that Elsa could still be a pretty valuable card.
Yeah, he opted for the Hiram to challenge as well.
I think that makes a lot of sense.
Absolutely.
That guarantees that the Medusa can take it out if somehow both the Sisu and the Hiram are answered.
Yep.
I guess the Hiram part of that doesn't really matter, but yeah, if he
Yep.
hits the Sisu, this Medusa can still come crashing in. And now
And then Hiram can still quest.
we might even see this next Sisu coming down just to take out this Hades and put a lot of pressure into play.
Absolutely. Especially when your opponent's only at 1 card. You're at that point where you're just like, I'm going to quest. We're going to drop some bodies.
See if he
and-
decides to draw some cards here off this ice block. It looks like he opts not to.
Well, I think Ice Block's just too powerful in this matchup just because a lot of the purple cards do have 3 strength or higher.
Yeah.
And you need the Brawl and the Sisu to be able to remove it. So, and he's still sitting at, 4 cards versus his opponent, Tim having 1. So,
Also, very hard for this Hiram to get challenged down. With
exactly.
Tim only drawing up to 2 cards, he would need either like another Hades or basically exactly Crab into Fox.
Yeah.
I think Tim's kind of hope here. We've already seen 2 Sisus. I think he's got to get the board to a point where Santiago is forced to be prepared. But he's got enough resources. I don't think that's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, Tim just played Elsa, bounced it back with Mim. So, Santiago has full knowledge of Tim's hand now. He's like, oh, you just have a small Elsa? That's fine. Play the Tamatoa, bring back Popsicle. Probably play the Popsicle.
Yeah, probably.
And then he has to choose. Does he draw the cards with the Hiram, knowing that, if he doesn't heal it, it has a chance of, being removed by the Elsa and the Metamim? Or are we at the point where, like, that's fine. I have enough cards in hand. I have answers for everything that you play.
Yeah, and at this point, I mean, just singing the How Far I'll Go There, kind of just gravy on top,
Yep.
continuing to dig, to make sure he's got every possible out covered. I mean, Tim pretty much has to draw an answer for this Tamatoa right here. Otherwise, Santiago's going to a ton of lore next turn.
Yep.
And he's back up to a full grip.
Yep. And I think I saw Dime. And if that was Dime, it's probably game.
Yeah, I think over the last 2 weeks or so, I've become a pretty vocal hater of Diamond Tamatoa, but I can't deny the cards are very strong.
Yeah. Yeah, because Santiago quested for 4 last turn.
I believe
Looks
he's
like
up
he's
to
at 9. I think we might have missed a quest earlier as well. So I think he's at 9 right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tim knew, unfortunately, the board state, Tamatoa not being able to get solved with Hiram. Like, that, it's like butter and bread, peanut butter and jelly. They just go together. Tamatoa brings back Popsicle, play the Popsicle, draw a card, quest with Hiram, draw 2 cards. It's disgusting. And even at that point, you don't even have to go that far because he had Dime in hand. Very possible could have just won this
Yeah.
next turn.
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. Okay. And yeah, the backup match we had did finish early. So this is where we're going to end at round 3. Santiago showing us the spice.
All his board wipes.
His board wipes he played that game are hand in hand. He had a solution for everything. So we're gonna conclude this round. We'll be back for round 4 shortly, and we're gonna continue on with our set champs. players. We are back with round 4, and we have RJ, also known as RJ Carrot, on the left, and then we have the Hansaneta on the right,
AKA Hans.
aka Hans. Yes, RJ is piloting green steel, and Hans is on red yellow. So Hans and RJ are both locals for Nerd Rage Gaming here. Hans is very well known for red yellow. Mufasa, and RJ is known for non-meta spice. He plays spicy cards. Look at that.
Oh,
Turn
yeah.
1 Bayou.
I would be pretty confident to say that this is the 4th green steel deck we've seen today, and it will be the 4th build of green steel that we've seen today.
Yeah. So that is interesting. So Moana turn 1 has been seeing play for Flynn setups usually. And I believe the text on it says it cannot challenge unless there's a pirate in play.
It's captain.
Captain. Okay.
Specifically, yeah. So Piglet, very good with that. In other color combinations, we've been seeing it with the Steel John Silver, but I think Piglet is kind of the flashiest way to follow it up.
Yeah.
And this is already a heck of a board.
Yeah. They're going fast. They know their decks.
Oh, yeah.
So gaining 4 lore there. That's the Piglet and Moana questing. So Calhoun can easily banish that Piglet, gain 2 lore.
Yeah, this Calhoun definitely going to get some value, but we'll see if it's enough. Hans, definitely one to want to quest, and I don't expect him to stop anytime soon.
Yeah. Yeah, RJ is definitely one of our local players that likes to build. He does not like meta decks, so he likes to build decks to help counter those meta cards. So you're going to see a lot of cards that have evasive reward on his side, which help his character stay on board a little bit longer, and also some spicy tech. He showed me his deck list, and I was like, I got to get this guy on here. This looks spicy. Oh, I was like, how did he play Rapunzel? I forgot about Gaston's activated ability of reducing a cost by 2.
Yeah, I mean, RJ comes in, the Calhoun cleans up the Piglet, and then is immediately facing down a Mother Gothel that has drawn 3 cards off of Rapunzel.
Yep. Yeah,
And
RJ being at 2 and Hans is at 5. It's crazy.
And we'll see. And Ray, I'm going to be honest. If I know one thing about RJ's deck building, I'm going to ask you what a lot of these cards do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, so fun fact is Prince Philip, the 3-drop, that's a
3/2 with Ward.
Yeah, 3/2 with Ward. And then the other one gives all other heroes a Ward, which is, again, like something that we have at our local scene is a lot of, meta decks, whether it be steel or red that has like that spot removal. So he likes to tech against it.
We'll see what Hans's follow-up is here. I mean, he put a lot of lore into play. Some of it's been dealt with, but he's managed to do all this while still keeping like 4 to 5 cards in hand, and might be playing something pretty big here.
Ooh,
A Medusa already. It's a pretty good answer to that Prince Philip.
Yeah, so that Prince Philip gives other heroes ward, but not himself. So definitely a legal target, and probably the best thing you can take out with Medusa right now, because if he was to play a big hero that had ward at that point, that's an issue for him. So he just quested for 3 there. Is now at 8. Hans's
now at 8. This Prince Philip, same stat line as a Bonsai, so not gonna clear anything on its own. So we'll see.
grab
Ooh,
your
combination
swords.
with grab your swords, that'll take some stuff out.
Yeah.
We'll see where it's coming in now. I'd have to imagine this Rapunzel's looking like a big target if he wants to swing, but deciding that the body in play, the lore, is going to be more worth it. And I think especially behind on board like this, that definitely makes sense to me.
So I know something
What's
because
up?
I saw RJ's list.
Oh?
He's running the big Prince Philip.
I don't even remember which card that is.
That card reads that when this card enters play, banish all characters on your opposing characters that have damage on it.
Oh
I
my
think
gosh.
RJ is setting up for that.
He's playing the grab your sword wombo combo.
Wombo combo.
Oh my
I told him
God.
to put Chief Bogo in for some spice, but I think he opted. Oh, yep, he knew it. I think he had the Prince
Oh,
Philip
yeah.
shift, and the moment he got rid of it, that was it.
For any of our former Magic players in chat, if anybody's ever been hit by a chain whirler with or without Death Touch, feels about the same.
Pretty much. Yeah, that was interesting to see. I think if he didn't have the Tremaine there, RJ could have definitely came back from that match
Oh yeah,
or that game.
definitely looked like he was setting up for something, and I imagine that's what it was.
Yep.
But he's on the play now. It'll be his turn to beat down. We'll see what happens. I mean, Piglet is going to be scary against his deck no matter what. I'd imagine outside of the grab your sword, RJ's deck's probably going to be a little bit heavier on threats than answers.
Yeah.
So Piglet might be a little bit of an issue, but being on the play helps with that quite a bit.
Absolutely. Yeah, looking at his list earlier, he definitely has a lot of low drop answers. He's got a lot of you know challengers that he can get out early on. He didn't see really too much of it that game one, but he definitely has ways to deal with some of that early aggression.
Ooh, pair of Tinkerbells too. So
Yep.
not sure if he can afford to keep stuff that large in his opening hand, but the deck definitely has access to that. Not quite the Prince Philip combo, but playing
Yep.
a Tinkerbell and then singing Grab Your Sword, also very good at clearing boards.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, it looks like RJ's got his 1-2-3 curve going. He's playing the one drop Simba to help filter to find some of the answers, because he's also playing I believe it's 2 of Bend to My Will.
Ooh, yeah, he was talking about that card when we were on the break there. We'll see. I mean, if Hans gets another nice little combo with that Rapunzel, that's going to be hard to answer unless he gets rid of his whole hand.
Yeah. Makes sense. Play a Simba, draw a Simba. We don't need another one of those.
Inking the Mulan again for another Moana start. I'd have to imagine that RJ is probably just assuming that the Piglet will be there. This Moana is probably going to get to challenge, but he's going to make him have it.
Yep. Questing for 1, so RJ's now at 1.
Yeah.
I think RJ has Beast.
Yes, it looks like he did keep it in his opening hand. I believe he had the Beast and
the Morph,
2
right?
Tinkerbells,
Okay.
and then decided to throw the Tinkerbells back.
Lumineer.
Ooh, Lumiere, very solid.
I believe it just increases the strength, correct?
Yes. Inking the Beast now is very
I think
interesting.
he had a second one.
Has
Yeah.
the second one, gets the sing right
Boom.
away.
And
There we
challenge,
go.
get out.
Man,
Oh, no, he doesn't need to challenge because they both had 2 willpower.
Yeah.
Yeah.
if there was a Diablo in play, I would say this is just a cookie cutter
Yeah.
meta deck, but we know the follow-up's definitely going to be more
Absolutely.
spicy.
Yeah, you obviously still have to, play
Uh,
some of the very powerful cards when you're.
I think unfortunately he might have missed his Beast trigger. There he goes.
Yep.
He remembered.
Yep. And it's not a May effect, so you do have to draw that card. So it's not something you can kind of forget. He did play that Prince Philip, which now his Beast has Ward.
Yeah, I was playing a deck where we were using the Sapphire Alice to give Beast
Yeah.
Ward. This seems a lot more fun.
Yeah, absolutely. Now his Prince John is, or Prince Philip. I keep saying Prince John every once in a while. You don't see Prince Philip very often. It's usually just
No.
Prince John.
Well, you don't see him very often,
Yeah.
but when you do, there's multiple different copies.
So Raya is a fun card here on Han's side because it helps protect his dock or any other character he decides to play later on that ends up questing.
Yeah, that's really a nice way to get multiple activations out of this dock, especially a matchup like this. Typically, the dock is going to quest and then just get challenged down right away.
Yeah, that was one time I played Hans where he had a Gaston on play. He ended up Rying or activated Gaston, inked for turn, used Raya's effect to ready up the Gaston to play a Mufasa effectively for 1 ink. It was crazy.
Oh, jeez.
So questing for 3. So now RJ's at 6 to Hans's 3.
We'll see here.
Raj-
I know he had I believe the 6-cost Goofy in hand. So whatever he plays this turn will be able to be followed up next turn.
Yeah.
But this is a pretty hard board state to crack, especially out of a deck like this.
Yeah. Yeah, Beast having Ward, I feel like has got to be an issue for Hans right now.
Honestly, even without Ward, it's probably an issue.
Yeah, because unlike the red-blue decks where they have ice blocks,
No
if you
plays
have
at all.
that's interesting.
I really hope he's setting up for something. Otherwise, I mean, I think I saw Tremaine too. He might just not have anything worth playing here.
Yeah.
He might be holding stuff back just to have enough ink for his next turn because he's got at least 2 6-cost uninkables in hand.
Yeah.
Now we'll get to see for sure. Oh yeah, a bunch of
Yeah.
uninkables and a Rapunzel that he was hoping to not ink.
Yeah.
I mean, if RJ doesn't turn the corner and close out this game quick, though, Hans has a lot of power in his hand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Even without the Rhea in play, all those bodies hit pretty hard, and then with it in play, whew,
Yeah, so he decides to quest for 4, putting him at 10.
rips a Mufasa off the top. Now he's got to decide if he wants to ink that or the Rapunzel.
Yeah, I think that's the correct play in the Mufasa because, like, you have to play either the Goofy or the Tremaine. I think Goofy's the better one.
Yeah, at least he gets to
Yeah.
decide what's going away with that.
And that Goofy does have evasive, so currently RJ has no way to really deal with that. And now RJ's heroes do not have ward, so maybe there is something Hans can draw here. And I don't remember if Hans is on B prep, but it's very possible he is. And so if he top stacks that, he might be able to come back here.
Yeah. RJ getting a lot of free cards out of this beast, though. Whatever answer Hans does put together, RJ might have the resources to just play through it this game.
So exerting 4.
Oh, there we go.
Oh wow, the Tinkerbell that hasn't seen play in a while. Giving that kit evasive to take out that Goofy.
I was gonna say maybe there's a gazelle or something like that, but this makes
Yeah.
so much more sense with those shift
Tinkerbell ships,
Tinkerbells.
yeah.
Yeah.
Then he plays the Bayou for value. So I mean, the Riot can just banish the Bayou, sure.
Yeah, but I think he's just fine with that.
Yeah, absolutely, because now the Bayou or the Riot would be exposed.
Yeah, RJ's already up to 12 lore.
Yep. 2, 4, 5, 6.
He's got 7 in play that he's threatening.
Yep. Yeah, RJ being at 12 and Hans at 3, it's
Yeah,
not looking so good for Hans right now.
I think Hans was really banking on that Goofy sticking around to
Yep.
take out a couple more characters on his way.
Yep.
Get some card draw here. Might be in a spot where this Rhea's battling in just to get some lore off the table. But, I mean, RJ going to 19 isn't going to 20. And a deck like this, I mean, he's going to have, I imagine, some copies of Go-Go. But outside of that, he's not going to have too much burst lore. So
So weirdly enough, I convinced him to put Go-Go in his deck.
thank goodness. I thought I saw one, but I couldn't tell.
Yeah. I don't know if he has one in hand, but he definitely decided to put it in.
Man. I don't know if it was top deck for this turn or draw from last
Oh,
turn, but he's
wow.
got this Tinkerbell lined up.
And there's the Go-Go.
So he can, at the very least, if he decides just to play Tinkerbell, he can take out this Rhea, ping down this Mulan. Probably just thinking through if he has any stronger options.
Yeah, I mean, I think he can. Yeah, he's got a couple options. He could shift the Tinkerbell, challenge the Raya to then finish off the Mulan. Looks like
Hitting the
because I think he
Rapunzel.
has a grab your swords in hand. He does. So that wipes the
There we
entire
go.
board.
I mean, it's been a little while since we've seen the Tinkerbell Grab Your Swords
Wombo
beast
combo.
stuff in the same deck, but it's just as strong as it's always been.
Yeah. Yeah, now he's at 15. I think, unless Hans Drew would be prepared, I think this is going to go to RJ. Unless he has a Scar too, but I don't think, Scar is just not going to be enough because he only has 5 toughness, so
Yeah.
he can't take out everything.
I have not seen Scar in a hot minute either.
Yeah. But with you seeing a Mufasa, you're going to think that it's mostly going to be characters played in the list. There's probably a few actions, a couple brawls, maybe a
Yeah.
couple B props, but for the most part, other than that, it's going to be a bunch of characters.
All right, well, we're going into game 3. I have to imagine it's going to sting losing that game, but Hans is going to be happy that he's on the play at least.
Absolutely. And I think that's where, Red Fossa or, Red Yellow tends to do a little bit better is on the play because you're able to set up, those characters that can, help cheat out characters a little bit earlier, establishing that Mufasa early on the game and then, playing that little roulette game of maybe flipping over like a Mickey BLT or
Oh yeah.
You know, a Maleficent Dragon or something like that.
And especially with what we've seen out of his list with those Moanas and the big evasive Goofy. I mean, the deck is either entirely characters or almost entirely characters, so having stuff in play is how you affect the board. Being on the play for that is going to make a big difference in a matchup like this.
Yeah. It was funny. I spoke to Hans earlier in between rounds too, and he was like, "Stop pairing me against the steel players." I'm like, "I don't have control over who you're paired against, but you know, you got this."
Looks like he's got, I think, at least a Piglet and a Sisu, so
Do you know what Don Carnage does?
I do, actually. Yeah, that one I'm familiar with from like a set or two ago.
Yeah,
I know that's one that RJ's liked for a while.
absolutely.
We'll see if Hans
weirdly
has the
enough
one
is
drop
actually
here.
yeah.
Oh, sorry, what were you saying?
I was gonna say Don Carnage actually is kind of interesting in this format now, especially with Genie and stuff. So it's actually not that bad of a card.
Oh yeah, I mean just the big evasive body that has more than 2 strength is very helpful to dodge removal, and then having the 4 strength to let it take out opposing genies.
Yep.
It's pretty big. We'll see. Hans does have the 1 drop, and if I was spying the rest of his hand correctly, he has a Piglet and a Sisu follow-up, so this is going to be a strong curve out.
Yes, it is. So he's figuring out what he's gonna loot here with the Simba.
It looks like RJ has... He does have the Grab Your Sword. Looks like he might have a Tinkerbell, and he has the 3-drop Tinkerbell to set up that shift.
Opted to discard it. Yep.
Yeah, that's not the route he wants to go, at least right now. And he has the Beast follow-up on the top end, so RJ's got a lot of play here as well.
Yeah, Hans drew Gaston, so I'm thinking he's opting for that to play on turn 3 instead of the Sisu.
Oh yeah, that would be a lot of pressure.
That Calhoun's looking at that Piglet and saying, "Go ahead, quest, little buddy."
Oh, and he draws the Mufasa for turn, so this Gaston is going to be putting in a lot of work. Decides that he doesn't want to cash in the Piglet just yet, thinking that he can get some better value out of it, probably hoping to get rid of this Calhoun.
Okay. So Kit is going to bounce that Piglet back to turn. So now even next turn he won't be able to quest with that Piglet. I'm wondering if it's a little too late and now you just ink it. Well, you drew a Moana, which will probably be ink for turn. And
Yeah.
then
I have to imagine that's probably a pretty tough decision to make if you're RJ, right? Like the Gaston is threatening.
oh,
a lot of
what
stuff.
is
Oh,
this?
there we go. Shift Mulan coming in to
Good. What is the spice?
clean up quite a bit.
Cleaned up RJ's entire board.
Yeah.
All right, now we got a Prince Philip. So now any other heroes that get played have wards. So now, fortunately, that Prince Philip was a turn too late, or else RJ would probably still have a board. So that Shift Mulan was perfectly timed.
Let's see, and Hans drawing looks like a Lumiere for turn. So probably, I would have to imagine deciding if he's just slamming this Mufasa into play or doing something else.
Yeah. Both of these guys have been playing their decks for quite a while. Hans has been on red yellow since
As long as I can remember.
yeah, I mean he ended up getting day 2 at the Chicago DLC. He ended up unfortunately playing one of your teammates round 1.
Oh no.
He played Dewey. So, you know, he unfortunately was kicked out after round 1, but you know, he did make it to day 2, so that was pretty good. So he played the Mufasa, the Lumiere. And here comes a Grab Your Swords, right? Nope, we got a Beast.
Beast looks like he's probably just setting up to sing it the next turn. Opting to not do anything with this Prince Philip. Just want to make sure that this Beast sticks around.
Yeah, we're seeing this huge advantage that we're getting on both sides of the board when, you know, one particular player is on the play, right? Like, last game, RJ was able to establish his board a lot easier because of the fact he was on the play, whereas
Yeah.
Han's same right here, right? Like, he's been on the play, he's been finding the correct answers and been able to go wide and present that board state.
Yeah, and I'd have to imagine that matchups like this are going to play out a lot like this.
Yeah.
Fairly often, we have the aggressive questers like the Piglets on one side, and then the Calhouns and such to challenge on the other side.
I don't. Did RJ draw his 2? I think so.
I believe so. I wasn't paying attention, to be honest. I was
Okay.
busy looking at all the cards in play.
Yeah, because I know he drew a Bend to Your Will, which unfortunately in this spot is just not where you want to draw.
Okay, there we go.
There we go.
You did pick up the extra card.
So now this is a little different because I think he can shift that Prince Philip. Because I think it costs 6 to shift.
Ooh, yeah, that one extra card making a big difference if that's the case.
Opting to play the Cinderella to draw a kit. I think he just discard Bend to My Will here. Like, Hans only has 1 card in hand. Yeah.
Can't imagine that he's going to be drawing too many cards that he's not going to just immediately play. I mean, we could see like a Rapunzel pop out of this Mufasa, and that would be like one spot where it'd feel kind of bad to not have it, but that's pretty specific.
Unfortunately, that was technically an illegal target because Lumiere is
Yeah.
on the board.
Yeah, he
So-
does have to bounce the Lumiere here.
Yeah. So I don't know if they get to spot that at all. So we have RJ still making the decision here
Yeah, deciding what else he wants to do with this turn.
because he still has the option to sing Grab Your Swords.
And my singing grab here is a little bit awkward. It doesn't actually
Yeah.
take out all that much. But at least Hans not at double-digit lore yet. So I'd say a roughly even board here, but RJ's going to start pulling ahead with this extra card draw off the Beast.
Yeah.
If Hans does have an answer for this Beast, though, might be able to collapse the board a little bit.
Okay, we're just going to say, all right, well, I guess we're just going to try to aggro you out here. So he's going to quest for 2, go to 8. Draw is 2. I think he drew another kit. Yep.
And this spot here is pretty interesting. It's basically going to be up to RJ for when this Mufasa is popping.
Yep.
Decides to just take it out now, because Hans was definitely just going to keep questing with it.
Oh my god, double Luminaire. So now his kit cannot target anything that he has in hand.
Yeah. The second Lumiere covering for the first is actually, I found to be a really big part of that card.
That's a 4/2 Piglet.
Hopefully Hans catches it here.
Yes. All right.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that Piglet can take out a Daisy.
Oh my god, it can.
All right, that's huge. That's taken out pretty much
There's
everything but the
the same.
Gastons.
Yeah, now we can play the kit. So
Now we can, yep.
ultimately, just had to get the sequencing correct. And then this does expose the Beast if Hans wants to throw away this Gaston to put some damage on it.
He just
But
played that, yep, perfect.
If we're in a racing situation, that might not even be worth it.
Yeah.
Mother Gothel was the draw. I haven't gotten a peek at Hans's hand in a hot minute. I don't think he has the Rapunzel to pair with it. I saw some big uninkable card in his hand that I have no idea what it is.
I would assume it's Goofy. If not, let's see what he's doing here.
Like
So
a
he's paying
Perdita or something?
6.
Ooh,
So it's a
another Mulan. And that's definitely going to threaten the board. It's not quite as scary if you can't shift it, though.
Yeah, and I don't know if Hans is running like a 1 or 2 of Vitalisphere to help give it, that boost and rush.
I'd
That is
imagine he's
fair.
just relying on the shift.
Yeah,
But here, I'm sure he's wishing he had that Vitalisphere.
absolutely.
Oh, man. See, this is why I shouldn't be allowed to build decks, because you said that, and then my first immediate thought was like, all right, how can I Vitalisphere my Mufasa to
Right.
get some value?
Just get infinite value. All right, so he drew that shift Prince Philip.
Let's see. The beast goes another turn.
Those symbols be finding him the answers he needs to do and filtering through his deck.
It looks like the Philip he had in hand was just an additional copy of the one that's already in play.
I see.
And, I mean, this Mulan is a threatening card, but once it's already in play, it's only got 2 power.
Well, again, he has that Prince Philip that's giving all of his heroes, which I do believe now all of his heroes have ward.
They definitely have ward now.
They are warded up. So there's nothing Hans can target any of these characters on RJ's side with.
Yeah. I mean, Hans got to have his turn with the double Lumiere.
Yeah.
Now RJ has the double Prince Philip. I
Yep.
think, if I had to put money on it, I'd probably rather be on the Prince Philip side.
Absolutely.
But that might just be because RJ has a bigger board right now.
Yeah. And RJ just quested, went to 7. So now let's see what Hans can do with this situation. Oh man, this guy is.
Another
That was bounced, I think, correct?
I believe so.
Yeah. So he won't be able to.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the other thing about Lorcana, and both of these guys playing cards that you don't typically see played. Sometimes you just forget about that ward stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Oh,
There's the shift
there it
Philip.
is.
Beast finally digging into it. And
Questing for 5,
yeah, I mean,
going to 12, 13.
at this point,
I thought it was 12. I math okay. Hans helped there a little bit.
Hans probably really hoping he had a Be Prepared in his deck right about now.
Yeah.
This Beast just drawing so many cards.
Yeah, that's the thing about Beast. Like, I know in some decks it's lost favor, but let me tell you, if it sticks on the board and it does not get solved, it is a problem.
Oh yeah. Let's see. At least keeps him from being able to quest out this turn.
3, 4, 5, 6. He can go. Oh, this is disgusting. If he sees it, I think.
What are you looking at?
I'm trying to see if go math. So we're familiar with Tomatol math. So now we have go
The
math.
Simba challenges for 1 and quests for 1, so it's
Yeah,
the same.
So it's the
for
same
Go-Go.
value, exactly.
Beast would be +1, but if Beast challenges into this Gaston, the Gaston goes away.
Yep.
So unfortunately, no way to jump ahead with the Go-Go. I don't think RJ is going to mind all that much going to 16 as is. Decides to You're Welcome his own Simba.
Absolutely.
Draw some extra cards. Man, this brings me back to like set 2 when I'd play
Right.
Yzma to hit my rabbit and
Yep.
draw a bunch of cards.
Yep. Presenting for cuts, drawing his 2 off of You're Welcome.
I think he found another
He
You're Welcome.
did find another You're Welcome. So you can add some flair in You're Welcome to Piglet if you really wanted to. Found a Calhoun, but he's just going to ship it back. So
Yeah, Calhoun just as threatening as anything else he could play here.
he's counting his ink for 6, 7, 8.
Let's see what it is.
That's a Surfer Stitch that's drawing some answers, but I don't think there's anything he can do with 2 ink
Yeah, I
to
mean,
solve this board.
at this point, Prince Philip just being very large and questing for a lot could probably just solo this game.
Yep, and funny enough, that Prince Philip, if I remember correctly, does have evasive.
Oh my god.
So
I didn't even remember that.
yeah, it has evasive. So yeah, I mean, you need the spot removal for it. You need a board wipe, or you need what we like to call the Sharkinator, the Maui Shark. So I think this is RJ's game, unless there's something I'm not aware of.
Yeah, at this point, I'm not sure what it could be. I mean, if he has it, if there is a line out of this, I'm sure Hans will find it. Like you said, both these players are very familiar with these archetypes, if not like these specific decks.
Yeah.
But there's only
'cause-
2 cards left in hand. It does look like he has a Teeth and Ambition, but it's
Oh.
not going to be quite enough to take anything
Yeah.
out.
Yeah, because it can't even take out the Calhoun, unfortunately.
No.
He's in a quest for 3 for Flair, go to 11.
Yeah.
and then he's gonna pass. You never know. RJ might not quest, but I think he
Yeah.
chose to.
I think he's got it there.
Yeah, so that match is going to go to RJ. He did take it in 3. And he was able to do the spice. He was able to shift the Prince Philip to banish 2 characters on the board. And, was able to take it.
You
So-
know he's going to be riding that high the rest of
Oh,
the day.
absolutely.
He
Especially
lives-
being
he
on
lives for
stream
that.
and doing
Oh,
that.
yeah.
That's awesome, though. I'm happy to see that the spice was able to take, another game today. It's over? Okay. Well, that's it for this round. Our backup match is completed as well. Just a friendly reminder that we do have our locals here on Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. Hans and RJ are both players of our local community. We have a lot of good players that show up here at NRG that play the game. We're trying to build our community, so if you're ever interested in learning how to play Lorcana or play with some of the top end players that are in the Chicagoland area, here would be the place to show up for that on Tuesdays at 6:30 if you're able to. But yeah, that'll conclude our round 4, and then we'll be back for round 5, which will be the last round prior to our cut to top 8. We'll be back. All right, Illumineers, welcome back. We are here in round 5 of our set champs. And we have 2 people that have been on stream already. We're going to have Ivan on the left piloting red purple with a record of 2-1-1. And then Thane on the right with purple steel with a record of 2-2. So this match is definitely going to matter when it comes to make it into the top cut. Looks like we're getting the ready go ahead to start, and they've already done their mulligans. What do you think about this matchup?
Well, I mean, this will be interesting. We saw the purple steel deck earlier, how it was able to kind of just win out of nowhere with the Jafar. I mean, Ivan is definitely going to be able to draw a lot of cards, remove a lot of stuff, but if he, leaves the Jafar sitting around for too long, that might just gain 10 plus lore.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and this is Jafar. We saw it earlier today, and we did see the spice where he shifted the Jafar, saying "Whole New World," and then proceeded to
Draw into another whole
draw into another one and sing that one as well. So he was able to go from 6 to win in one turn, which was nice.
And the Robin Hood start coming out with the Blue Fairy. If we have a shift here, that's going to be very strong, especially on the play. That's not going to give Ivan an opportunity to either brawl the small Robin Hood or, potentially Medusa, the big one later on. It's going to be slowed down by a turn. We'll see what he wants to do here. Looks like he has some follow-up plays, but no 2-drop, so it'll probably be a combination of some 1s.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably going to play Diablo, crack it, draw, get that value, and then play Broom as well.
We'll see follow-up here. If he has the shift Robin Hood, like I was saying, that'll be a very solid start. You see it at the front of the hand there.
Yep.
And getting the Blue Fairy early is definitely going to be big in this matchup.
Yep. Do you think Ivan's going to brawl that Blue Fairy next turn?
We'll see. I mean, he does have like a Sisu, Fox, and a library as other potential more proactive plays. But drawing the extra brawl, he might be tempted to. And just kind of slowing down the card draw will probably be pretty big. I would expect that we see that Maui coming down in a couple turns here, unless he ends up having to ink it.
Yeah, and I know Ivan's not 100% on the ed list. He is on his own variation. He has some own spice of his own. So yeah, it looks like he did use the brawl to get rid of that Blue Fairy because you don't want your opponent's drawing cards. Slow him down.
This spot here, that Robin Hood staring these characters down, not a safe quest. And I mean, yeah, brawling the Blue Fairy is gonna help slow down the other side, but not gaining lore at the same time. That's kind of what this red-purple deck wants to do.
Yeah, absolutely. And I do see Fox in Ivan's hand, so he's probably, and it's awkward too, because even Fox and the Magic Room is not enough to get rid of that Robin Hood. So that Robin Hood's probably going to stick around on the board for a bit here.
Yeah. I think Ivan's next turn is going to depend very heavily on what Thane plays here. If he doesn't draw like a rabbit or a genie, we might even just see like the library coming out just to put something into play. Or we could see a draw.
Yeah.
We could see the Fox coming down just to sort of get a free quest and replay something.
Thane questing going to 5. Ivan playing the library, moving the Diablo there. Trading it into the Robin Hood to draw the 2 cards. And he does have 2 Maui, so he'll be able to deal with the Robin Hood next turn, which will hopefully help a little bit.
Yeah, he has the Maui. He did draw into a B prep, so if we get to a point where Ivan hits 7 ink and this library's still around, that be prepared. This is going to be pretty big. I'm sure it'll be big regardless, but having a location in play when you drop that is always huge.
Yep. And he does have that Jafar shift line. So he is able to shift that Jafar if needed. So if he shifts that Jafar, quests with both, and Maui swings into that Robin Hood, do you remember if Jafar reads it has to be on your turn that you draw a card? Or is it just when he's exerted?
Ooh, that's a good question. I know it has to be exerted. I believe it is worded where it has to be on your turn, because I know on the flip side, Diablo is worded where it's on your opponent's turn, but I actually don't remember the exact text off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And he is inking the Pete here, so we don't have the Pete to potentially stop the Be Prepared later, but it is still a few turns off, getting his own library into play.
That's also a good play, because even if he plays the Maui can't take out the library. He still has the Robin Hood, so if he banishes the Robin Hood, he's able to draw 2 cards off of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think the library is actually like a pretty good fork to put him in this turn.
Absolutely.
This board is scary enough. Ivan definitely still has to respect it and respond to it.
Yep. Yeah, so Thane over here goes to 8, passes the turn with 2 exerted characters and a library. So Ivan goes to 2 off of the library trigger.
We'll see. Opting not to put any damage on the opposing library, which I think makes a lot of sense. He is still in the driver's seat, and as long as he continues to keep questing, it's going to force Ivan to have to at least consider the Jafar shift.
Banishing, choosing to opt to cash in on that broom, drawing the card. It's unfortunately he didn't have enough ink to put at the library, but you have to play the Maui this turn because it's just too much of a board state that Thane's established.
Oh yeah. Otherwise, if he's, spending the ink to do that, his next best play is probably a Fox, and then at that point, like, you're not getting the extra card off the broom anyway because you got to bounce it back, and it's trading with the Jafar instead of eating something.
Yep. Yeah, Thane getting a lot of value off of that, drawing 2 cards because of library and Robin Hood trigger. Gains the 1 from library, so he should be at 9 here.
Oh yeah, and he's drawn multiple friends on the other side. Has this library still. Can definitely keep the card draw going.
Yep. So now do you... can't see Thane's hand. I see the Shift Jafar.
Yeah, there's a Shift Jafar. Looks like 2 friends on the other side. And I believe 2 of the Shift Jim Hawkins, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Looks like we're just going to get the Jafar here. I think this makes a lot of sense. Kind of the only real punish here would be Tremaine.
Yeah.
Ivan doesn't have enough ink for the Be Prepared going into the next turn.
Yep.
But even still, like, this Jafar has come down, already gained some lore. If the Tremaine does happen, he'll at least get the value off the library.
Yep.
And I think this is a pretty good gambit to take. If the Tremaine does not come down and this Jafar lives through the turn, that might be enough to just put the game away right there.
Yeah. So Ivan has a couple options. He can challenge with Maui, play Fox to finish off the library. Because he's probably going to need to be prepped the following turn.
Yeah. That's looking like his only realistic play, because the rest of his hand is just, it's like more Mauis.
Yeah. Because the issue with that Jafar right now, if it's not solved, Thane could just win next turn if he top decks a whole new world. Because he could whole new world, and then from that whole new world, draw another whole new world.
And we do see he has the friends on the other side, so a couple redraws into it as well.
Yeah. So he drew a Robin Hood. He has another library, it looks like.
Now, there is a chance if this library ends up coming down here, Ivan being flooded on Maui's might actually be pretty helpful.
Yep.
But we'll see. Now, if Ivan does find a way to clean up this Jafar, having the library in play when the board settles is going to put him a bit ahead, and he will still have that Be Prepared to follow up. We'll see if Thane can decide to kind of go all in and force the issue, or decide to play a bit slower if he wants to play around this Be Prepared.
Yeah. And that's the other thing right now is that the library's still on the board for Ivan's side. So if he beat preps next turn, he's going to slowly start getting back up there.
Yeah. He decides to take some more lore, puts him up to 12.
Yeah.
Puts the Robin Hood into play, wants to just threaten as much as he can.
I think Thane's just banking on Ivan not having the B prep. So we're probably going to see Mim quest. He's going to ink for turn and then B prep, if I was to take a guess.
Yeah, I would imagine so. Decides that he wants to keep a couple more Mauis in his hand, so inks the Brawl, which I think makes sense considering he just picked up the Sisu.
Absolutely. He'll be able to draw off that library trigger.
Yeah, that library turning every card into a rabbit when the Be Prepared hits is very nice.
But now this is interesting because Thane has a library of his own, so he's probably going to be playing that and whatever he potentially drew.
Yeah, he does have enough. If he inks here, he can play the library and the Shift Jim Hawkins, but not move it into the location. He did draw the small Jim Hawkins, decides to ink that instead of trying to set up a shift or anything like that.
Yep, so just emptying out his hand. now we're in a spot where a whole new world off the top will probably be pretty good here.
Yeah. Ivan sitting on a lot more resources at the moment, but is still very behind on lore, so he's still got an uphill battle to have this game fully locked up.
Yep. Yep, that makes sense.
Putting some damage there. If there is removal, assuming Ivan probably keeps this extra Maui in hand just in case. But if he feels that he needs the ink, we might see it inked here. Might opt to just skipping ink. Yeah, keep all the cards in his hand.
So he gains the 1, goes to 13 here. So he could move that Jim Hawkins to the library to take out the Maui and hoping that, you know.
That card draw buys him something he needs.
Yeah.
Now, 13 is a relatively decent number to be at, just to have the potential for the Jafar wheel.
Yep.
At this point, we're far enough into the game, though. If a big Jafar hits the table, I don't think it's making it around back to his turn.
Yeah.
We'll probably just see both characters come down, go into the library. Might decide he wants to save the Robin Hood if there's another sweeper, but at this point, it being in the library is probably worth more.
I think Ivan had a big Sisu in hand. Yeah.
Yeah, he does. And here, there's already 6 damage on Thane's library, so Ivan can decide if he wants to take it out with the Chernobog's followers instead of committing this Maui. Deciding instead to take the lore, assuming he's going to crack the Chernobog's draws 2 cards.
Draws 2, yep. So that puts Ivan at 9, Thane at 13.
Yeah.
There's that Maui's fish hook we saw earlier today.
Ivan feeling pretty far ahead, but Thane has enough lore that Ivan can't dirtle for too long.
Yep. I'm going to assume he's going to give that Maui evasive.
Yeah, I'd imagine so. The Aladdin, though, its text doesn't come up super often in the current meta, but it can quest here to get rid of that hook.
Yeah.
At least getting some value on the way out.
It was interesting because I guess he is protecting the Maui for a turn, to protect it against another library or something else. So we have a storm here.
See what the draw is for turn.
Is that Smat? No, Jafar.
It's a Jafar. I mean, a threatening card to have in play, but when Thane's empty-handed, it produces what Ivan has to actually play around. We'll see if Thane decides he wants to battle anything or probably just takes the lore.
So he quests for the 2. I'm going to assume he is going to blow up the Maui's fishhook.
I would imagine so.
If he remembers that trigger. I don't know if that's a May ability or not. It looks like he may have forgotten. Or it may be something.
It may be a May.
Yeah. Oh, Ivan did have a second one in hand.
Thane's sitting at 15 now. Oh, yeah. He's got multiple fish hooks. Just decides to throw it on the Be Prepared after moving the Maui. And there's a chance he could just ride this library to victory.
Yeah, that's the thing about locations. They're very powerful when, you don't get rid of them right away. And they tend to, have a decent amount of willpower that can stay on board for quite a bit. And it's just going to passively gain lore. And, again, played it with Ivan quite often. This is his favorite thing to do is, back when Queen's Castle saw a lot of play, he was definitely, protect the Queen's Castle, protect the castle all the time. And, I mean, you saw how Nationals went. It was the same concept,
And we just got confirmation the Aladdin quest trigger is a May.
Yeah.
And, I mean, this library is ticking up for a lot of turns, but like you were saying, it's no Queen's Castle. It is only gaining 1 per turn, so
yeah,
Ivan does still have to close this out before Thane can cobble together some Jafar nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan's sitting at 11, so he can still come back, obviously, but Thane's not out of the game yet.
No, definitely not.
Drew have friends, so that might be able to help him find an answer here.
Yeah, for cards off
Obvious-
the top, that's going to be a good one.
Yeah, he did find a whole new world.
Now,
He's maybe trying to see if it's worth just singing or hard casting.
yeah, that's probably going to be his decision here. It looks like the other card he drew was inkable, so he could decide to just ink it, refill his hand. Probably considering the fact that he's at 15 and thinking about if he just wants to get 2 lore out of this Jim Hawkins.
You always got to wonder too, like red purple players, how many B preps are they on? Ivan's already played 2.
Yeah.
If you sing whole new world, are you giving them another possibility of another B prep? Big Sisu's an issue, obviously. So it looks like he's just gonna hard cast it.
All right. Yeah.
And I mean, Ivan,
Besides
of course,
that,
draws the other 2 B preps.
oh my gosh.
Oh man,
We'll see.
there's only one thing Ivan likes more than drawing cards, and that's
When his
prepping a
opponent
board.
draws his,
Yeah,
his cards for him.
that too.
Looks like there's another whole new world in hand, so
Yeah.
have a potential refill for the turn coming up.
I mean, that's also a powerful play against red purple because they already draw so many cards. So being able to potentially mill them out could be, game plan number 2. The issue is that Ivan's already established effectively 4 lore next turn, which is going to put
Yeah.
him tied with Thane.
Yeah, and then Thane has the 1 ink left over. If he drew a 1-drop off of this whole new world, that might make a difference here. It doesn't look like he has.
Yeah. So yeah, he's questing going to 17 here. Oh no, yeah, 17.
Yeah.
Math is hard.
We'll
Ivan goes to
see.
12.
Yeah, I mean, he's got more follow up. He's got another whole new world. He's got another library in his hand, but it might be just a little too late.
Playing the crab, making it crash into the Jim Hawkins so he can draw the 2, one off the rabbit, one off the library.
Oh yeah. Ivan deciding it is time to trade and race.
Now at 14 lore. And what's the best thing to play when there's no characters on the board? More locations.
Oh yeah. At this point, the second library kind of feeling like a nail in the coffin besides all this other stuff already in play. Even if Thane has something like a grab your sword, it's probably going to be more than he can deal with.
Do you see that red purple board?
I do.
Do you know there's only one card on there that doesn't have a text that says draw a card on it?
That's pretty crazy.
That's a little crazy. Oh, and then a Flynn to wrap it up. He's got to have a character, which I'm sure he does. Ivan's board has not really got a lot of power on it. There's only the crab with 3, so
Yeah, there's at least a Robin Hood in Thane's hand. That alone isn't going to be enough to stop the win, though.
I don't even know if he has enough ink to like double grab your swords. If he inked for a turn, he would. But that's still double library he's fighting.
Yeah. It's still a double library. That's still a 3-turn clock. I don't think we've seen a single goat from Ivan yet.
We have not. I talked him out of playing goat.
You did?
No. I tried though.
Of course you did. Yeah, they
Yeah.
agree. Ivan's got this one. But now Thane gets another game on the play. See if he can get another aggressive start.
Yeah, I think Thane's trying to talk about his potential line of singing the whole new world to maybe establish a bigger board state, but it comes down to, with you giving your opponent a fresh new 7, are you giving them another B prep or a big Sisu?
Oh, yeah.
That all the characters you're playing anyways are just going to get banished. So it's one of those, difficult decisions to make when you're playing a whole new world deck.
Yeah, and especially a deck like this purple steel deck. These whole new worlds really need to be closing the door and not just cracking it back open.
Exactly.
We'll see. We could have another, 1-drop into Blue Fairy start, which is once again going to be harder for Ivan to deal with. He was able to navigate around it this game, but we'll see how this next one goes. Thane having stuff like the 1-drop Robin Hood does sort of insulate him against the Flynns a little bit. kind of incidentally.
Mhm.
So at least that's an angle that he shouldn't have to be too worried about if he takes this one and has to play a game on the draw.
Yeah, and I think Ivan knows that too. Like Flynn is probably not the best card in this matchup. I think the only character that it like Blue Fairy, if you don't have a turn 1 play, is
Yeah.
like an issue. But even then, you'll have a turn 3 play that can counteract that Flynn pretty easily.
Well, Ivan's looking at his opening 7, deciding what to put back. Other than a broom, it's entirely red cards.
Yep,
I would imagine he wants a little more purple in there.
probably. We did just talk about how purple says draw cards.
Oh, yeah. Now, we'll have to decide how much he wants this fish hook.
Yeah.
Thane looks like he's also got pretty good mix of things. I see a Robin Hood, some Jim Hawkins, got that Bayou.
I think Ivan chooses to keep the Maui's fishhook for the simple fact that he did see his opponent is on library.
Yeah.
And obviously fishhook with Maui is an easy answer for that. And also protecting your characters with evasive. And also, honestly, to deal with the Jafar.
Well, let's be honest, too. Ivan just really likes that card.
Ivan likes anything that draws cards and helps protect his characters for sure.
See, it looks like Thane just deciding on the last couple cards to either keep or put back.
I think a turn 1 Bayou actually helps quite a bit in this matchup. I think Bayou only has 3 willpower.
It does, so
Yeah. So there's nothing he can
depending-
play on turn 1 that banishes it, right?
that's
Just turnabout?
true. It does mean he's not playing something like the Robin Hood. So if Ivan has a 1-drop into a snake, it means the Bayou's only getting a little bit of value, but that
Sure.
might be all he needs. I mean, we did see that game. If stuff had broken just a little bit differently, like Thane was in a position where just a little bit of extra lore off the top would have put him over the edge. So, I mean, that chip shot lore does add up. It looks like Ivan has 1-drops, but no 2-drops.
That is correct.
He's gonna have a library on 3 if that's how he decides to play it. 2 Be Prepareds in hand, if I'm not mistaken. That might get a little clunky. But we'll see. He might end up having to ink this fishhook just to have enough ink.
Thane looks like he has 2 blue fairies.
I can't tell for sure. It looks like he does have the Hawkins shift line, which is going to be very nice. I know there's at least 1 blue fairy. And now this Robin Hood, I don't think he has the shift line in his hand, but it's still going to be a threatening card that Ivan's going to have to consider.
Correct.
Yeah, and then the interesting thing here is if he's following up with this Jim Hawkins, Thane will have to decide if he's playing that first or if he wants to slow it down a bit to play the blue fairy. Being on the play, he does have a bit more space to do that before he has to consider Brawl. But we'll see how he wants to take this. I would assume with an X1 coming out from Ivan, the ping off the Jim Hawkins shift is going to gain a little bit more value than it otherwise might.
Yeah. I think Jim Hawkins is a shift 3.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's another way to threaten a shifted whole new world on turn 3.
Yeah.
And probably just deciding here if the quest on Robin Hood is worth the potential trade.
So that's a very good question because if I was in Thane's shoes, I would have quested because more than likely, like even if Ivan was to banish it, I mean you're presenting 2 different shift lines and then also you're taking away that card draw from Ivan.
Yeah. I think it's a matter of what he's deciding to play around and
Absolutely.
also just, it's not something we always keep in mind, but it's something he's showing his opponent
Mhm.
that this Robin Hood has some value. So he may even simply just be bluffing the shift line.
Yeah. Oh,
Or-
he has the whole new world.
Ooh,
He just drew it.
does. So, I mean, with perfect information, we can see that would rip 2 Be Prepareds out of Ivan's hand.
Right.
We'll see if he decides to pull the trigger on it.
Well, the nice thing too is like that will put Thane in a good spot, whether even without the information, because you're getting rid of that followers, so he's not getting the
Yeah.
card draw off of that, and you're giving yourself a whole fresh new 7. Sure, you're giving your opponent the fresh new 7 as well, but
Honestly, I think it's going to come down to how much he's valuing these blue fairies.
yeah,
Yeah, decides to take the shift there.
Well, the thing is he just inked his other Floodborn character.
Yeah.
So right now those blue fairies are kind of dead cards, unless he is banking on drawing the shift line. So maybe he's gonna play the blue fairies next turn, and then Whole New World.
Yeah, it could be that.
'Cause there's nothing that Ivan can play that gets rid of Jim Hawkins this turn. I don't think.
No.
Oh, he could Fox.
He could
that
Fox, but
not
it's
gonna
not
kill
enough.
it. Yeah. He's gonna take out the Robin Hood, is my guess.
Yeah.
Yep.
This still seems like a good spot for Thane. See what the follow-up is. If he draws something inkable, it's probably a pretty easy
Yeah.
follow-up. He draws an Aladdin.
So you just ink Aladdin, 2 fairies, and sing Whole New World.
I would assume so, unless there's something that he really wants to draw for 4. You know, because there's also the option of just seeing what you get off the Whole New World.
Sure.
But especially a matchup like this, you know, every card that you can get value out of is going to be big.
Okay, so he's opting to take that out. I guess on curve it makes sense. There's nothing he's gonna be.
Yeah, this is basically just saying that he doesn't think Ivan has another Fox.
Yeah.
Has the Chernobog to redraw there. These double B preps are making this hand pretty clunky.
Yeah. And next turn thing, if he draws an inkable, he's gonna be sitting in a very good spot.
I have to say, this is giving me flashbacks to playing red-purple against opponents on Amber Steel, shifting Queen and singing Whole New World.
Yep. So he drew a Jafar. I mean, I feel like you have to ink it and then just sing it.
Yeah, the way he's been playing it, it seems like he's trying to get as much value possible out of this Jim Hawkins before it sings. And I think this is probably the turn where he's got to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
Probably just deciding if he wants to play the extra character before he wheels. But especially going to 5, you have a lot of options you can draw into, so I
Yep.
think it makes a lot of sense here.
And now Thane's like, I just got rid of 2 Be Prepares.
Yeah.
This is nice.
That's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah,
Has
so-
another Be Prepared. Ivan with the 3-drop Sisus, in
Yep.
addition to the standard hand size Sisus you'd normally see. But drawing into a decent amount of uninkables still.
Yeah, I didn't see the full extent of Thane's hand, but I saw the big. Yep. So I figured that. Draw some cards. Drawing cards is always nice.
Yeah, and this is a hand, especially being on the play. Thane's deck can just decide to play a mid-range plan instead of going for the Jafar.
Yep. Yeah, Ivan sitting at 2 lore, Thane at 5. Looks like he's gonna trade up.
Yeah,
Makes sense. One
takes
less
the trade
singer.
there.
Ivan did win game 1, so this is game 2.
He's got some interesting options here. Oh, he did have an Elsa. Okay,
Nice.
so that answers one of the blue fairies immediately.
He could have exerted the Robin Hood.
He could have. He didn't.
Missed opportunity. You gotta do it for the flair.
Oh, yeah.
All right, what did he draw there? So he drew another Aladdin. I think I saw Zeus earlier.
There's a Storm Rage on. I don't believe there's a Zeus. I think his
Okay.
only songs here are Storm Rage on and Friends on the other side.
Sure.
Does have the big Jafar. So Thane's got a handful of options. Just got to decide which lane he wants to be in.
You don't really see the 1-drop Aladdin too much. Oh, he's
No.
gonna shift onto it.
Yeah, discarding
Okay.
the library, deciding to get the extra body and the card draw off of it that way instead of playing the library itself.
Sure.
Now he's got, I believe, double Storm Rage on. He could decide to sing and hardcast just to take out this Elsa. It'd be pretty aggressive, but it does guarantee Blue Fairy sticking around. Probably going to be looking to get a little bit more value out of it. But if he decides there's not going to be any other targets, might just be the play.
Mm-hmm. Plays the other Aladdin. He's looking at he remembers those Maui's fish hooks.
Oh,
So
yeah.
maybe those are going to be able to quest and banish it this game.
He's got one more turn before he's got to start worrying about Be Prepared. Knows he discarded 2 of them, but we know there's at least 1 left in the deck.
At least one.
As the 3rd Aladdin decides that one's better as ink. And I'd imagine just plays the Jim Hawkins here.
Yep.
So we'll see what he wants to do from here. The Robin Hood is probably questing in. If there's a Maui to run into it, it's probably not ideal, but
Yeah.
this far ahead, he probably doesn't mind all that much.
Yeah, he's got to start out racing Ivan because Ivan's top end is definitely going to be better
Oh,
than
yeah.
Thane's, right? Like Thane's is definitely more of a combo, setup deck than it is going to be just getting the better value out of the top end.
Yeah, and the Sisu's out of Ivan's deck, we've seen him put in some work prior, but not having the ice blocks means he's going to be a little bit limited on what it actually hits.
Mm-hmm.
Now the Maui's getting in, so Thane's going to get to draw a card out of that, and now has a pretty juicy target for one of those storms.
Yep. Yeah, Ivan's sitting at 6 ink, so next turn, if the board
Man.
gets too out of control, he can be prep.
He's got multiple
Baby
Sisus.
Sisus, yeah. What is this?
Decides to ink the Pete so we can play the Jafar.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of those plays where you're like, hey, I just saw you discard 2 B preps. If
Yeah.
you drew the 3rd one, you drew the 3rd one. I can't do much about it, right?
Oh, for sure. Decides to just get the value out of the Jim Hawkins by trading it into the Maui. And, I mean, even if, like, from Thane's side, even if there is the 3rd Be Prepared here, he's got a bunch of cards in hand. He's got another Friends. Like, he has ways to reload.
Do we know if he drew the Jafar or the Blue Fairy trigger off the Jafar? I don't think so.
I'm
It
not
is a
sure.
May trigger.
Yeah.
So. Okay.
Sure, he is, 1 loss away from getting knocked out of top 8 contention, so
Singing, like it.
draws his 2 cards there.
Yep.
Gets rid of
Quest
the
for
Elsa.
one. And then, yeah, we're going to have to assume Ivan's going to ink and be prep here.
Yeah.
The board's a little too crazy, and especially with a Jafar with evasive, that's
Oh,
a
and it
lot
looks
harder for his
like
deck to deal with.
Thane actually has the backup Jafar, so the plan might be to just
Oh.
force the B prep if he has it, and then just play another
Play
Jafar
another one,
anyway.
yeah.
Yeah, and most of these cards have, replaced themselves with that Blue Fairy. So now the board is cleared. Ivan has a lot of removal in his hand, but it's pretty limited on what it can hit. Ivan might even be in a spot where he's playing Sisu's just to be able to put the Foxes into play.
Yeah. Yeah, if he has that big Jafar and plays it, I saw he draw a whole new world. It's very possible he comes out of here.
Yeah.
He's able to do the wombo combo.
Oh, yeah. He has a follow-up Pete. Looks like he's deciding now if he wants to ink and play this Robin Hood or
You
potentially
have
just
to.
ink.
You have to with the Tremaines, right? Assuming that
Yeah, I
you
mean,
know Ivan's on it.
do we know he's on it?
I don't.
And we've seen, a lot of tech out of him already, like the fish hooks and the Sisu's.
Yeah, so he might be opting for other different lines.
But yeah, unless he was desperate to keep the card, it's probably pretty free to play the Robin Hood there.
The big Sisu gets rid of the Robin Hood. Okay.
Yeah, decides
now-
it's not going to do much more.
Thane can steal this game potentially if he draws another whole new world.
Yeah, I believe.
Out of the whole new world, obviously.
So there's a Friends on the other side if he wants to gain the lore out of that. Otherwise, he can opt to just whole new world right away. Sequencing here is probably going to depend on which outs he's trying
that
to
a-
hit.
Is that a third Jafar?
Yeah, he has another Jafar.
Oh, man. Yeah, we're going to ink that one.
So I think if the plan here is to try to whole new world into another whole new world, I'd imagine we just see that right away. If he decides he wants to dig a bit further first, we'll see the Friends.
No. I feel like with the Jafar deck, that's the point of the deck, right? Is the
Yeah.
gamble.
Oh, yeah.
So
I
he's
think
gonna-
this makes plenty of sense, too. 'Cause what would be the worst is if he plays that Friends and hits another whole new world.
So he's going to gain 7 lore there.
Yeah. So he's at, what,
15?
15 now?
Yep.
So we'll
And he
see.
drew the whole new world.
There it
There
is.
it is. Steals the game.
Yeah, nice be prepareds.
Yeah, be prepareds are good. And obviously they were needed when they were played, but when you get to the point of having a Jafar out, it's one of those top decking the cards you need to take the game. Like it's gotten a lot better. I don't think it's as volatile as it was when it was imagined at the beginning, because you're definitely starting to see it a lot more. But as you can see, like it could definitely get there. So it's going to be interesting to see if he can pull game 3 when he's on the draw.
Yeah, I really like how this deck looks now. Now that it's picked up Pete's and the Jim Hawkin line and that sort of stuff, it's definitely playing a lot more like a Blue Fairy mid-range deck that happens to have a combo finish, whereas before it felt like it was pretty heavily centered around trying to do the Jafar stuff. You had the Blue Fairies before, but I don't think they were consistent enough. So we'll see 2 games now. Thane's been on the play for both of them, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep.
Both decks have had a chance to do their thing. So we'll see what happens going into game 3. Ivan's going to be on the play.
He's got to ship all 7, right?
I think so, yeah. Unless he decides to keep, like, 1 Fox.
I think he's keeping the Elsa for the Blue Fairies.
I think that's also understandable if you're shipping 6. But yeah, I think he's got to go fishing here.
Yeah.
We'll see. Thane has... I see a Blue Fairy. I see a Jim Hawkins. I see a Robin Hood in some locations.
Ivan's just throwing cards around. Willy-nilly.
Looks like Thane right now is deciding if and how many of these locations he wants to keep. So deciding to keep 2 locations, the Blue Fairy and the Jim Hawkins. He didn't have the 1-drop Robin Hood, so decided that it was a little too risky to keep the shift one. And I was busy looking at Thane's hand. Did Ivan keep anything, or did he ship them all
He
back?
kept the fox and the rabbit.
Okay. We'll see if that pans out. He has
It's a
2
decent hand.
1-drops.
Yeah.
Yeah. Does have 1 Be Prepared in his hand. So at least this time, not going to get too wheeled away. And Ivan is on the play for this one. It's like Thane has... Yeah, he's got the Blue Fairy Jim Hawkins that he kept. Didn't draw into a 1-drop, but has the Jafar wheel package in hand.
And he just drew a shiftable
Ooh.
Jafar as well.
Yeah, and notably, Brawl is not going to hit that, and that's going to be Ivan's only answer for a while.
Yep. Yeah, other than Elsa, I think that's the only real way he can deal with it.
Yeah.
Besides a Medusa.
And
assuming he's on it.
Ivan, did he ink the Fox, or he threw it back on the mulligan?
He inked the fox for turn.
Ink the Fox,
For
so this
turn 1.
Bayou looks like it's probably going to gain 3 lore,
Yeah.
which we've seen how these games have been finishing, and getting to that, 14, 15 lore range is a big difference from being at about 10.
Yeah, both players at 1 lore each. This is where we're seeing this Bayou potentially gaining a little too much lore than expected, to be honest.
He drew the shift Jim Hawkins.
Oh, no.
Thane could set up for just a turn 3 wheel. We'll see what he opts to do. Still,
there's a
no,
Brawl, though.
No Fox. There is the Brawl.
Yep. But that's fine.
Yeah, that's not developing Ivan's board any further. So this Bayou is going to do its best to keep the lore up.
Yep. Ivan's at 3, Thane at 2.
Another whole new world in hand. I'm guessing we'll see... Oh, we might see the Blue Fairy here if he's trying to set up for card draw, but doesn't really have a good follow-up the next turn.
Yeah, his uninkable counts in hand are actually a little awkward right now. He's got 3 uninkables and 3 playables.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you want all 3 of those inkable to be played. But probably it's the Blue Fairy, if I was to take a guess, and playing the Jafar and moving it to the Bayou.
Yeah, because we've already seen 2 brawls. Ivan doesn't have the ink for an LC yet. And pretty good chance whatever he plays is going to be questing at the Bayou the next turn.
That also makes sense, playing the Blue Fairy, moving it to the Bayou, so next turn it can loot to find,
Let's see. There's
Shift
the
lines.
Elsa.
Yes.
So Ivan deciding to ink it, valuing this location a little bit more because he can battle for the board a little
Yeah.
bit.
And I think that's a Queen's Castle. Because I think I see
Yes.
the 2 lore pit.
Yeah, that is a Queen's Castle, which pairs very well with the Be Prepareds, just in terms of how much lore it gains.
And it outraces the Bayou. But
So,
Ivan's going to draw some cards.
yeah. We'll see if,
Draw 2 cards because of the Magic Rune.
I don't know if Ivan's going to realize it, but brawling that Jim Hawkins might have more or less just saved his life.
Yeah.
So that shift line is really good at taking out locations. And with this blue fairy, it would be just enough damage to one-shot the Queen's Castle.
Yep. Thane opting to quest for 1, putting him at 4. He's going to use the loot effect on the Bayou.
I assume we'll just see one of these whole new worlds go away.
That would be my guess. Unless you don't get rid of it because you don't want to give your opponent that information. That's a possibility as well.
Yeah, I think with the way his hand is shaping up, I think he's just got to take all the value he can. Now, probably just see the Aladdin for the card draw.
Yep. And that's another library.
Library is pretty good onto this board. But the characters all still drawing a card on play. See what Ivan decides to play here. He may opt to just bounce this rabbit and play a Sisu.
Yeah, he's going to play that Queen's Castle, and I think he's on the Protect the Queen's Castle game now.
Yeah. So he's got about a 1-turn window before the Be Prepared is going to fully protect this. Unfortunately, Thane doesn't have a ton in play to answer it.
Yeah, his best draw here, assuming he has the card, is going to be a Zeus, right? So then he can Zeus and challenge with the Aladdin.
Yeah. 'Cause at best, he can put 4 damage and then ping with the Jim Hawkins. At this point, though, that doesn't finish it off, so the Hawkins might come down and take out this Diablo just to clear a body off the board. But looking at Ivan's hand, I think he'd actually really like that card draw right now.
Yeah.
And if this rabbit doesn't get answered either, he's drawing a card off the castle. But we'll see. He doesn't have a ton of lore yet. Thane did draw a Jafar, so he could try to set up that shift line for the following turn. Ivan's only going to 6 on the next turn, so he will have a window to do that before a Be Prepared can come down.
Yeah, I mean, if you set up that Jafar line, you can easily steal the game. He's at that magic number of 6, right? If you shift Jafar, sing Whole New World, I guess he won't be able to play the other one, though.
He drew another Jim Hawkins. That might end up having to be the discard just because it's uninkable. There is a world where he could decide to keep it and then just play a Hawkins this turn, Hawkins next turn. But I would imagine he's looking to set up these Jafars if he can. And his only options to ink here would be one of those Jafars or a Robin Hood. So, inks the 2-drop Jafar, deciding that we're not going to go for that shift line quite this moment.
Yep, setting up another singer with the Robin Hood and also a good challenger.
Yeah.
Ivan's only at 5 ink, so he's not in B prep range. Questing another one, going to 7. Choosing not to banish an item.
Ooh, I think he may have missed the draw trigger off the blue fairy.
I believe he did.
Which, especially when you're looting, that might come back to bite him. Ooh, Ivan picking up a Maui and an Elsa. Probably 2 of the better cards to see the turn before a Be Prepared.
Yep.
Could decide to use Elsa to just take out the blue fairy.
Yep.
Or could use Maui to take out the Aladdin and protect this castle even harder.
Yeah, Ivan is now at 10 from his questing and also the Queen's Castle lore gain.
Yeah. At this point, like you were saying, Ivan can just play the game of protecting the castle and basically let that do most of his questing for him.
moving the Maui over. Yeah. That Diablo is probably going to get banished.
Yeah.
But who knows?
We'll see. I didn't quite catch what the draw was.
I think it was the 4-drop Jafar.
Yeah, we have the Snake Jafar in hand. Now going to set up for the shift line. Luckily remembers the card draw on this one. Ooh, unfortunately, Pete's going to be a turn too late, so he is turning into ink.
That's unfortunate. I think if he would have played the other Jafar instead of inking it this turn, and had the Pete, I don't think he had the Pete, to be fair.
Yeah.
But he would have, I think, set himself up for a little bit more success here.
Decides to take out the map there, which does mean if Ivan Be Prepared's here, this Bayou is still in play. I believe this Bayou has gained about 5 lore so far.
Yeah. The issue is the Queen's Castle gains you 2 lore.
Yeah.
So this B prep, if he decides to play it, is probably going to carry him to victory.
Yeah, Ivan's now at 14 lore, it looks like. That is only 3 more turns of Queen's Castle ticking up, and he's going to get at least 1 from this Be Prepared.
Yeah. Yeah, so he's going to draw 2 cards, because that's a Queen's Castle, not a library.
Yeah.
But that's still putting him in a really good spot. He drew a backup B prep. This is Ivan's favorite position to be in Lorcana, is protect the castle.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it definitely feels good when it works, and right now it looks like it's going to work. We'll see probably the Jafar come down and try to set up for a double wheel.
Yep.
That was a very timely Be Prepared for Ivan to draw, though. And I imagine that's going to be the play this turn.
Yeah. Yeah, you kind of can't risk it, right? You have to deal with that Jafar. Has he inked for the turn?
Oh, he did not. Does he have a crab? He does. Okay.
Yep. I was wondering. I was like, oh, that's questionable, but that makes sense. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, now he just
drew the other Jafar.
For one more turn.
Uh-oh. Thane's gonna... Nah.
Yeah, it's gonna be a couple turns too late.
Yeah.
Castle ticks up, and then 2 more lore from the characters in play.
Yep.
Ivan looks like he's moving on to top 8.
Yeah, it's a very good possibility. I think with a record of 3-1-1, that's a pretty much a guaranteed top 8 contender or player there. So I don't know if we have a backup match or not. I think we do. All right, we're going to go to that game now, and I believe it's a blue-red mirror. So that should be fun.
That would explain why they're still playing.
Yes, absolutely. We got to love the mirror match.
But
yeah. So funny story. Thomas on the left, another Lord of Lord gamer. He's been playing Red Blue a lot recently, and Mark is actually here piloting my list because I wasn't able to compete today. So Mark's not a big Lorcana gamer. He doesn't play very often, but he seems to be doing all right with the list today. I think he's 2-2, and then I think Tomas is 2-1-1. So this should be interesting.
Yeah, we'll see how this starts off. Popsicle start. I can tell you from experience, that always feels pretty good.
That feels great. Oh, they are on game 3.
Ooh. All right, so Mark being on the play for game 3 has to feel pretty good. And there was an inked Queen of Hearts, no play on turn 1. With the Tipo turn 2 for the ramp, this is exactly how you want this matchup to go.
Yeah, and actually both of these players are both 2-2, so this game matters because there's a possibility of an X2 making it into top 8. So it's going to come down to tiebreakers here, and it looks like they're mirroring each other's plays.
Yeah, it looks like the Tipo there just inked a Fang Crossbow, which you would love to keep in the mirror, but the rest of the cards in his hand are also very strong.
Yep.
And then we have the How Far I'll Go to follow up the 1-2 start. In the mirror, that's one of the best ways to open up.
Absolutely. Yeah, because I heard there's this card that costs 6. It's called Maui Shark. Pretty powerful card.
Whoa, he's only half a shark.
That's true. That's true. He is only half a shark.
Imagine if he was a full shark.
Yeah.
That card would be broken.
Absolutely. You think Thomas is going to do the same thing. Wow. The mirror.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
We'll see. He draws.
Puts away the pirate's life into the inkwell.
Yeah, Pirate's Life, a really good card in the mirror, but not until later on.
Yeah.
Keeping the Sisu to play around potential Hiram, and he has the Brawl as well. We'll see if there's a Shark to follow up. That'll be a tough position.
Yep.
Hiram, obviously, not great to see either. And the Ice Block, to put it out there. So this Hiram is threatening
Yep.
to draw some more cards.
Doesn't look like Thomas has any items, so unfortunately his Hiram is not live, but he does have a vision, so he can definitely dig.
Yeah, I imagine we'll see the vision here. Definitely looking for Popsicle or similar. 2 Tamatoas.
These are the worst visions, by the way.
Oh my god. Yeah, 2 Tamatoas, a Lucky Dime, and a Hideaway going to the bottom.
That's always a feel bad moment
Yeah.
seeing that kind of vision.
When you see that kind of vision, it almost makes you want to play more aggressive just because you know a lot of your top end is not coming back for
Yeah.
a while.
Did he choose the popsicle off the vision? I didn't catch
Yes.
that. Okay.
Yes, he did. Which I think makes sense here.
Yeah.
Mark trying to battle the Sisu.
That's not how that works, Mark.
It's not, but we can cut him some slack.
We could cut him some slack.
He hasn't been traumatized by Sisu destroying all of
Yep.
his cards.
Plays the Fang crossbow, passes.
Now, depending what Mark has left in hand, this has the potential to be a very strong spot.
Double sail.
That
It's a pretty good
also-
card.
Yeah, that feels pretty good. We'll see at least one played. The second one might be ink, but Thomas does have a lot of redundancy in his hand, so
A
might
lot,
decide to
yeah.
just sail again.
This man is rampant. There's a card in Magic called Explore. 2 Explorers.
2 Explorers.
2 Explorers. He just inked all his brawls. He said, I'm not scared of any other Hirams you
Yeah.
play later on in the game. I'm good. These are useless against you.
Yeah,
Man
looks
doesn't
like
even have
Mark-
ice blocks on his board.
Mark has some follow-up here. He's got
That's a
the,
pretty good
yeah.
follow-up.
the Sisu there. Feels pretty good to stabilize this board. The Be Prepared
Oh.
off the top might come down and basically just 1-for-1 the Sisu. Otherwise, could see Thomas just decide to develop the Tamatoa.
Interesting. Choosing to get rid of the Tipo. Maybe setting up the Sisu to sing the B prep next
Yeah.
turn. Yeah.
Yeah, a play like this is almost definitely setting up the Sing Be Prepared play Tamatoa. Now,
Do you think Thomas realized that there's a Fang crossbow on board?
so I was going to joke that we need to see if Mark remembers.
That's true. That's true.
But I do remember before we started today, we made sure to point out to him that it kills dragons.
Yes, yes. I made sure. All right. I know you haven't seen this deck, but this card is good against the mirror. It kills all of the dragons.
Now, I think Thomas still made a very good play regardless, but if his plan was to hope that Mark forgot, if that's the case, I got to give him some respect for it.
Absolutely.
We'll see another how far I'll go. And this is one of the ways you pull ahead in the mirror, just being the one to ramp the most while still having cards in hand.
Yep.
And we'll see. Red Blue Mirror, this is a Chicago tournament, that's for sure. Yeah.
Yes. Which, weirdly enough, we haven't seen too much of today. I think this is actually our 3rd red-blue matchup. Or 2nd?
I think this is the first mirror we've seen on
First
camera.
mirror, yeah.
And probably like third match featuring Red Blue that we've seen. We've seen a lot of interesting decks today.
Yeah.
Always love when that happens. And now the Hideaway being on the bottom of Thomas's deck is gonna be dicey.
They're in time now.
Oh, okay. Does sound like they are now in turns based on time. So it's going to come down to, 5-turn extension. So I believe Thomas is the active player. So Mark will be turn 1 and then go from there. So it's pretty much you got to get to 20 to win the game. And I think Mark is in a better position to do that just because of Lucky Dime.
Yeah, oh yeah. If he has the tools to cross the finish line, this Lucky Dime is gonna help him do it. But we'll see. I mean, Thomas, I don't know if he has a way to win in hand, but he almost definitely will have a way to stop Mark from winning.
Yeah.
And Mark feeling pressured to be prepared here, Does not bode well for his ability to get to 20.
Yeah, I think I saw his hand. It was Pirate's Life.
Yeah, I think he had Pirate's Life, that Be Prepared,
And
like
a
maybe
small
another
Sisu.
Sisu.
Yeah. So not the best of hands.
Tala also not finding much. Just 2 different items to look at. Neither of them replace themselves like Popsicle does. But we have another Sisu and a Pirate's Life. Thomas will probably just fire off this Pirate's Life.
Yep.
Get yo-hoing while the getting's good.
Yep, absolutely. So that brings Thomas to 6, Mark to 5. And then I think they're now on turn 3 for Mark.
I believe so. Yeah, 'cause I believe Thomas was turn 0.
He
Mark.
plays his own Pirate's Life. It's like, wow, 2 can play that game.
Yeah. He's like, you liked your turn? Let's undo it.
What is this card? What does this card even do?
You tell me. This is your deck. Poison Apple has a whole bunch of text on it that basically just says to exert something. Is that what it is?
It banishes princesses too.
Okay.
But yeah, it's to set up the Maui Sharks when people decide not to quest with it.
That's what 3-drop uninkable, costs 1 to activate.
It's so bad, but I love it.
I love it too. Another Pirate's Life.
When in doubt, just gain more lore.
Yeah. Mark says if I can't get to 20, Thomas won't be allowed to have any lore himself.
So yeah, it looks like we're gonna end this game in a draw. So nobody able to finish it out there per se. But that's typical of Red Blue. Sometimes those games can be a slog, especially with Pirate's Life now. In majority of the decks is considered stock. So yeah, that'll conclude our round 5. For the stream, we're gonna have finish up some other games that's coming up. We're gonna be cutting to our top 8 and start featuring those games. Again, just a quick shout out. We have our locals here on Tuesdays, 6:30 p.m. We do constructed, usually 3 to 4 rounds of Swiss. And yeah, we'll conclude the round here, and we'll see you guys in top 8. right, Illumineers, we are back in our top 8 here, round 1 of top 8. And we're going to have Justin on Amber Steel versus Zero the Hero, who is playing Purple Blue. I think he had to go use the restroom real quick, so he'll be back. Good time to take it before the game. But while they're doing that and figuring out their mulligans, what do we think about the matchup?
I think this one's probably going to come down entirely to how fast Justin can start out. You know, Blurple is really good at dealing with singular threats, but if Justin can get wide, it's going to be hard to buy back in. We do have Blurple on the play for game 1, though, and that's definitely going to help.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I've played him
Ooh.
before.
I see 2 daisies.
Oh, that's a problem. But Purple has an answer for it, right? And it's relatively on curve, too. They have, whatchamacallit, Fox
Yeah.
to help handle it. I do think Justin is on a form of Diggy Diggy. I think we saw mines earlier.
Yeah, there were mines, there's Kitas. I don't believe he has any wheels. We'll see if there's a 1-drop to follow up the sail. Looks like there is another Diablo. The Chernobox followers was popped, though, so nothing that's going to battle here.
There we go. Double Daisy.
Yeah, we'll see. If there's a Fox to follow up, this can stabilize the board a little bit. No songs for the Cinderella to sing right now, so he's opting just to not put it in harm's way.
Yeah.
Rabbit follow up, keep the cards moving. Now, going into this next turn, an Elsa out of Blurple.
He drew his 3rd Daisy.
Oh my gosh.
If he has Piglet Daisy, this is going to be a quick game 1.
We'll see. There was a sail, and Justin's on the draw, so that means next turn, Blurple is threatening an Elsa.
Yep.
The strength to take out the Merlin feels bad in the moment, but getting the rabbit out of there tends to be pretty good.
Daisy's triggering double Tipo. We
Oh,
know
yeah.
those are probably just going to be ink, unless he's going to try to ramp with them, which is a possibility because then he can bring out a big Elsa to kind of lock down the board a little bit.
Yeah, I'd imagine at least one is free ink, and we do see it inked there. I see an Elsa, and I caught a glimpse of a Fox in hand. So a few different options for some rush threats. With the rabbit getting banished, if we want to take out a Daisy here, it is going to require a Fox or, you know, some combination of cards. Let's see what the follow-up is. I imagine we do see one of the Foxes here.
Yeah.
And if there is a 2-drop to play, we'll see a follow-up there. Otherwise, we might just see some 1-drops coming out.
Might be the Tipo to ramp. Gets him to 7 next turn, which is, I mean, he's on 6 versus 3.
That's pretty big.
Yeah. See what we reveal. McDuck, that going to the bottom is a little rough.
Yeah, this would be a spot where the McDuck against the aggro deck might actually be useful. The Kita to make sure challenges aren't going to be all that productive. 1 saving grace. The Elsa coming down after the Kita will still have some strength.
So that Fox is just a 1-3 now, right?
Correct. Yeah, the Kita's a -3 on the strength, so we could potentially see the Fox combo with something for a challenge. A crab here to buff the strength back up would be really helpful. And we have the Hades to just take it right out. Like you said, getting to 7 really fast. And, I mean, Justin already used a strength. There's not going to be any Medusas or anything like that in his deck. So this Hades might be getting in for quite a bit of lore. Or the 3/6 body putting in some work potentially.
Yeah, I mean, Justin's got a pretty good board state right here. He's still being able to do the aggro game. He just flipped a goat off of that. So it really just kind of depends on what, Zero has in his hand. You see the other?
4th Daisy? Is that?
I think that was the one he drew from last turn.
Oh,
And
okay.
they drew Doc for turn, which is a very powerful
Yeah,
draw.
that's really good. There's a blue
Oh
in
my
hand.
gosh.
And I think maybe a second Kita?
Now, Baloo, very powerful card.
Yeah, especially in a matchup like this. I mean, we've had some fast ramp. He's making a pretty good effort to stabilize the board. Had the Fox, had the Hades. And Justin still just has a ton of lore in play.
Now, if we have the other Hades, that does negate the lose effect because it has to be banished. So any type
Yeah.
of Hades effect will not let him gain that lore.
Blue, very similar to Fox, but not or Goat, but not quite the same. We'll see. I believe there's still an Elsa in hand, so we have that as a potential option. But navigating this turn,
It's rough.
it's gonna be tough to even attempt to clear most of this, and anything we see might still leave Justin at lethal range.
Yeah, because I think you need. So you can have the Hades challenge to Baloo.
Hmm.
Then you have a fox to take care of one of the daisies. You would need another fox to take care of the dock.
Yeah, I mean the blue's gonna put him to 16, and then just the daisy and the one daisy and either the other daisy or a dock is enough to still get it.
Mm-hmm.
You see they also tap down there. This Hades or the Fox is going to have to take out Blue.
Okay, that makes sense too, because now the
Yeah.
Hades can take out the dock.
Doing it that way. That is still 4 lore in play though.
Yeah,
Not
exactly.
quite enough.
Yeah, I wasn't sure because he didn't ink for turn. I didn't think so. I didn't know if he had another, fox to play to potentially bounce
Yeah.
the Hades back for another Baloo or something like that. But yeah, Justin even on the draw closed that game out. I think that was turn 4 or 5.
Well, there's a Kita that came down, so probably turn 6 that the game
Yeah.
actually ended, but
Well, he cheated it in with Doc, so I think
Oh,
it was
that's
played
true.
a turn earlier.
yeah.
But yeah, I think that was probably turn 6 to your point. But even then, that was pretty brutal.
Yeah, and especially going into top 8 being the lower seed, getting the first game that decisively, that quickly, has
Yeah.
to feel pretty good, because now, I mean, Justin's either looking to do the same thing in this game, or at the very least, he'll have one game on the play. So between the next 2 possible games, he just needs another aggressive start, and we'll see how it pans out. But this could definitely be a matchup where we see Chernobog's followers just battling in instead of questing and drawing cards. But if that's the lane you find yourself in, it's not ideal.
Yeah.
But from the Blurple side, if you're 0, I think you're looking for obviously your 1-drops. If we had seen a crab in the last game, that might have been enough to start challenging sooner. It looks like he has a crab here. I see at least a snake, but probably no 1-drops, so he's opting to throw back most of the hand. Keeping just the crab, I think, makes a lot of sense. And he does pick up the Tipo. So regardless of what else the hand is, at the very least, he's going to have a Tipo on turn 2, and then crab on turn 3 to let that Tipo challenge a daisy or whatnot.
Yeah, and if Justin doesn't have as explosive of a start as he did game 1, I did see the McDuck Manor, so if he
Yeah.
doesn't have, big bodies, he could on turn 3 drop the McDuck and then from there play protect the manor and just play his characters to banish, Justin's characters and
Yeah,
kind of go
we'll
from there.
See what kind of start he has. Looks like 0 did also pick up a Fox, so a lot of anti-aggro options. Inking the mana right away makes sense if he needs the ink for a 1-drop.
Mhm.
Looks like the rest of the cards in his hand are mostly things that are going to want to battle in. So I think just accepting that it might not be the game for the manor and taking the guaranteed kind of brawlers seems to be the plan here. Now, inking Pete. Pete is interesting in this matchup. Sometimes it's really good if it's stopping like a friend's, but other than that, it's like maybe stopping a let it go that they don't always play, and it's always coming down too late to stop a sale. So
Yeah.
seems like a pretty safe ink there. Starting with the Cinderella again. Chernobog's followers not even attempting to offer the trade.
Yeah, I think it makes sense because Cinderella's a singer, right? It
Yeah.
can sing any song to get that follower, so you might as well get something out of it.
And especially with the Tipo follow-up, that still leaves a body in play for the potential crab or the fox.
Yep.
Inking the Elsa there is interesting. It makes me believe he either has another one or might be low on ink. Might also just be deciding that a 5 cost is not where the game is going to be right now.
Yeah, he needs to get that early pressure out.
Now, if I'm in Justin's seat, I do see his strength. Depending on what the rest of his hand is, there's a chance we see the Cinderella strength this Tipo just to further delay either a fox or a crab impacting the board. And there's a Lawrence as a very solid follow-up for turn 3. See what he decides to do here. Opting to just play the Piglet.
You can let Lawrence there is an interesting decision too, just because that is a body that will be able to help challenge if needed, and trades back depending on how they do their thing. Ooh, crab not really getting much value right here.
No, but I mean, with the game playing out this way, you can't really take the turn off developing the board.
Absolutely.
And I mean, there
I do
is
see
still
a
a fox
fox,
in hand.
yeah.
So, and this is one of those matchups where just kind of floating a crab in play sometimes has as much effect as having it in hand. Depending on what Justin decides to play here, there's a chance we could still see that strength come down and potentially hit the crab.
Yeah, I think that's what Justin's deciding to do is figure out what characters he wants to play, and then follow it up with that Cinderella trigger. Yeah, because he's opting not to do the dock trigger.
Deciding to just put a bunch of bodies into play, skip the dock trigger, strength there. Now a fox here or an Elsa is still going to be pretty strong, but it's not going to be quite as strong as if that crab was still in play.
Yep, opting for the Elsa.
Yeah, luckily he was able to get some lore out of that Piglet before the Elsa came down, as I think that Elsa is typically stapled to the Piglet unless the board has gone very sideways.
And a Smee and a Doc follow it up, using the Doc's ability to then draw 2 cards since his hand was then empty.
That's a pretty good way to make use of 4 ink. And we did see a second manor inked. And we'll see what's off the top. A goat there. Probably not going to be much help on this following turn, but if you can find a place to get that into play, the 4/3 body on the goat is pretty effective on this board.
Yeah. If I was to take a guess, I'm going to assume Tipo and Elsa are going to take out that Doc, and then he's going to play crab, or not crab, well, never mind on that.
Strength to follow up on the Elsa. We would have had the potential for even maybe an Elsa shift.
Yeah, Elsa shift. We had potentially 4 or 2 foxes if those were able to bounce them back and take care of the board too.
You see Zero shaking his head, trying to figure out how to buy himself back into this game.
Yeah.
Goat's going to be too little too late, so he figures it's better off his ink. See, if we have multiple 3-drops here, it could be pretty helpful.
Yeah.
Second fox is relatively strong.
Yeah, get that Cinderella off the board. It's saying too many songs this game.
Now, that leaves him with 3 cards in hand. We know one is a Tipo and one is another fox. Depending on how Justin plays this turn, we might end up seeing the Tipo come back into play just to have a body for the fox to pick up.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
I see a Rapunzel in hand. I don't know what the second card is.
I'm not too sure. Just playing the Rapunzel out to put some lore into play.
Yep.
And here,
I think this is the turn where it's going to matter to see if Zero can come back from it.
well, Zero here could juggle foxes for a little while.
Yeah,
You
absolutely.
can take out a Doc, fox another Doc, and then fox the fox to fox the Smee. Foxes all around.
Everywhere.
Yeah.
Foxes.
Oh, yeah.
What? Can you answer your question for me?
Don't say it. Just don't.
But what did the fox say?
Fox said, banish this Doc.
All right. I think we are going to see some fox on fox action.
Now, this was looking like a very strong start from Justin, and
Ooh,
it
I
definitely
like this.
was, but Zero able to stabilize, and actually having the 2 foxes here is so big. Not only are they battling very well, but it's also allowing him to just get multiple cards worth of value out of each card he has. And we were just starting to get to a point where he was running out of cards in hand.
Yep, absolutely.
So, yeah, being able to trade each of those foxes for 2 to 3 cards is going to be very key. Unfortunately, keeping the manners probably would have been a little too greedy, but
Yeah.
this is kind of the spot you want it. Although, Justin just has double Lilo to follow this up.
Yeah, and I mean, if you were able to keep those foxes in hand, he did have to trade into
Yeah.
the Smee, right? You have to stop the bleeding a little bit. But if he was able to keep those Lilos, those are bad cards. You don't want to probably bring those back, because they're. I mean, keeping your opponent from
Ooh.
doing stuff. Is
Having
this
an
an
Ink of
Elsa?
Finders Keepers here.
It is
Yeah.
an Elsa.
Now, this Rapunzel might be able to just race this Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, he's already at 12. He's choosing
Yeah.
to ink.
Yeah, at this point, just deciding that having the 5th ink to be able to draw Akita or make use of like docks off the top more worth than just having the one body in play.
So what do you do here? So Lilos can come back, right?
Yes.
So do you challenge the Rapunzel with the Elsa and then finish it off with Fox? I guess it depends on what's in his hand, obviously.
Yeah, that's a tough one. I mean, there is a line here to challenge both into the Rapunzel and pick up the Elsa for
Right.
following turns, but that's going to leave 2 Lilos in play. It's looking like Zero's probably going to have to answer most of the board here to have much of a chance. If there's a follow-up play here, though, just to put another body on the board, that's going to help out quite a bit.
Oh, that's a
Yeah, another
body.
goat.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Breaking
there we
stuff.
go.
Yep.
Unfortunately, none of these having 5 strength or more means this Rapunzel is going to take multiple challenges. Justin deciding if he wants to spend most of his ink before he draws his card just to bring both these Lilos back. You know, at this point, he's looking to top deck things like Doc or honestly even Kita, but just guaranteeing the 2 Lilos might be where he's trying to end up. All right, deciding just to bring 1 back. I mean, most of his deck does cost 3 or less, so I think that makes sense.
And drew the Pete. Yep.
Pete's a pretty good one.
Yep. So now we can probably, now is the turn we challenge the Rapunzel.
Yeah.
Play the Elsa, lock down the other 2. And then it's kind of one of those off to the races. Use our characters to try to banish what we can.
Yeah, this is going to be, like, playing out from here, this is going to be a game where Zero just needs to quest enough that these Lilos aren't going to cross the finish line.
Sure.
Justin only needs 2 more quests out of these Lilos. And if he decides to, he can bring back 2 a turn. But going to 4 isn't quite that much, but, I mean, he has 5 in play. Decides not to bring either Lilo back.
What if he drew Akita? It was not Akita.
It was not Akita. Drew a Pete. I think really hoping to draw a Doc there.
That too.
We'll see. Honestly, even Dwarven Mine would be pretty good here just to get the Mim out of there.
Yep. So we got a Genie draw.
And I think this is where we're going to see Justin's chance to win this game quickly fade. But
Yeah, it's
I don't
not
think
over.
he has it locked up yet.
Yeah, I mean, Zero's still in a spot where he can't really quest too much because
Yeah.
he still needs, like, Justin's still presenting lethal.
Exactly. He can't afford to give Justin too much space. But this Elsa and Genie are gonna quest for a lot once they're able to.
Oh, absolutely.
So now Justin has to decide, just like every turn, is he bringing back these Lilos? He decided not to bring any back the last turn. We'll see if he brings any going into this turn. And Zero just putting as many cards into play as he can.
Yeah, he needs to start questing. So if that means you have to keep Elsa and Goat as challengers because of the fact that they have that 4, power, then you need to start gaining lore in other ways. Oh, that
Oh.
Lawrence.
Justin continuing to bring back a single Lilo, continuing to draw 3 drops. So getting paid off for his decisions here. It's especially a spot like this where you're low on ink, that's a tight needle to thread. I imagine we'll see the Tipo come in to finish off this Lilo here. Gets to draw 2 cards off this rabbit thanks to the broom. So hand is looking loaded again. He's got enough ink now where Hades or follow-up Elsa could be in the cards.
Yeah, so he has to deal with the Pete still.
Yeah, we'll see. He could decide to just trade the goat for it, or use the Elsa
Yeah.
to keep the board as wide as possible.
I think now that you have a second goat on board, I think you quest with the Elsa. Have the quest with the Elsa and the genie. Goat's gonna have to sacrifice himself.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. That just lets you quest for the most this turn.
Right. That's what he needs to do, and he's applying so much pressure. He's effectively has 5, 6, 7, 8 on board,
Yeah.
which puts him to 19. And if he has a bounce for goat, he just wins.
Yeah, another goat. It also means that if Justin passes the turn with a card sideways, the goat's able to trade in and stay at 19.
Yep.
We'll see. Is this going to be the turn where he brings the second Lilo back, or is he going to continue to just bring one? So far, he's been rewarded with 3 drops off the top the whole time.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Justin's trying to bank on a strength here.
Could be. And
He drew a piglet, I think.
it's either a piglet or a Baloo. I think this... Yeah, it is a piglet. Deciding to ink it since he can't play it, and this will allow him to bring back both Lilos and still have 2 remaining.
Yeah, so as long as we have some type of removal for goat this turn, or another goat, I think Zero's got this one.
Yeah, definitely going to be able to look at a lot of cards, because I would assume if he doesn't have the win in hand, all that's left is going to be card draw.
Yeah.
But we'll see.
And if he doesn't have the win this turn, he could definitely just challenge and
Yeah.
still be in a good spot, because there isn't really anything that incidentally gains 1 lore, but Justin also could just not bring back anything next turn. Ooh.
Ooh, the bell to
That's
power
pretty
down
huge.
the Lawrence. That means this goat can take it out for free.
Yeah.
If this wasn't already locked, that's
Oh.
probably enough to do it.
Interesting.
Maybe deciding that he wants to...
I guess the
use
rabbit and
different
Tipo can
characters.
still take it out, and then
Yeah.
the genie takes it out. Or the genie and the Tipo can take it. There's so many decisions you can make.
Oh, yeah.
I guess either way he would have netted only the 3 lore. And yeah, unless Justin found a way to draw flute and a song.
Yeah, which that's really hard to do when flute's not in your deck.
Yeah, exactly.
But we'll see, like we were talking about, Justin needed a fast start. It got answered, but now going into game 3, he'll be on the play.
Yeah.
So if he can start out just as well, that extra tempo might be enough to carry him through.
Yeah, Justin being on the play is going to be a completely different game, because we've already seen him go super aggro effectively in both games. Zero just had the answer for game 2, but
Yeah.
with him on the play, he's going to be able to apply enough pressure where we look at how last game ended with him being at 19. He would have been at 19 probably 2 or 3 turns earlier and would have been able to take the game if he was
yeah.
on the play.
Well, and I mean, the only reason he was able to claw back in is because each of those foxes traded for 2 to 3 cards. So
Yeah, 2
before
foxes
that,
is
it was
pretty good.
still a nail biter.
Yeah, 2 foxes are pretty good. Justin's getting nervous. It was those foxes, I think.
Always nervous.
He doesn't know what the fox says.
Oh, no.
All right, let's see these mulligans.
All right, I want to see Justin just play a dock on like turn 3 and just discard 4 Lilos.
That would be interesting.
So on Justin's side, I feel like what he's looking for the first couple turns is going to be pretty straightforward. Obviously, you're going to want a 1-drop, probably follow up with that piglet. But past that, he has a bit of a balancing act. If he keeps too much of his top end, he's not going to be able to curve out hard enough to really put the pressure on Blurple. But it's also going to depend a little bit. If we don't have the sail, then being on the draw, Blurple might be a little too slow to get back in. But if we can start off with a 1-drop and a Tipo into a Fox or similar, that's going to be very strong indeed.
And I think that's what Justin's trying to decide is, do I have enough 1-drops to out aggro the Blurple player?
Yeah.
I think he's choosing to keep the Lawrence, which makes sense. Maybe not.
I would have to imagine if he's just keeping 1 card, then it's either something like a Piglet or probably the only 1-drop that was in the 7.
Yeah, and I think it was a Piglet that he kept to choose, or decided to choose, rather.
Yeah, which that would also explain why he's mulliganing so aggressively, still looking for that 1-drop.
Yep.
But we'll see how he starts out. I mean, any of the games, this is going to be the one he has the biggest advantage, finally being on the play. Already showed us he can win on the draw. Now he's got...
I see a Daisy. I think 2 Daisies and a Cinder. He's got a lot of 1-drops.
Oh, yeah.
That
This
Piglet is
is-
probably questing for 3.
Yeah, this Piglet's definitely questing for 3. Depending on what the start is out of Blurple, it might be questing for 6. And I'm not certain, but I think there was a dock too. Or maybe I was just seeing the SME.
I think I saw a dock as well.
So Justin's going to have a pretty fast start. Probably going to come down to how well Zero can answer it. Now, Justin figuring out probably how he wants to sequence the first 3 turns or so, and then going to base his ink off that.
Yeah, that's usually how I see Justin play. Is he definitely plans ahead with his turns.
And if he has multiple daisies in play, this ink might be a little tough. Just not having a ton of ink in hand. Deciding that the Lilo is not going to be worth the value. And that tells me his hand is probably light on ink, because knowing Justin, I'm sure he would have loved to discard that to the
Yeah.
Simba.
Absolutely.
So probably another 1-drop to follow up here.
Yeah. Yeah, I knew he had the second Daisy, so we're going to get the Daisy trigger Mim, which is an okay 2-drop, but it does not banish daisies without crab.
Exactly. And here just valuing the extra daisy and the Simba over getting this Piglet into play,
Oh, absolutely.
which honestly probably just fine until we're looking at Elsa's from the other side.
Yeah.
Piglet's almost always just gonna quest once either way.
Yeah, that's a good point to make, because, like, dropping those 2 1-drops, he's gaining the same amount of lore, assuming he drops or, exerts them all
Yeah.
for questing. So,
Now, this is pretty interesting. The Diablo didn't quest. Depends what the rest of his hand is.
I know he
but
has crab.
Yeah, if I'm Justin, I'm reading into this that there's either a crab or a fox in hand.
Yeah.
Besides, Daisy's coming in for sure. And drawing 2 cards, 4-0. The way Blurple's built right now, the Daisies are going to flip characters way more often than not.
Oh, absolutely.
But he's already up to 6. This Piglet and the Daisy's threatening a lot. And then Simba's there too. Looks like deciding if this Simba's gonna get in or not.
Do you know if he plays the shift Simba?
Honestly, I don't know. I know
Okay.
he's been playing it recently. I
Sure.
don't know if it's in this version of the deck.
That could be a very powerful play if he's able to pull that off.
Oh, it looks like the follow-up is another Piglet and a Rapunzel.
That's
So
pretty gross.
if we end up with one of these daisies sticking around with some damage, that's going to be a lot of cards drawn.
Yeah.
And it looks like we do have the crab, but for right now, it's only taking out 1
I think he
daisy.
drew another Piglet.
I think so.
So do you just ink Rapunzel, double Piglet, go?
I don't know.
Zoom, zoom.
I mean, that'll leave him empty-handed with a ton of lore in play, but
Yeah.
staring down a potential Elsa,
Yeah, I mean, he does have crab. So if he has a bounce, like, pretty much those Diablos can, if he has, especially if he has Fox,
Yeah.
like he's probably gonna wipe the board.
Oh yeah,
No, so it looks like it's a Smee, a Piglet, and a Rapunzel.
potentially going to 13 just off what's on board. That's a lot of lore to threaten.
Yeah.
I'm sure Justin would have loved to have that Lilo here, but seeing the Calhoun discarded, looks like Ink was the struggle. Deciding that the Rapunzel's going to come down, cycle for 1 card. And I think that is, I mean, just as solid, because even with an Elsa coming off the top,
Yeah.
there wouldn't be an easy way to take out this Rapunzel.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Rapunzel win him game 1 for the simple fact of it having that 5 willpower was very hard to deal with.
5 is so much.
It is,
In a deck full of goats and foxes and crabs,
but we only care about that number 1 when we play our decks.
that's true. Yeah. Yeah, the 1 for the Sisu makes it a little easier for us to handle out of blue-red, but unfortunately no Brawls or Sisus out of the Blurple deck.
Yeah, so his best line here, if he has it, is a Fox.
Yeah, a Fox here would be very
Ooh,
good.
We got another crab. Okay.
Another crab solid. A lot of follow-up here that was going to be good, but having these crabs in play...
This is interesting. If he has a second, or if he has a 2-drop Mim, he can bounce the crab he just played and have the original crab challenge that Daisy,
Yeah.
which would be huge.
And we might be seeing it here.
Yeah. There we
Yep.
go. Boom.
Remembers his triggers, and they get the job done. Oh,
Zero keeps breaking the phone.
man.
Going to quest, going to 2. This is interesting. We know he has another crab in hand, so that Rapunzel
Crab, very threatening.
Yeah.
I mean, Justin still has a lot of live draws here. Like, another Rapunzel off the top would honestly be so crazy, but I don't think he quite picked it up. This other Piglet could threaten quite a bit. I think right now, Justin's biggest worry is honestly probably still an Elsa.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. If he plays Piglet, we have 5-drop Elsa that can just take it out.
Double Piglet.
You got to do it, right?
Okay.
You either have it or you don't.
Yeah. I mean, this is just threatening lethal in play. And now Justin probably deciding if it's worth questing at all here.
I mean,
X's
with him
now-
knowing that there's crab,
Probably just doing the math on if there is another Elsa,
yeah.
or if there is an Elsa, like, where he ends up. But right now, in play, this is threatening 9 lore, if I'm counting correctly.
Oh, yeah.
So he could decide just to hang back. But definitely a spot to take your time, consider all the outcomes. Daisy's put a lot of cards in his hand, but none of the cards that Justin saw are the ones he's going to be worried about. So it'll be those unknown cards that he's thinking through right now. Now, if Justin was a real gamer, he'd be asking his opponent right now what he has in hand. Sometimes you can get away with those.
Sometimes you can get away. You can sometimes sneak that extra information.
Yeah.
I've played against Justin quite a few times. He definitely thinks about every way he could lose a game, or if it's valuable to do what his decision making to make sure he
Oh, yeah.
secures the game win. So pretty sure that's what he's doing now, is just like, okay, what do I lose to here? And doing all the math and making sure that he's making the correct choice.
Oh, yeah.
So he does pass, and he's banking on no spot removal here.
And we'll see. Not enough ink for Hades to come into play. So for direct removal, we would just be looking at an Elsa.
And I
or
think I
something
see
like
an
Let It
Elsa
Go.
on the far right of his hand.
Yeah. I mean, even if the Elsa does come down, this is still, 6 lore in play? Ooh.
There's no way. The man, the myth, the legend himself, the Candio is just
Candio chiming in, to let
chiming
him
in,
know when he should have
letting
quested.
Justin know how to play his deck.
Justin's gonna love watching that back.
Yeah, he's going to. Don't tell Ivan either. Yep, here comes the Elsa. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, if like that's what you're worried about, I guess you're gonna get the 2 lore whether you quest or not, and it's gonna get banished. But yeah,
We'll see. We'll see what he draws for turn. The one saving grace is that Elsa does take up most of the turn.
he's believing in the heart of the cards. I see
Oh.
that motion.
Oh yeah, you can tell he's seasoning them. Does he like it?
It's a mine.
Ooh, does that do anything interesting here?
There's no knights in place, so he can't really. Best he
No.
could do is banish a Diablo.
Yeah, he could pick off a Diablo and then leave something in play for his opponent to deal with.
Yeah. He has a Simba, 1-drop Simba, and a mine. So we're going to choose to try to loot here. And by that look on Justin's face, I don't think it was what he was looking for.
Yeah.
It's a mine, and
I cannot tell what that other card is, but we'll see.
watch it be one of the dwarves.
There is a chance if it's nothing too crazy, there's a chance we just see him play the mine and just, bank on that, trying to like gain 1 lore. But
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Like, Piglet Quest for 3, Rapunzel, Simba, that's 6 lore. He has a mine and another Simba.
yeah,
I mean, it's a weird spot to be in, but
it might be a Daisy. Still didn't get a good look, but
it is a daisy.
decides to discard it.
Plays the mine. Yep.
And then here,
Yeah.
basically telling his opponent that he has to decide,
Yeah.
what are you going to deal with?
There's no Lilos in discard, right? Because he
No,
inked the only one he had.
The one we saw, unfortunately, had to be inked. But we'll see. I mean, does have to answer most of this board. It's not going to be terribly difficult with this much material in play, but it's not guaranteed.
Yeah, we're gonna see how Zero handles this board now. I think he still has Crab in hand. Yep, makes sense.
And still 3 lore in play. We do see the mine taken out. What's the follow-up here? If this is a fox,
It's another Crab. Take out the
Ooh,
Simba.
let
Draw a
the Diablo
card.
get in.
So he played. Oh, he had 2 crabs in hand. So he played the crab to pump
Yeah.
the Madam Imp to take out the mine. Wow.
Oh no, and I think it's a Kita drawn for turn.
Oh, he's not able to play it.
No,
That's not a bad draw. If
it's not a bad draw, but doesn't do anything right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a bank on Zero just not having a Hades
Yeah,
or any other type of removal, and because even if he has an Elsa, I don't think the Elsa can deal with it.
decides to pass. We'll see where he ends up.
Yeah.
Was really hoping that something would stick around and play, but the extra crab just really giving it to him.
Yeah. Yeah, discarding the Daisy would have allowed him to have another character to quest for 2, so I think he was potentially afraid of another Elsa, but I think he was maybe trying to do some damage, but we'll see.
Yeah, I think he was really banking on that mind across the finish line. Looks like a difficult ink here for Zero. He's getting low on cards in hand. The genie helping him cycle through.
Zero. We're going to need you to know how to press that plus button, my man. Yeah, I mean, we're in a weird spot here. Did he draw an Inkable? Because this is the only saving grace right now.
I think
Or
it's
is
a
that Baloo?
Yeah.
That's not bad either, because he needs a let it go effect for that.
Yeah. I mean, he does have enough ink. The Hades will be online. I mean, it's very possible, though, if he's had a Hades since the beginning of the game, it might have just been inked to that Tipo originally.
This is true.
So,
Or he knows that he's running Baloo and holding on to it.
yeah.
He could also have Shift Elsa, and that'll probably secure the game.
Shift Elsa would be very strong here.
Yeah.
But I guess when you're shifting an Elsa, when is it bad?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, questing for 3 and locking down 2 characters is pretty powerful. Yeah, you better put that Baloo in bodyguard. What?
I guess deciding how much it matters.
I mean, even if it gets banished, he gains 2, right? If I remember.
I'm kind of trying to cut him some slack, dude. We're supposed to make these guys look good.
We're making them look good. And they're good. They're good players. They made our top 8 here.
It's okay. Justin loves us. It's fine.
He had the Hades.
Ooh.
But hey, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Puts him in lethal range though, so the Kita is no longer
Yeah.
really an option.
And
He opted not to banish the Simba? Question
Oh.
mark?
oh no.
Oh no!
Oh no,
Not the
miscounted.
oversight. Oh
The little Simba
man!
that could hiding up top.
Oh no!
Oh,
that's a big blunder.
that's a terrible way to end a game. It always feels so
Oh
bad.
yeah. And
I
Justin
mean-
even feels bad about it. He's
Yeah.
like, I feel bad because like, I know you wouldn't have done this. You wouldn't have left us alone. But
Knowing the kind of guy Justin is, he's
Yeah.
definitely debating if he wants to scoop here.
yeah,
I mean, either way, like a win's a win.
yeah,
Can't blame him for taking it. But it's been a long day, and it just
yeah. I mean, either way, this game is pretty much over. It would have been either one at this point.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we have the backup still going. So we'll go to that match. And I believe we have a red blue matchup of Santiago versus red purple.
ooh, looks like a lot of lore on both sides already. We have, I believe, 13 from the red purple and 13 from Santiago.
Yeah.
We'll see. We have the Sisu questing in. Going up to 15. I mean, that's a pretty good spot to be as the purple deck, but there is already a dime in play. Santiago's got plenty of ink on both sides, I should say.
I think they're on game 3, if I recall correctly. Yeah. So we have Santiago here with a dime on board already,
Yeah.
which is very good against the red purple matchup. I think that's a library that the Magic
Yes.
Room's on. Yeah, so it's going to draw him 2 cards here. Very powerful.
He's going to draw 2 cards. I appreciate he remembers the crab trigger, even though it's not affecting the board currently.
Absolutely.
That one, not a May.
That is correct. See, I would have done style points and given it to the Sisu.
Which one? He did.
The opponent, Sisu. Fair enough. Fair enough.
Give it to the Hiram. Tempt
Yeah.
him a little bit.
Yeah. So now Santiago's at 13.
Yeah.
If he shifts that Sisu
Yeah,
and
if he has
dimes,
a shift Sisu, that's going to be enough to lock it up. If he's forced to just play the Be Prepared here, he's going to draw his
he
opponent a lot
does
of
have the shift. I
cards.
think he wins this turn.
I believe so.
Yeah, because he's at 13, so he has the shift and the quest and the
Yep.
dime. Wow.
Yeah, and that's exactly
That was a quick game
7.
3.
Yeah.
Yeah, so 12.
And look, unlike typical Santiago fashion, he's actually tapping all of his ink.
That's crazy. Yeah, normally he does it. So yeah, we have exactly
Yeah.
20 here.
They're just
Yeah.
confirming that the numbers add up.
All right,
There
there
we
we go. The round 1 of the finals for top 8 has just completed with Santiago winning in game 3, and then our previous match going to a game 3 as well. So we will take a quick break shortly, figure out who our semifinalists are, and then we're going to get to those matches. Just want to give a quick reminder again that we do host our locals here Tuesdays at 6:30 at Nerd Rage Gaming in Buffalo Grove, Illinois. So feel free to come out, join us. We do best of 3 Swiss rounds, usually 3 to 4 rounds, depending on how many attend. So yeah, we'll be back with the semifinals. All right, Illumineers, we are back for the semifinals. We're going to have Santiago on the left piloting red-blue Ciso on ice. Then we have Ivan on the right piloting red-purple.
Very classic matchup.
Very classic matchup. Rumor has it this was, I think, the finals at Nats. Let's see if we're going to have the same results.
Yeah, we'll see. I know the red-blue list probably pretty close to what was being played, but not exact. And Ivan, we've seen he's got some tech in his list. We'll see what the fishhooks can do in this matchup. I imagine giving his stuff evasive is going to be pretty helpful.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, Santiago being the higher seed, getting to start on the play, always going to favor red-blue. See if he has the ramp to follow up the popsicle. If he does, it's going to be an ideal start.
I don't think I'm seeing it.
Doesn't look like it, so popsicle to cycle again. And might just be putting this ice block into play.
Opting not to play it. Maybe waiting to see if he draws a TPO
Yeah.
for it to be inked in.
Could also be trying to hold it just to not show it to Ivan in
Sure.
case he does draw that Queen of Hearts. I don't know if I already saw one in hand, but it would be another reason to not show it.
That is fair. If he has the Queen of Hearts in hand, that is a gotcha moment, right? Playing the ice block, and then also that it looks like he's going to bounce that Chernobyls. And turn 2 play that usually is pretty good against red-blue player is going to be the Flynn Rider, so he didn't have that to play.
Yeah, missing the ramp on 2, but has it here on turn 3. So definitely happy to not see that Flynn. And the sail going to allow him to still have an opportunity to play that ice block if he wants to get it into play. Inking a brawl. So if the Flynn comes down after this, won't have a direct answer, but I assume he has plenty lined up. Still opting to hold on to that ice block. See when it will eventually come into play. And Ivan, it looks like follow-up here, he does have a Sisu. We'll see if he plays that.
Yep.
It's also the option to play out a bunch of 1-drops if he has those, but I think Broom is the only one in hand right now.
Yeah, so this is your typical red-purple, turn pattern. Turn 1, turn 2, Sisu. Usually the turn 2 is a Flynn, but again, didn't have it, so he's going for the Madam Mim. Playing a Tala, because Tala is generally just going to be better in this matchup, because typically Hiram only stays on the board for 1 turn.
Yeah, and sometimes playing the Hiram early can be helpful if it'll disrupt Ivan's curve a little bit, but him already having a developed board, just getting this Tala in play is probably going to help. And when we do see that ice block eventually come down, it's going to allow this Tala to challenge into this Mim without directly trading, which getting any value you can like that, especially in a matchup like this, is going to help a lot.
He drew a rabbit.
Yeah, I'd imagine we just see a rabbit follow-up here. We do know Ivan's on Queen's Castle. So that's traditionally a very strong follow-up to Sisu. But if Santiago does have the Maui to follow up, then losing that tempo there is not going to be great.
Yep. So quested with Siso going to 4.
Now, Santiago does have the big Sisu in his hand. I don't believe he has the smaller one. So it's going to be a little bit before we see it come down. The Icebox going to help it clean up. And it looks like drew another Tamatoa, so...
Yeah, I think we play Hiram here. We draw our 2. We're at a good spot. Like, if he has the brawl, he has it.
Ooh, finds the Stone Dragon. That might end up having to be Ink. But if he's able to find a spot to play it, this is one of the matchups where Stone Dragon can be at its strongest.
Absolutely.
And we'll see, deciding what he wants to ink here off this how far I'll go. Getting to sing that off the Tala feels really good in a spot like this.
Yeah, this is a very good and powerful turn by Santi. I think he's inking the Tipo here. And like you said earlier, that Great Stone Dragon is very good in this matchup. Both players are playing B prep, both playing red removal. So playing that Great Stone, you're getting infinite value from your characters in your discard pile.
Yeah, now all of a sudden, potentially inking to 7 ink this turn, and that big Sisu is going to be online the turn after.
Yep.
We'll see. Might opt to ink something else to play the Tipo here, but I don't think he has enough cards in hand to really make use of that. And we'll see, going back, if Ivan decides to take a trade on this Grammatala, or if he wants to just continue questing. I guess here, probably the scariest thing coming from Ivan's side is going to be an answer to this Hiram. Looks like he does have the Sisu to take it out, and Elsa also would have done the job, so
Yeah.
I'd imagine Santiago wasn't fully expecting it to stick around for very long.
Yeah, usually it doesn't. That's why in this matchup, Hiram is like typically the last card I would play because
Yeah.
Grammatala just usually survives a little bit longer.
Yeah, and I mean, Santi found a good time to get his value out of it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, Ivan might still have a 1-drop or something to make use of this ink, but it did make his curve a little weird having to play that Sisu.
Now, I'm wondering how many cards are in Santi's hand to be able to potentially ice block the hand Sisu and also take it out, or is he just have to bank on the...
It's
Yeah,
gonna be
he's
tough.
got too
He's
many
got
cards.
several,
Yeah.
He's had the Hiram going. He had the How Far I'll Go. We'll see. This could be a turn. I think he has another Hiram. This could be a turn where he decides to just like play the Hiram and the Stone Dragon, decides to ink it instead. Looks like he is going to just get his value off the Sisu now. And unfortunately does not take out the opposing Sisu, but the board's looking a lot better than it did a minute ago.
Yeah, and I don't think you quest with Tala here because Ivan's going to be curving the 6, so that's a Tremaine, right?
Yeah, and definitely something to keep in mind. I know this past weekend at Continentals, the winning list, Ed's list, had 4 Tremaines in it, but even if people aren't on that list, a lot of the stock lists will see usually about 2. So it's a card that's worth playing around for sure.
Did you notice in chat? Backseat Geniuses?
Oh boy,
That's you guys.
that is us.
Ivan's Lords of Lore.
Ooh,
He's my team.
So this is another
That's another
team
one.
battle.
Another team battle.
Ooh, we do have the Sisu on Sisu violence.
Gotta respect it.
Elsa letting the Sisu trade up for quite a big ink advantage on that trade. Ivan forced to only make 1 play that turn. Gotta feel pretty good if you're Santiago, getting to this state of the game with Ivan at less than 10 lore. Usually about 10 lore is kind of where the real battle starts to begin in a matchup like this.
Absolutely.
As the follow-up Hiram, see if this one can stick around a little bit longer. Has enough cards in play now that Ivan might be considering a Be Prepared if he has it, but these cards have all replaced themselves, so not the worst loss. And that Grammatala is showing 2 sails, so real easy choice for Santiago.
Yeah, pretty easy choice. And now Santi's on the board at 1.
There we go. Looks like Ivan does have the Be Prepared. Has... I can't tell if that's another Sisu.
I think it's a Maui.
Yeah, I think it's a Maui.
I think it's one of his enchanted ones.
Opting to sing with this Elsa, since this is not really doing much else. And we might just see a board clear here.
Looks like just a brawl. I think he's
setting
waiting.
up to play this castle, potentially.
It's very possible, right? Because it would require Santi to be on Maui.
Yeah.
But I think he's waiting for Santi to play a big body so then he can play that B prep.
Yeah, it looks like Santiago does have the Maui in hand. So we'll decide if he wants to keep it, or we'll see if he decides to keep it.
He's got a Medusa or a Hiram. Both good choices here. Is that a big Sisu as well?
Yeah, there's a lot of good options in this vision. It looks like a Hiram, a Popsicle, Sisu, Medusa. It looks like he takes the Hiram, which I think makes sense.
That was a better vision than the one we saw last round.
Ooh, yeah.
Or a couple rounds ago.
Might just decide to brawl and then play the How Far I'll Go.
I think he's just play the big Sisu. Get that value. Oh,
gonna play the Tamatoa. All right. Just telling Ivan here, if you have the Be Prepared, you need to use it.
Yeah.
And then he can follow up that Be Prepared with a Hiram.
Yep. Yeah, because he returned that Popsicle with the Tamatoa, so he'll be able to get some value next turn.
Yeah. It looks like, I mean, Ivan still has a lot of cards in hand, but at least currently I don't see a Brawl or a small Sisu. So if he does end up having to be prepared, and then Santiago ends up with even just a Hiram in play, Hiram plus Maui is enough to take out this castle that might still be coming.
Yeah.
Now, we'll see if Ivan wants to ink here. Does ink the Maui. So he did have the Maui in hand. Makes
Draw
sense. It's
another
not going to do
Medusa.
much here.
Yeah. I think we just play Popsicle, Hiram, see what we draw.
But I mean, this is kind of what the red-blue deck wants to do. This is a stage of the game where, as long as the wheels keep turning, Santiago can keep pulling this game back in his favor.
Deciding to keep the Queen of Hearts. I think he just wanted a card to ink because his hand's pretty good.
It could be that. If he decides to hold it, it might be a heads-up take against a castle. Yeah, decides to pass, because Queen of Hearts and Maui together answer both castle and library.
Yeah. I think we're about to see a crab.
Yeah, either a crab, a fox here would actually be pretty good, but
That's true.
I do see a crab in Ivan's hand, so that might be all it is. Putting 5 damage on this Hiram is quite a bit, but it's not quite 6.
Okay.
Yeah, decides to put 2 there, so any follow-up foxes or maybe the Sisu in play can still threaten to swing in. Santiago has at least 1 more How Far I'll Go. There might even be
Got
2.
Both Gramatala and Hiram could sing both of those songs because you do want to try to keep ice blocks in this matchup.
Yeah.
Opting to do the Maleficent, some dragon violence going on.
Yeah, I think Santiago from this position basically just has to keep applying pressure while making sure to not put himself just stone cold to a be prepared. So we might still see the Tala sing. On a board state like this, there's a chance we might even see the Hiram sing. It's a little aggressive, but I've seen it happen.
So it looks like Tala just quested there.
Yeah. Tala's just getting the quest in. Does require some additional for this Elsa to take it out. We know Ivan has the crab. Yeah, to answer chat question, Santiago's deck has no shark. His deck is very, I would say, very traditional red-blue. It's more or less like a set 5 list that's playing
Just
sail.
plus sail, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is also very effective. I mean, I think Maui Shark is one of those cards that you have to either like it or not.
Yeah, it's good into a lot of the field, but in situations like this where you're just trading removal, sometimes it can be a bit lackluster.
Is he on 4 dragons?
I believe he is. He has at least 2 more in hand.
2 in hand. I think he inked 1 earlier.
Yeah. Santiago also loves to play a lot of 4-ofs.
Yeah. I mean, if you want to see the card, it helps with consistency.
Oh, yeah. Unfortunately, no further Tamatoas or anything like that off the top, so might be getting to a point where you can start to stall out.
Yep. This Great Stone Dragon, now there's enough in the discard where you can effectively just kind of stop inking for turn and just, just ink from discard.
Yeah.
Starting next turn.
We see the Medusa now just to put more bodies in play. This will be a nice singer for How Far I'll Go in his hand. And from here, I'd have to imagine Santiago's just looking for, honestly, probably just more vision.
Yeah.
Just wants to keep the cards moving. Ivan using that Maui just as a removal spell to trade with the dragon. Haven't gotten a good look at his hand in a minute, so not quite sure what he's setting up for.
I don't think Ivan's been able to do much of what he likes to do, which is draw cards. I haven't seen too much of that, so I think he's only got like 1 or 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, he had 1 rabbit. It got Sisu'd, and doesn't seem like he's found another one. And
putting the Tamatoa from discard into ink with the Great Stone effect.
Oh, yeah. And this is where the Great Stone Dragon really shines, because from here, Santiago's got plenty of ink to work on, and this will just slowly, march him up to having enough ink to be able to play several cards at once. And Vision goes fishing. We find a Hiram, another Be Prepared. How far I'll go? Probably just taking the Hiram just for quantity of cards. But he might take the Be Prepared if he feels he needs that as a stopgap.
I'm wondering if this is the same deck he played in Vegas when he made day 2 minus the addition of Sale. Because a lot of these cards look familiar.
Yeah, I know it's going to be very close. He has a particular way he likes to build the deck, and so far, I mean, he hasn't had much reason to change it. I mean, so far he's first seed in top 8. I know
Yeah.
last weekend at Continentals he made top 32, so, if it's not broke, don't fix it.
True. That tells me Big Sisu, if anything. Oh, we'll do a brawl.
Yeah, just spending a brawl, keeping the board clear. And it's like he's just deciding how much he wants to extend this board. Might decide that the ice block is worth keeping around, so if this Hiram comes down, we might see it just popping this Stone Dragon right away. Yep. And it's, it was good for an ink, 2
He
cards.
got 2 ice blocks.
Oh, jeez.
That card, I like that card.
Yeah, we'll see what he can find off the top to keep things rolling here. But he has the dragons in hand, has another Maui. He's going to have most things accounted for. I would imagine if Ivan still has the castle in hand, he's almost definitely looking to set up a turn where he Be Prepared, either directly after this castle or, just trying to follow it up.
Yeah, Ivan here has no more cards in hand, so he definitely... I mean, unfortunately, I don't think that castle's going to stay on the
No.
board too long.
Santiago's been holding on to this Maui for a while, and it finally finds its purchase. And a nice, easy, clean 7 damage there. These Diablos, this following turn, we might be looking at these Diablos just swinging in to replace themselves.
And then we have Red Purple's Bane of Existence coming on the board, I think, which is Lucky
Yep.
Dime.
Exactly 7 left to play that dime. And Ivan's going to be on a clock if he wasn't already.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think Ivan's far ahead enough for him at the moment to really come out of here with a Lucky Dime on board, especially if he has no cards in hand. So, yeah, these Diablos are probably going to be cashing in for cards, depending on what he drew, of course.
Yeah, he's really going to be looking for a rabbit and a bounce effect, or, I mean, if he had maybe 6 more lore, Goat Bounce Goat would be pretty good. I think he's going to be looking for any way to stay in this game at this point.
With him questing for 1, I'm wondering if he drew a B prep.
He found at least something he likes.
Okay.
And Fox coming in to trade with the Medusa, just keeping this board as clear as possible.
Sure. I mean,
Yeah.
as close to a B prep as you can get.
Yeah, I think at this point, he's got to play like Santiago doesn't have any characters in hand.
Yep.
Finds the Tamatoa off the top. He's gone through quite a few cards at this point, so Tamatoa is pretty likely. I imagine he's just getting back whatever item he wants. I don't know that it'll matter too much.
I mean, you could get Greatstone if you want to set up an extra ink for the following turn, ink a card for turn, and then activate Dime, right?
Yeah.
But he does have double Ice Block in hand as well, so he can gain way more lore.
Exactly. Being able to play the Popsicle here, get that plus lore, draw a card. Still have enough to play these ice blocks.
Yep.
If he wants to ink for turn, even get the extra one out. Yeah, it has the Maui in
I
play.
think that Dime's going to get him like 6 lore.
Yep.
Going to 13.
Going to 13, and this is lethal in play. Maui stuck around, so Tremaine off the top doesn't even do it.
Yeah, and unfortunately that Diablo cannot effectively cash in unless he drew a brawl and he wants to brawl his Diablo.
Yeah, and there we go. We're just going to go to game 2. I mean, as red-blue, this is pretty much exactly how you want the red-purple matchup to go if you are going to win it. We'll see going forward in these next ones if Ivan can start with the Flins, especially on the play. That's going to give Santiago a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
He does have the queens to try to answer it, but without an ice block, you're kind of just stemming the bleeding.
Yeah. Yeah, if Ivan's able to get that turn 2 Flynn out and Santi doesn't have that Queen of Hearts, his best option is then to turn 3 Tala. But even then, with Ivan on the play, he can follow up that Flynn with a Sisu, and that Flynn's probably going to gain 3 to 6 or 9 lore potentially.
Yeah. We may also see, a Tipo on 2 into a Sail plus Brawl
Yeah.
or similar. But we'll see what he can put together. I mean, if Santiago can have a similar start, he missed the ramp on 2 but found it on 3. That was more than enough to keep him in the game. And Ivan, I think, name of the game is just going to be aggro.
Yeah, I think, before the first B prep comes out or the first board wipe or however you want to word it, Ivan needs to be at a pretty good spot as far as lore. Or hope that Santi, does the first B prep
Yeah.
and then Ivan follows it up with, a couple locations.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely still had the ability to buy himself back in that game. If Santiago wasn't playing as tight as he was and had inked that Maui prematurely, that castle might have run away with the game.
Yeah.
We'll see. I know this is a matchup that Santiago knows well. I'm sure Ivan's no slouch in the matchup either.
Yeah, I mean, we've all been playing each other locally here at the Chicagoland area for quite a few sets. We all, have played many matches together. We all know our colors of choice or, whatnot. So I know they've played a few times. They know the matchup pretty decent.
Looks like, from what I could see from Ivan's hand, he's at least got the 1-drop. I think there's a Sisu and a Friends on the other side. There's a follow-up. Not sure if he managed to find a 2 or additional 1s, but we'll see how he starts off.
Yep.
Inking Fishhook early makes sense.
This is game 2 of the match. Santi won game 1.
No turn 1 item from Santi. We'll see. He's got the Hiram in hand. And hopefully he's got the ramp. Let's see, what follow-up does Ivan have here? I see at least one more Diablo in his hand. Does he have an additional 1-drop?
He does not.
Having to ink a Sisu, that might say a lot about what else is in his hand. I'm sure he would have loved to play the Sisu on this following turn.
Uh-oh. Don't look at chat.
I'm looking at chat.
Don't look at it.
I see what Abe's saying. Yeah, I'm sure this is not the sequence Ivan wanted. Having to hardcast
No.
a Friends on 3 never feels good. Especially on the play. Kind of want to turn on the gas, but see what the follow-up is. Turn 4. A lot of explosive plays to make. Tipo might just start hitting some Diablos.
Yep. Trading in, gaining the 1.
Yeah, and especially without the Flynn start, keeping the board clear is probably going to make this pretty easy for the next couple turns, but Ivan has the rabbit to keep himself going. Diablo's gaining quite a few. He is on 4 already.
Yeah, I mean, Ivan last game did not see one single rabbit or one single genie, assuming he's on them.
He saw 1 rabbit. It just immediately got swept up by a Sisu.
That is true. My apologies. That's right.
Yeah, that last game, another rabbit or 2 would have helped a lot.
Yeah. Do you think you grab Ice Block here in this vision?
He's got a lot of options there. I assume Ice Block is probably the easy take, considering he does have a Hiram to follow up. And since there's no item in play already, he was probably missing out on it.
Yeah.
We'll see if it comes down this turn. This Brawl could have taken out the rabbit here. Looks like he's opting against it to play a Sisu.
Yep. Just getting rid of that Diablo. Setting up for big Sisu next turn, which I think I saw in his hand as well.
Deciding he didn't want to slow roll it to get the Ice Block in play. Considering he's got the shift follow-up, it makes a lot of sense. We'll see if Ivan has the Elsa. He might take out the Sisu here. That's also not putting a lot into play.
Yeah.
So draw more cards. Singing of Friends. This is already, I believe, the third Friends we've seen. He hardcast one, inked one, and is singing one here. So
Yeah.
it's gonna have plenty of options.
Yeah, I feel like purple's got some of the best draw in the game for sure. Most consistent draws at least.
Yeah.
Bouncing just like that. Let's draw some more cards. Found the Flynn. I think the Flynn's a little too late here.
Yeah, unfortunately, Flynn does get swept up by the Sisu. I'll see what Ivan ends up playing. If the only follow-up is one more character, it is a Brawl on the Sisu, okay.
I think he saw the writing on the wall of that big
Yeah.
Sisu.
I was gonna say, if he only played one more character, the big Sisu might not have even shifted out just yet.
Yeah.
Now he doesn't have to worry about it for at least a little bit. We might even just see Hiram and Ice Block here to draw some cards, but Santiago also plenty of options. Doesn't even bother activating it. He knows he
know.
doesn't need it.
He could have activated on his Tipo though.
Oh man, and he found another Sisu and a Popsicle.
Yeah.
It's gonna be pretty big. He might be running a little low on ink in hand. So
Yeah, because he definitely wants to hold on to that Maui because, Maui did work last game.
yeah, I think right here his options are to ink this Maui, and then he also has a Vision and a Popsicle.
I guess he didn't have a how far I'll go. I thought he did.
Yeah, he might just be deciding to get his lore here while he can. Looks like Vision probably going to be the ink so he can play this Popsicle.
Yeah, it's super rough sometimes inking that Vision because that helps you find a lot of the answers you need for certain matchups and help you close out the games. But sometimes it's that, or you just keep the option that you have in your hand.
Decided
available.
not to play the Popsicle to make sure that he still has enough ink to play the Sisu.
Interesting.
We'll see.
Oh, he's at 6 ink?
Yeah, he's at 6 ink.
Makes sense.
The
Yeah.
only other inkables in his hand are, I believe, just this Maui
The
and
Maui
the
and the
Popsicle.
Popsicle, yeah.
It's a very, very heads-up play from Santi.
Yeah.
See, I imagine if he draws another inkable for turn, we'll probably see the Popsicle come down. And now Ivan's got to figure out how to deal with this board while advancing his own. If this Hiram sticks around and gets to quest, which is starting to look like it will,
Yep.
Santi might continue to pull away. Still so many cards in his hand.
Interesting. Now the Flynn is active. So, with Santi only at 6 ink, he would have to be prep here potentially. Or Brawl or Sisu with Ice Block.
We might end up seeing, if there's no answers to this Flynn, we might end up seeing the Maui just come out to turn off the Flynn for a turn.
Yeah.
It looks like he found, I believe, another Ice Block and a Sail off this Hiram, so more card draw, more items, no more answers than he already had. And
Yep.
yeah, we see the Maui come down, and then I would have to imagine here he's planning to just play these Sisus for the next 2 turns if he needs to.
Yep. Prepping that Ice Block for next turn in case he plays something with 3 strength for that big Sisu to really push him far
Yeah.
ahead.
And Ivan might just be looking to draw cards here. Still no Be Prepared of his own, but he does have his own Sisu in hand. And he's inking up to 7 this turn. We might end up seeing a Sisu on both sides.
Yeah, that'll be interesting. And we saw, was Santi on Maui's fishhook as well? No, right?
No, I don't
think it was
so.
Ivan that just inked it. Yeah.
Yeah, Ivan inked his second fishhook, so we're not going to see that come into play this game.
Is that Flynn about to come in with that heat?
It might be. Looks like he's just attempting to go as wide as he can. Right,
Yeah,
gets
that
the card
Flynn.
draw off the Brawl, and then the bounce on the Crab lets Flynn take out Hiram.
That Flynn just did 8 damage to that Hiram.
Yeah. Now he has a Brawl in hand, there's a follow-up.
Yeah, I mean, playing the brawl on the Sisu did allow Ivan to get a little bit of lore here and also deal with that Hiram, because if he was able to shift that Sisu, Ivan I don't think would have a board here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, if that shift Sisu came down, I think Ivan would have been probably scooping up his cards by now.
yeah, especially with not having a B prep here.
It's always a hard call to make, too. You never know if they have it for sure.
Yeah,
And looks like we inked to be prepared off this How Far I'll Go to pick up another Popsicle. And I imagine we see the Sisu come down here.
yeah.
Just
So now
cleaning up
that
the board.
Tipo is gonna be questing, getting some lore.
Yeah, T-Bow's coming in. Ivan does have enough ink that he could potentially just like play an Elsa and something else if he was really worried about this Tipo, or combine it with the Crab if he's really worried about the Sisu. I think here he's probably just got to get something back into play though.
Yeah, yeah. Santi's at 4, Ivan at 6. It's an interesting spot for Ivan to be in because I don't even think he has B prep. He drew another rabbit,
Yeah.
so he's probably just gonna ink and play another one. Still no B prep.
Yep. Developing his board, telling Santiago that he's going to at least draw some cards if he wants to deal with it.
He does have another big Sisu to deal with it.
Yeah, we might just see that come down here, clean up the board, kind of keep the tempo going. And I think there might have even been a Tamatoa in hand, so...
I think there was. So he might just opt to play that.
Yeah, Santiago might just determine that Ivan only being at 6 and 2 rabbits in play might not be cause for alarm. But I have to imagine he's thinking about be prepared. Ivan's drawn so many cards. We can see he doesn't have it, but he's gone through a bunch of his deck now, and we haven't seen one yet. So
Yeah, I've also play tested a lot against Ivan, and I know Santi's played against him. Ivan is a very patient player when it comes to prepping, be prepping. So sometimes he waits until the optimal moment to be prep. So you know, it's very possible. Like to your point, he's like, he didn't be prep next turn because he's waiting for me to play another body or something. Seeing if he's gonna get actual value out of this Tamatoa or Big Sisu.
yeah, I mean, Santiago currently winning the lore race right now. Fortunately, not a position you want to be in as red purple. But we'll see, depending on what Santiago is able to do here.
So yeah, opting for the Tamatoa, bring back Popsicle. Unless there's an ice block, he might choose that.
Looks like taking back the Popsicle wants to keep the cards flowing.
Gonna pass turn.
No,
Still no B prep.
yeah. Basically telling Ivan that he needs to play the be prepared or this game is going to end quickly.
Yep.
And with the Popsicle coming back, even if the be prepared happened this turn, I don't think he would have minded that much. We'll see the rabbits just collapse down the board a little bit. I don't know that we've seen a single Tremaine out of Ivan. He might not be running them at all, but
I know that's his
Santiago's
favorite
just
card.
been like incidentally playing around it this whole
Yeah.
time.
I know Ivan loves playing Tremaine and bouncing it and
Yeah.
punishing the red-blue players for only having that one character outboard.
So here,
It's library.
yeah. If Santiago still has a Queen of Hearts in hand, that would actually be a very clean answer. But he might be able to just race it. He's got at least one more Popsicle.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
If he draws Lucky Dime, he's in a very good spot.
this Tamatoa is going to quest for a lot. But if he's worried about this library, he might opt to play a bit more patient, swing both in. At least putting 6 damage there. Looks like he does have the queen.
Nice.
That's going to be the biggest punish.
Yep.
That's got to feel pretty bad if you're Ivan.
Yeah, Ivan seeing all of this, these answers for his locations is got to be feeling rough right now.
Yeah, and this Maui, though, I mean, originally played it just as a check for the Flynn, and now he's managed to get so much value out of this thing just hanging around in play.
Yeah.
Gaining another 3 off the Tamatoa, getting the Popsicle again.
Infinite value.
Yeah, and the longer this goes on, I mean, Ivan's window to draw Be Prepared is slowly closing if it's not already shut.
Yeah, I think Santi's in a pretty good spot here. Like, this is at the part of the game where, you wonder if your opponent is far enough ahead to, even have a chance. But Ivan, unfortunately, has only gotten 6 lore this game. His Flynn has never had a trigger resolve. It's never met that check. And Automatoa has been on the board and able to quest,
Yeah,
which is not good.
unfortunately, his hand playing out where he had to hardcast the Friends on turn 3 meant even though he's on the play, just wasn't able to get the pressure going to really force Santi to slow down and answer his board. So he's kind of just been able to keep playing his game while, slowly chipping away.
Yeah.
Passes back.
Ivan
Santiago's sitting at 11 already.
Yeah, he really needs a B prep.
Yeah. We'll see. There is a crab in play. So there is the possibility of this Tamatoa getting challenged down.
Yeah.
Decides
able to draw a card.
Trade there for it. I have to imagine if you're Santiago, you're still just happy with that trade.
Oh, absolutely.
These Sisu's in Ivan's hand, at this point, kind of just begging for a target. Let's see, looks like several brawls. Does have another rabbit.
Did he draw his 3rd big Sisu? I didn't even know he was on that many.
I don't know. I saw one more, but I don't know how many we've seen now.
I believe Ivan's on 4 B prep, so he's getting rather unlucky on drawing these.
Yeah.
But that do be card games.
Let's see, deciding to brawl here. I'm assuming partially because he has so many brawls in hand.
Yeah.
But also just trying to keep the board as
And
clear
the
as it can.
Hiram top deck.
Yeah.
I could see a somber sigh by Ivan there because he had the card advantage, I feel like, but now it's starting to weigh towards the Santi side, especially after just potentially wasting a brawl on a Queen of Hearts. He could have saved that, but I think he still has a small Sisu in hand.
Yeah, he has at least one more brawl and another small Sisu in hand, and at this point, I mean, odds are there's not going to be a Tipo actually in play, so these Sisus are only hitting Hirams.
Yeah.
So at least he's going to get some value out of that card. Still a board in play for Santiago, though. He's got a hand Sisu, if he wants to develop the board that way. Looks like a Maui of his own. So it looks like Ivan's sitting on a lot of answers that are just waiting for threats to actually be targets. So I'm seeing, just more Sisus, more brawls.
Yeah, he saw a lot of his purple cards at the beginning of the game. Now he's seeing all of his red cards.
Yeah. And unfortunately has burned through a couple locations now. So if we do get to a point where Santiago feels forced to play his own Be Prepared, Ivan might be out of follow-ups. Maleficent just coming down to be a big body in trade. Santiago at 12 lore already. Let's see, I mean, Ivan definitely has a handful of top decks that could bring him right back into this game.
Still no B prep.
Yeah, I think I see an uninkable red card, but it's just more Sisus.
Oh, what is that? Is that a Medusa?
No, it's another small Sisu.
Oh, sure.
So Genie here just to keep drawing cards.
Flynn,
Finds
not
a
so good
Flynn.
with a Maleficent
Yeah.
on the board.
He could play his own Maui, but it's still one short of this
Yeah.
Maleficent. Might just cash this Maui in for some cards here.
Yep. I think it's time to try to get that Maui off the board.
Yeah.
Goes to 7, but I think he still has a how far I'll go.
Oh my gosh, he drew another Queen of Hearts. If he decides he wants to keep this Maui around,
You just play to get rid of that Maui.
yeah. At this point, if the Maui's trade here, I'm sure Santi's still happy with that.
I see he has another
Still-
Hiram in hand.
Yeah, still has another Hiram to keep the cards flowing. At this point, I would imagine Santiago is feeling pretty sure that Ivan either doesn't have a Be Prepared or is trying to pair it with a location.
Right.
Does decide to keep the Maui in play. And is probably just deciding if he wants to play the Hiram here or play another Sisu.
Going for the Hiram, getting the 2 draw. Drew his 4th Hiram.
Yeah, I think
that's the
another
4th
Hiram
one?
and a Tipo.
Yep.
So
I could never.
I don't know, man. You got to draw better.
I
don't
do have
know.
to draw better.
Ivan's still plenty of answers in hand. Well, while these exchanges are going on, Santiago's still just questing for 1 or 2 every turn.
I mean, Ivan does have that shift Sisu now, so he has options. It does feel bad, but he could potentially shift that big Sisu, deal with the Hiram, and challenge the Maleficent if needed.
Could be.
Or just quest and apply the pressure and say, hey, you got to deal with it. But he has 2 answers. He has Maleficent and Maui.
See what he finds off the top. There's
a B prep.
But now he's kind of out of cards to pair with it.
Now he could sing the B prep and play a location potentially if he had one.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think he's out of locations in hand.
But he did
Yet to
quest for
find another.
5 there, which is huge. So he's going to 12.
Yeah, putting the pressure back on. Santiago's sitting at 14, though. We're getting close to a lucky dime off the top, just ending the game. But Ivan might just play out another Sisu.
I think that's a Queen's Castle. I think he's
Oh,
thinking about it.
is.
I mean, that Queen's Castle will provide a lot of pressure because now,
Yeah.
you know, he doesn't necessarily have answers for everything. But I don't remember if Santi has a B prep. I think he does.
I mean, if he plays Castle here, though, the Dragon just gets to swing in, and then the Maui cleans up the Sisu.
Yeah.
I mean, it collapses the board down a bit, which Ivan's getting 2 lore counts where that's going to start to matter. But it looks like Ice Block, this Maui continuing to gain value.
Yeah.
Yeah, just putting himself to 16. Telling Ivan that they're going to race.
So Santi's got to think that finally Ivan has a B prepared, right?
Yeah.
Like he's drawn a lot of cards. He's got to be stalling somewhat. So we're going to do 6 here. Get rid of the genie. Gaining way too much lore.
Yeah, he's at 12, though, so there's a chance this castle could go the distance. I mean, we've seen a few Mauis. We've seen, I believe, all of the Queen of Hearts have either been inked, played, or put to the bottom of the deck. So this might finally be the time for the castle to come down, and then it'll be on Santiago to race it.
Yeah. The issue is, yeah, he is able to hard play the B prep and ink,
Yeah, taking
and then
his
play the castle.
lore there to go to 13. You see the Be Prepared, and just needs to find something to ink so he can play this castle. All right.
Oh, he top decks the Maui, and I think he still has he has
He has
double
2
Maui.
Mauis. Oh my gosh.
What
What a top deck.
yeah.
That's got to be crushing. Ivan,
Yeah.
I mean, it took him a while to actually find the Be Prepared, but even before he found it, it felt like that's what he was setting up for.
And then he tops deck a Flynn, which is probably the worst spot to be in right now.
Yeah, playing out a Sisu just to have something in play. I mean, threatening the shift. If Santi leaves this in play, that is 3 lore. Ivan can put himself to 16. Santiago already there. And 4th Hiram, like we were saying, drawing a couple more cards, finds a Brawl and a Tala with exactly enough ink still to play them, so he can continue to develop, cut off this Sisu line if he's worried about it. finds how far I'll go for these Mauis to sing.
Find
And
the dime.
There's the lucky dime. So
Yeah, I think
Ivan doesn't know it, but I think he's got one last turn to pull out a miracle.
yeah.
And I'm sure he can guess that Santiago's got something rolled up.
Yeah, that big Sisu getting rid of Hiram is unfortunately just not going to be enough.
No. It's going to buy him at least a turn from what he's seen so far.
Yeah, I don't think Ivan is on Pirate's Life or Maui Shark. Yeah, I think that's just
Yeah, I'd imagine he's not, just given all the tech cards we've seen.
yeah.
I don't think he'd have room for him.
Putting Santi to 17, so he's presenting lethal. And if Ivan doesn't have a way to solve that Maleficent, Santi's just gonna win next turn with dime.
Yeah. Finds the Tamatoa, so even if Ivan's able to be prepared here, that'll give Santiago a chance to play out the dime.
Yep, and then just win the following turn with
Yeah.
Tamatoa. Yeah. So Ivan effectively has to B prep here and then win in 2 turns. By the way he's questing, I think he found a second B prep.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh, no.
has the Fox. I think he has identified that his only out here is if Santiago doesn't have the dime.
Yeah.
And we should see the dime come down and secure the game in just a moment here. Santiago probably just double counting everything to make
Yep.
sure it's actually the game. And there we go. Right to 19
Going to
and
19
then 21.
and then diming for the other 2 to 21. And that wraps it for that game. We have Santi taking it in 2. Red-blue versus red-purple. Different than what we saw in Nets.
Yeah.
Yeah. So congratulations to Santi for winning that round. That was a very clean play by him, making sure he was keeping up, the cards he needed for certain answers to deal against Ivan. The answers he needed to deal with the cards that he, in that matchup, would probably lose to if he didn't keep them.
Oh, yeah. That first game especially, he was playing very patient with the Maui in his hand and got rewarded for it in the end.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, so that's going to conclude this round. We're going to get our finals ready to go here shortly, and then we'll see who Santiago is going to be playing against. We'll be back shortly. right, Illumineers, we are back with the final round where we have Santi piloting Red Blue versus Daryl on Blurple. As you can see, they have both won their Scar promos there in the center, so we are good with that. So quick explanation of why we see Blurple here when we saw the match in the quarterfinals. Justine is a member of Backseat Geniuses, and that man he's a good guy.
He's a great guy.
He's a great guy. He knew that I think Daryl maybe had been, on the stream, had some nerves, so may have, saw a couple misplays or made that misplay or whatnot. So he gave him the win because he knew he was going to win the match if he played it out correctly. So shout out to Justin for, doing that. I want to say that's very memorable of him to do that. So good guy, Justin. So that's why we have the purple player here competing in this round.
Yeah, we'll see how this match plays out. I know a couple members of our team, as well as some of the other locals, really like the Blurple deck, so I'm sure Santiago's played against it a lot. And from the Blurple side, I'm sure this is a matchup he's practiced.
Yeah, I told these guys they don't get to play with the Scar and play. I don't know why it's still on board.
Yeah, I don't know. Looks like no turn one play coming out from Santi. He is on the play, being the first seed, and we have a Diablo coming out from the other side. So nice slow start. Let's see if Santi's got the ramp this time.
Something tells me he does. Yep.
Yeah, we see the Tipo there.
He should ink that Scar.
He should, yeah. It's free to ink.
There we go.
Yeah.
Like, all
the
right, it's starting to
Tipo.
clutter that board a little bit.
It's not a sale. He's got the Tipo, so the Diablo doesn't get a free quest, but still more than happy to be on the board. No follow-up play on turn 2. I feel like as the Blurple player, that's probably not how you want this to start.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we talked about this earlier with the Red Blue versus Blurple matchup. It's definitely, I feel like, Red Blue favorable, unless Blurple's able to do a little bit more of the aggro, early game.
Draws another Genie and is shaking his head. I'm assuming that means he's looking for a character to play here. We might just see a Hardcast Friends on the other side. Alright, it's going to ink. We're putting a Crab into play, so he at least has a character to play here on 3, but Crab, not getting any value on the way in. Could still get some value on the way out if there's something like a Fox. Probably looking to now play a Genie or this Rabbit. Santiago already developing his board, and looks like he's picked up how far I'll go, so
Yeah.
might just be planning to sing that here.
Yeah, depending, he also might just hard cast it. I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like not a follow-up play he was super excited about, so opting to just spend his ink that way instead of using the Grammatala to do it.
Oh.
And this is an interesting one. He's looking at a Grammatala and a Lucky Dime, putting the Lucky Dime into ink, deciding it's not going to come into play soon enough to be worth holding on to. And that Grammatala, a lot of value in this matchup.
He could have played it next turn. But I guess with you playing against blue, you do have Hideaway, potentially Cusco, that could say goodbye. So might as well put in the ink.
Yeah, and probably just deciding here that even though this is starting off a little slow, taking the next turn off to just play the dime might put him a little too far behind. Not sure if there's a second one in his deck, so that might be the only dime he has access to, but I also wouldn't put it past Santi to still be on 2.
Right. Yeah, because we've noticed Santi is on the, like we stated last round, I think, the more traditional set 5 list where, not the Maui Shark, not the Pirate's Life, more of what it was, plus Sail.
Yeah, looks like Ice Block coming in so that the Grammatala can get a favorable trade here. Now, Tipo cleaning up a bit more, and then we might just see the Hiram come down here. With the board cleaned up, and Elsa is not just an easy answer to this. But he does have the other Tala he picked up off the How Far I'll Go, so Santiago's got plenty of options here. Deciding to just continue to put the stronger body into play. And it looks like putting a Popsicle to the bottom because he picked up a big Sisu. And that card is really good in this matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. Like most of the characters that Blurple is going to play, besides your Hirams and your or not your Hirams, your Goat and your Foxes, are all going to be in big Sisu range.
Yeah, and everything that isn't, only one Ice Block activation to get it in range, so very good chance that the Sisu is going to put in some work in the next turn or two. See the Rabbit take out the Tipo. Probably has a way to bounce this back to hand.
Yeah, Daryl not able to ramp this game is actually affecting him a lot because they can typically keep up with the ramp almost as much as Red Blue, but he has not found any of it.
Yeah, especially being on the draw this game. Santiago having the ramp puts him a full turn ahead, whereas on the draw it at least just kind of buys you back. Gets the Elsa down, and the Sisu follows up to clean house. And not enough ink here to have something like a Hades just yet. Looks like there might be a big Elsa in hand, so might have been hoping to shift it this turn, but that's at least a couple turns away now. The Sisu's gaining at least 3 lore.
Yeah. Following up with Genie, now that he's seen at least the first Sisu play, means that this Genie might still live. And now seeing a Tipo ramp. So now almost matching with Ink.
Yeah, and the Hiram following up here. Getting to draw some cards after resetting the board. Always going to feel good. I think he picked up another Tipo, so probably a pretty easy ink here.
Yeah, and he has the small Sisu for that Genie. That's why I feel like Genie is one of those that if it can stick, man, that card's good. But having the Rabbit being able to draw you that card off of leaving.
Yeah. And just has the extra ink. Feels he has enough cards in hand that, this Queen of Hearts is just coming into play to be a body.
Yeah, might as well. I mean, one of the things that Blurple cannot do that Red Blue can do is a full board wipe. So as long as you go wide, you're going to be able to gain lore every single turn.
Yeah, no be prepared, no grab your sword. Got to clear stuff out the old-fashioned way. I mean, we did see in the match against Justin on Amber Steel, sometimes you can chain Foxes or something like that, but on this board state here, that's not going to be enough to get the job done. Santi only going up to 5 lore, but already ahead on board. I'm sure the Blurple deck would have loved to be higher than 1 lore right now itself. See what Daryl can put together this turn. We're at enough ink here. There's a possibility of something like another Elsa and a Crab, or we can start seeing Hades or Big Elsa. Looks like just a Fox to trade with the Sisu. And
Maybe play the Elsa, get rid of Queen. Or the Sisu, actually.
yeah,
Yep.
just cutting off that shift line. Hardcast Sisu still pretty strong, but at least you're not getting the immediate lore out of it.
Yeah. But he has a Tamatoa. Bring back Popsicle.
And this is just going to turn into so many cards here.
Yep.
Now, especially already having the Hiram in play, even if there is a Hades follow-up on this Tamatoa, it's kind of already done its job. See. Oh, and that finds another Tamatoa to follow up, so...
Yeah, so even if he has the Hades, that there's going to be another one hitting the board next turn, probably.
Yeah. Santiago finding that ramp on turn 2, and then being able to put that to use pretty quickly. Has taken a hold of the board and hasn't really given it back.
Yeah, I think there was a big Elsa in Daryl's hand, but still, that's not gonna be enough. Like you can bind down the Tamatoa and Hiram. He's just gonna play another Tamatoa, and then you're just that Tamatoa is probably questing for a bit.
Yeah, we'll see. So opts here to just play the Elsa instead of shifting. Which, that lets him keep more characters in play.
Yeah.
Lets this Elsa take out the Queen of Hearts, so...
Yeah, if I was to take a guess, probably going to slam down that second Tamatoa. So now we know the following turn, unless he has another Elsa.
Yeah, we could see a Snake, potentially. Letting him
yeah.
replay this Elsa here. So, assuming Santiago doesn't break this up at all, there is the opportunity for both Elsas to swing into the Hiram and then the Elsa to be bounced, but unfortunately, Maleficent Dragon making sure that's not an option.
Yeah, I think Santi probably saw that line where he was able to potentially bounce and replay that Elsa, especially if it was a Fox, because he could still shift it onto the other one that still is on the board.
Yeah. Let's see, a crab here, not quite enough for this Hiram to get taken out, but still 4 or 5 cards in hand, plenty of ink.
I also see a Medusa in Santi's hand, so I think he's valuing that extra lore that Maleficent gets you, because he could have ice blocked the Elsa and Medusa did, but you know, we're off to the races here. That's how we beat this matchup.
Yeah. Nothing trades that well into this Maleficent either. So it would require some hard removal. Looks like we do have the Fox and Elsa combining to take out this Hiram. So that's at least one problem out of the way. Still has this Tamatoa and the rest of the board to deal with. Alright. Cycling these bounce effects, so still gonna have plenty of play. But being this behind on lore can't feel too good.
Yeah, Santi goes to 12 here. Daryl's still at 2. Now he's questing for 2 here with the Crab Man.
Yeah, this puts him up to, what did he go to, 14?
That's what it looks like, yeah. Ice blocking and a big Sisu. Oh, man.
This is going to require a lot of cards to clean up.
Be prepared would be nice here.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think Santiago is going to help his opponent out and play it.
Yeah, that's fair. So
Yeah,
they're going to go to game 2 after that one.
Rest of his hand full of answers, but not fast enough. We'll see. Now with Daryl on the play, I mean, we saw it before. Blurple does have the aggressive starts. And if he can put together a 1-drop into Sail plus 1-drop, or even just 3 1-drops in the first 2 turns, can put a lot of pressure on Santiago.
Yeah, I think that's where Daryl needs to shine, is being able to present that early board state and hope maybe also Santi is not able to hit his ramp, because that was the other issue in game 1. Daryl didn't really see his ramp until like turn 4 or 5.
Yeah.
Which is very rough, because you want to be able to hit those big Elsas, the Hades, to do all the removal you need.
Yeah, especially being on the draw, you really need it on turn 2, but being on the play, if Santiago misses his, or even if they both have it, being on the play should still let him develop quite a few threats before Santiago is able to start answering them.
Yep. Here comes the Santi shuffle.
Oh, yeah. But I've played this matchup, not a ton, but quite a bit myself, and it's definitely scary. I mean, this is no walk in the park for the red-blue deck.
Yeah, no, and it's again purple, right? Anytime they get to 15 lore,
Yeah,
goat is scary.
Still a deck that has goats, has foxes, has
Yeah.
snakes, and it has McDuck Manor. So Santiago does get pressured into playing Be Prepared. I mean, that's a follow-up that does not get battled down by a Maui and a Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, I mean, a turn 3 McDuck Manor, if Santi doesn't have the ramp, could gain Daryl a lot of lore this game.
Oh, yeah. Let's see, looks like Santiago throwing back 5. Didn't see how many Daryl was picking up, but it looks like he also mulliganed pretty heartily as well. We should be getting ready to start pretty soon here. I see, looks like a handful of 1-drops and a Tipo.
Yeah, it's going to be very nice.
Looked like at least a Chernobog's followers or 2 and a Broom, so plenty of pressure if he wants it.
playing that Charon Boggs. I did see a Queen of Hearts, and he's got 2 Queen of Hearts.
The Queen of
No,
Hearts
turn 1.
here going to be pretty solid. No ice block to combine with it for the, complete knockout. But I think he'll still take the trade here if he's offered it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's one of the risks you have to take with followers, especially after, seeing a Queen of Hearts is how many are you playing? There's so many lists out there. Some are not on Queen of Hearts, some are.
Yeah.
If there are, they're only on one. You don't know. They don't have that information to know how many they're on. So
Looks like he picks up another Tamatoa for turn, so that's pretty easy ink.
yeah, Santi choosing the ramp here.
Yeah, and we could potentially see 2 Queen of Hearts next turn, but nothing else that he feels makes better ink, so we see 1 go to the inkwell. And at this point, we might just see the Grammatala come out before Queen of Hearts now.
Yeah, very possible. I think Santi's definitely valuing the ramp because, ooh, there it is.
And this is going to be tough to beat. Found the Be Prepared, but that's not doing anything anytime soon.
Yeah, I don't think we want to ink that Queen of Hearts anymore. I think we definitely want to get the Tala out there. Maybe pray that we top deck a Maui, deal with
Yeah.
that Queen or that Manor. But that Manor could very well gain a lot of lore for Darrow here.
Now, it doesn't find the Maui off this Tala trigger either, but if this Tala makes it back around and there's a Maui off the top, that would be an answer to the Manor. Unfortunately, that's all it would answer, though, and whatever Darrow decides to play is going to stick at least a turn.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like deciding here how much the ice block matters versus the ink off Tipo.
Yep. So passes, Darrow's going to gain 2 lore every single beginning of his turn while that Manor's out on the board. So now, after questing, he's going to be at 6. Santi really needs to figure out a way to deal with that Manor relatively quickly.
Yeah. And this would be a really good turn for him to find a hideaway.
And if he has the Elsa, he can trade up with the Elsa and Tipo going in to help protect that Manor some more.
Yeah. Just like how we saw Ivan earlier in the day playing Protect the Queen's Castle, we might see Protect the McDuck Manor.
Yep.
Looks like
Going
playing
for
the
the goat.
goat. Yeah.
Yep.
It's continuing the pressure of the lore and also putting a body in play to battle.
Yep. Yeah, we're off to the races. You want to challenge my Tipo? Go ahead. I'll gain 2 next turn anyways.
Let's see.
Did he top deck the Maui? No, he
No.
dropped a GSD.
Finds the Stone Dragon. Unfortunately, this is not the game for it.
Yeah. Yeah, so this might be a turn where you want to vision here. Try to find that Maui for next turn to deal with it. Apply the 3 damage so you know your Maui's good. And then possibly Tipo to ramp some more.
Yeah, and then probably either the Tipo or just like, worst case, trying to find a 3-drop here.
Yeah, so he finds a Brawl, which is also not the worst if he had some ice blocks on the board.
Yeah. We did see an ice block go to the bottom earlier. We know he doesn't have one in hand. Finds the Popsicle for this Hiram that'll be coming eventually.
Okay, he can ink. He can ink that Tipo on sale now.
It looks like deciding if he wants the body off this Tipo would be my guess.
Yeah, I think he's debating on whether he wants to ramp, dig, or even just play that queen to put 5 damage on that McDuck. And it looks like he's opting for that.
Yep. We'll see.
Oh, taking out the Tipo.
Yeah, it looks like he figures here, putting the damage there, a Maui at any point is going to take it out regardless. So
Yeah, makes
putting
sense.
the Tipo out is where he wants to be here. But have to imagine there's a lot of draws that Darrow could have to kind of punish this right back.
Yeah, I mean, even go to lone, challenging the queen, and then bouncing it with a fox is pretty solid.
Oh, yeah. We may still see an Elsa come down here.
Yep.
Just continue to battle. We'll see if he wants to trade.
Yep, he's cashing it
here.
in, gaining that 1. Now we're at 11. The McDuck Manor has gained him 4 lore thus far.
Yeah. And
That
now
is not a Maui.
forcing Santiago to have the answer here. Otherwise, this McDuck Manor probably gaining another 4.
Okay, so he finally drew the Maui. He can't play it this turn, but next turn he can play it. But that's going to be 6 lore the Manor gains in this game alone, which is huge.
Yeah, and I mean, if Daryl has the shift for the Elsa here, that might be enough to put away the game already.
Yeah. Yeah, because if he has that shift line, he's going to gain 5 lore next turn, go to 16. And then that Maui is ultimately only going to be able to take out one of them. It's
Yeah,
McDuck Manor or Elsa. And it's probably the Elsa.
it looks like the one saving grace for Santiago is, well, Daryl has been doing all of this. He hasn't been drawing that many cards.
Yeah.
So it looks like he is down to 2 cards in hand. So the shift Elsa would require him to ink something. But he has a lot of plays to make with only 5 ink, if that's the route he has to go.
Starts off by gaining his 2. Do we know if Santi's on Hideaway or any other type of effects that are targeting locations? I don't think so.
I'm fairly certain he still has at least 1 hideaway in his deck, but he might not.
Because a second McDuck Manor here will be kind of gross.
That would be brutal. I'll have to see. I think from here, Daryl might just be looking to put as much material into play as he can.
Yeah, because even though Santi's playing Be Prepared, he needs to solve that Manor, or that Manor's just going to win the game for Daryl.
Yeah. Yeah, if Santiago be prepared on this following turn, the Manor is going to gain him enough lore that then any further goats and bounce off the top is probably going to be enough. Would have to imagine he's got some tough inking decisions here with only 3 cards in hand. Does have the follow-up Manor. So from here, he's just got to cross the finish line before Santiago can clean this all up.
Move the Elsa to the undamaged McDuck Manor for style points.
Yeah, make him think about it.
Oh, there we go. Passing. So now...
Doesn't ink. I have to imagine that means he has either just uninkables in hand or maybe something like another 5-drop Elsa. We'll see. I mean, he's at 13. Maui almost certainly coming down here unless he finds another way out of this position.
Yeah, so if McDuck Manor is not solved, which we know one of them is at least going to get solved. Here it is coming down. That's 3 lore he's going to gain next turn. So he's at 14 right now. Goes to 17.
Yeah,
And then now it has Goat. And he did not bounce to Goat, right? He had it challenged to Grand
Right.
Matala.
Yeah, the goat traded into the Tala to facilitate some more lore off that Manor. I mean, even if Daryl doesn't clear anything off this board, Santiago is still 1 point short of taking out that other Manor. So he may be considering putting some damage on it. If this Tipo turns sideways, though, the Elsa gets to gobble it up for free.
Yeah.
He's already at, what is that, 14 lore right now?
He is at 14, yeah.
Santiago's still at 0. But this is going to be one of those games. If Santiago is able to stabilize this board, he'll turn the corner quickly. His challenge is going to be getting to that point. Looks like he's deciding here if he's got anything else he can ink. Probably figuring out if this Hiram is questing or battling the Manor. Decides that it's worth putting the damage on the Manor. He's definitely going to need it if he doesn't find another Maui. And, I mean, if this Elsa comes in, it's at least 1 lore it's not gaining, but still not an amazing place to be.
Yeah, but if he has that shift Elsa, that's going to lock down the Maui and the Hiram is my guess.
Oh, yeah.
And then that'll probably be game.
Yeah, I imagine this turn cycle
So I
here
see
is
another Elsa.
probably what decides it. Yeah, he has another Elsa.
Can't see the other card.
I'm not sure what it is. I mean, it's either something high impact or uninkable. Otherwise, we probably would have seen it inked. Yeah, it
He's
looks
choosing
like,
to draw some cards here.
yeah. Hiram's questing, drawing some cards.
Found
Found.
a big Sisu and how far I'll go.
Yeah, so. Unfortunately, still 1 point short of clearing this manor, if assuming this Elsa challenges the Tipo here.
Yep.
That's with nothing else coming into play. But that Sisu does clean up Elsa in return. Let's see what Daryl has for this turn. Ooh, a crab there to take out the Maui
no.
is really big. Yeah, from this point on, Santiago's probably just got to play this game basically assuming Daryl's never going to draw another goat.
Yeah. See what he drew there. Looks like a brawl.
We'll see.
Nice
Yeah,
block
gets
there.
to-
Definitely dropping a big Sisu here.
He gets to see a few more cards off this Hiram if he chooses to, but the damage on the manor might still be worth quite a bit. That's not how far I'll go to sing, but still nothing great off the top. Just a redraw in this sale.
Yeah, the issue here is if Daryl's able to play a goat, that's pretty much the game.
Yeah, because this manor's going to put him to 18. Goat puts him to 19 with an implied 20 in play, and
Yeah.
with how Santiago has his deck built, I don't believe he's running any Pirate's Life. So whatever lore Daryl gets, that's sticking around.
I think he still has that one Elsa, so he's going to be able to probably
Inks
play
the
that.
Tipo.
Get rid of there, yep.
All right.
So it's
Well,
only 6 damage that can go on. So right now, unless he draws a queen,
yeah, it needs
or
to draw
finds a
queen
Maui.
or another Maui.
needs another rush character here to deal with that manner.
And ideally, you find something to deal with this Elsa too, but at this point, that might be asking for too much.
Yeah. I mean, if he's able to find a queen, he could potentially still shift the Sisu to deal with that. Or I think he saw Head Brawl in hand as well.
Yeah.
I mean, Daryl has no cards in hand, so he's in top deck mode. Yeah, the crab gave the +3 to Elsa. Or was it another character? I know he used it to banish the Hiram. Or not the Hiram, the Maui.
So probably, yeah, just redrawing off the sale here. Nothing in his hand quite does it. Draws a Medusa.
Medusa's not bad, but unfortunately, that's not the
Doesn't
answer.
stop the manner.
Yeah. So I think we ice block first, just in case, for a small Sisu.
Let's see. Just another how far I'll go and another Medusa.
Yeah, it does give +3 Challenger to something. So anything on Daryl's side would not really impact for that turn because I wouldn't be able to challenge. So that wraps up game 2. So we have 1-1. But with game 3, Santi gets to be on the play
Yeah.
again.
And I mean, this is a matchup where being on the play is going to be pretty impactful. We'll see. I mean, more than anything else, just like we've been talking about, he's going to be looking for that turn 2 ramp.
Yeah, I mean, Daryl was able to find a ramp that game, and the manners, which, as we saw, was pretty powerful in this matchup when you're digging for your Mauis.
Oh yeah. And I mean, that game I think was a really good showcase of just how big of a difference the couple extra willpower on the manor versus some of the other locations can have. Sometimes you just hit those really weird breakpoints. Like Santi was, even with the Maui, he was 1 damage off of clearing it for so long.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I'll get a ruling on that. I'm not
Yeah.
quite sure.
Crab is a mandatory trigger. I'm going to assume that there was a target that didn't impact the actual board state there. I mean, both these players are very good, so I'd imagine it's something they keep in mind. But yeah, if it was, because it was the turn when you played a Sisu, correct?
Yeah, my guess is, and although it may not have been pointed at, is Daryl probably targeted the Sisu that was played.
Yeah.
So that way, he wouldn't have been hurt by that Challenger +3 in any way. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's I mean, I've definitely had it come up where that matters. It's hard to get to a board state where they're forced to target something and that thing can also challenge.
Yeah.
But it is something to keep in mind, especially in a matchup like this. Looks like Santiago sending 3 to the bottom. Hopefully those first 4 have an item and some ramp.
Yeah, that would be my guess. 1 item, 1 2-drop ramp, and potentially a Grammatala or Hiram.
And this is a matchup too where the difference between Sail and Tipo from the red-blue side can matter.
Yep.
A lot of the 1-drops out of the Blurple deck do have 1 willpower. We'll see. He's got... Oh, yeah. He's got a Popsicle, he's got a ramp, he's got a Tala, and some How Far All Goes to follow it up.
Santi's looking at his hand. He's like, I'm happy with this.
Yeah, this is exactly what you want to see. And deciding he has enough uninkables in his hand that the Sail probably isn't going to have as much purchase as this Tipo.
Yep.
We'll see. Diablo coming out. I think the second turn from Daryl is probably going to decide a lot of the pace of this game. Having the ramp here will be really big, and short of that, having cards to put into play matter a lot too.
Yep.
He's got the Tipo here.
He drew the Hiram, I think, there. If I saw that real quick.
Considering how the last game went, Santiago is probably still thinking about that manner.
Yeah. He wants to get bodies that do damage on the board.
Yeah, we might even see him take the Queen of Hearts just to be extra safe, but other card looks like it's more value. Oh, another Sail, that makes sense.
Yeah. Trying to get full value next turn. Next turn, I did see Hiram, so he's able to play that Sail, ink twice, play a Hiram, and just draw cards and ramp pretty aggressively next turn.
Yeah, now, if there is a manner follow-up, I don't think Santiago has much he can do about it. But Daryl doesn't know that, and if there's a Maui on the other side, and he spends this entire turn playing Manor just for a Maui to come down, that probably ends the game on the spot, so...
Yeah.
I don't think he has it, but even if he did, we probably don't see it here. Just playing out the Goat as kind of the most menacing body he can play here. Did have the Genie, I believe, but this lets him play around Brawl and such just a little bit better.
This turn can be very nasty for Santi. He's got a How Far I'll Go, a Popsicle, a Sail, Hiram. Like, he's got so many options this turn.
I think he even has a second How Far I'll Go if he just wants to spend all his ink doing that.
Yeah. Opting for the draw.
Has a Hiram here. Goat in play does threaten the Elsa follow-up. The Hiram's at least good for 2 cards. We'll see. The Sing, How Far I'll Go there. Looks like a Be Prepared went to the ink really fast, and he picked up another Maui.
Nice. So if he sees that manner again, he's got answers.
Yeah. I imagine, much like his games against Ivan on red-purple, that Maui's probably going to be hanging out in his hand for a while. And we do have the Elsa here to deal with the Hiram. This will let the Grammatala trade with the Goat, if that's the direction he wants to go with it. It's probably just singing another How Far I'll Go, to be honest. Oh, and he's got multiple ice blocks now.
Yeah, so that Grammatala could stay alive if he chooses.
Yeah, decides to hardcast the How Far I'll Go.
Queen of Hearts is also an option.
Yeah, I'd have to imagine just the redraw off the popsicle is going to be too tempting to pass up, especially,
with a Tamatoa.
yeah,
in it.
he's got the Tamatoa in hand now. Just see both
Yep.
ice blocks. And we might even see the Grammatala just taking out this goat now.
Yeah, I think he's gonna play Popsicle, and then he's like, all right, next turn I'm playing this Tamatoa.
Yeah. And this is another game where the play draw comes into effect. Might see this Tamatoa come down at an uncomfortable time. Daryl doesn't have too many cards left in hand. If he can keep inking, though, we will have a potential for a Hades, but I don't think he has that many of them in the list.
Yeah, I like that heal on the Tala too, because it's telling the, Daryl that Elsa needs to be a little bit stronger to take out this Tala.
Yeah, it's going to require him to commit either the Tipo into it as well or something like a crab. And especially with the Tamatoa to follow up, has plenty of items in play, can kind of get that heal for free almost.
Looks like he is trading into the Tala. The Tala has been doing a lot of work. I think it's sang twice this game. And now he wants to draw some cards. I forgot that card was a promo.
Yeah. I mean, reloading here, definitely a good place to be hand size wise, but this isn't putting any further pressure on the board.
Yeah, but it puts him closer to Hades. So anything that he plays, which is probably this Tamatoa, now he has a way to solve it the next turn.
Yeah, we may see sequence that involves following up with a Hades and then the turn after maybe playing a mana or something like that.
It's actually still
here.
a close game.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. The quest here with
He
the
does have the
Tipo
Hades.
means that this Elsa has to decide if it wants to trade to take that out.
I think he's opting for the quest for the possibility of maybe shifting as well.
We'll see. Another Tamatoa off the top. Big Sisu would be pretty gnarly here, but I don't think Santiago's picked one up. Looking at potentially just playing another Tamatoa. He's got to think about what might happen if this Hades gets bounced, but not enough ink to just immediately replay it. Scariest thing is probably if a big Elsa comes down, but then that's committing a lot of resources to the board, and he does have the Be Prepared as an emergency button. Now it looks like I think Santiago's picked up a second Maui.
Yeah, it looks like it. So now he's kind of telling Daryl, I need an inkable. I need to ink here. Revealing that Maui is ink is dangerous, but at the same time could force Daryl to be like, all right, cool, I'm going to play this manner now.
Yeah. Had the potential to keep it in hand to have a clean answer to the manner, but I don't think he had enough ink to play around with. So now he should be at about 9 or 10, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it looks like it's 10 because he always divides by 3.
Yeah.
Another Santi special. Yeah, finally trading in.
If this Tamatoa gets to quest even once, though, that's going to swing things quite a bit.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Inks looks like a snake. Has the genie, so Daryl's going to continue to apply pressure, but no immediate answer for this Tamatoa.
Okay.
The manner is going to force Santiago to decide if this Tamatoa is questing or combining with this Maui, though.
Yeah, I mean, you have the option of dealing with something that gains 2 lore, or now with a 4th popsicle.
All
That
4 popsicles.
Tamatoa is questing for 7.
Oh, yeah.
So he might just be like, all right, nice manner, but we're racing here. And he also has the option of just having that Maui slam into the Hades so he can't bounce it back to his hand to deal with the Tamatoa as well.
Yeah. Definitely has a few options with the Maui here. Could also just opt to put some damage on this manner. We'll see what he draws off the popsicle. Looks like another vision, so...
He actually has brawls too, so he might be able to deal with the Hades that way. Yeah, it looks like he's able to do both which is relatively huge.
Could also opt here to take out the Hades and then still brawl the genie.
True.
Which looks like that's gonna
That's what it's
happen.
going, yeah.
So Maui's only taking one, so Santiago has so many items in play. Might even decide to heal the Maui here just to force Daryl to have specific combinations of cards to be able to kill this.
Yeah.
Looks like he's opting not to. So Daryl has a character and a fox that could take out the Maui, but that's still leaving the Tamatoa in play.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a very smart decision by Santi, just questing out and saying, you need to solve my board because I have a way to solve your board.
Yeah. Oh yeah. And this is another position where, you know, the difference of being at 6 lore versus, say, 12 makes a huge difference on what Santiago has to prioritize.
Yeah. Yeah, banishing that Maui helps protect the manor, but Santi's still questing for at least 6.
Yeah. And he can find... He has enough ink here. He can vision, and I believe still find a diamond activate, if that's the angle he wants to take.
Yeah. Able to ink again if he chooses, which he is. So it looks like he's trying to maybe get some Elsa bounce action going.
But he finds a Maleficent, so even if Daryl can get something big off the top, Maleficent might just clean up.
That's the best card to grab on a vision. Another vision.
Yeah, he already has another one in hand, so he might opt to just take something like the Sisu just to kind of cover all his bases, or Grammatala just to keep churning cards. If he's very, you know, dead set on finding a dime here, we might still see him take another vision.
I don't even think he needs dime at this point.
I don't think so. But
Yeah, I didn't know if he had a vision in hand or not.
decided he wanted another vision still. We'll see what this 5 looks like.
Looks like very similar to the other one.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, fine, I'll take you, Big Sisu.
Yeah, now he's picking up the Sisu. And we'll see if he wants to fire off another vision before deciding what this Tamatoa is doing.
I haven't seen a Vitalosphere, so I don't think he's running that either.
No, I don't believe he has any Vitalospheres. Which, I mean, here that would be pretty solid with the Tamatoa quest, but
Yeah, just not needed. So he's questing for 6. Now at 15. Very close to a dangerous range. Draws another Tamatoa. Yeah, now you're just like, all right, I guess I'll vision for this
Yeah.
dime. Sees another Tamatoa. Sees a Hiram. I guess we probably take the Hiram here.
yeah, if he still has ink for turn, this Hiram just gonna draw 2 cards immediately.
Yeah. Yeah, Brawl's kind of like whatever at this point. Let's dig some more for that dime. Let's banish this popsicle. Dimes don't exist. But we did find a Maui for that McDuck Manor if absolutely needed. But I do think, unless he has a way to solve.
Oh, Rabbit is a redraw. Let's he peel off the top?
Not
No,
a
it doesn't quite
Hades.
do it.
And that wraps it up for our finals. Santi takes it in game 3, winning that sweet promo and mat with the championship logo on there. So kind of how we expected the match to go. So shout out to Santiago. Good job, man. Daryl coming out from, an interesting game in the quarterfinals and making it to this final match as well.
Yeah, definitely, making everything he can out of the opportunity he was given. Both players played very well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to thank the chat for tuning in and listening to us rant about Lorcana. For those that have never seen the game, it's a very fun game to play. We are at Nerd Range Gaming. We do have our locals on Tuesdays at 6:30 p.m. We play usually 3 to 4 rounds of Swiss, best of 3. So I'd love to see you guys out here to, come play with some of us. And yeah, congratulations to Santiago for winning our set champions here at Nerd Rage. Thank you, Tomas. It was fun talking with you today.
Thank you, Ray Ray. I had a great time.
Absolutely. Well, that's it for us today.